We're live, right?
We are here. It's good to see you, and Josh as well. But Marianne, it's so good to see you,
everybody. Welcome to the Haunted Highons panel, where we're going to talk about the Haunted Highons miniseries, The Darkness Rises, and I'm lucky enough to be joined by the creative team that's rounded up 3 Ringo Award nominations, which will be happening tonight. By the way, who's excited? So we're on the screen here and let everybody introduce themselves. Mary, would you like to start and introduce yourself to everyone?
Hi, everyone. I am the drawer of Haunted Highons and also one of the nominees for the Ringo Awards.
Best artist nomination.
Yes, best illustrator.
Yes.
And Dirk, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Dirk Manning. I am the writer of Twisted Haunted Highons, and we are also nominated for Best Humor Comic 2020, which some people have been kind of joking about that I'm mainly a horror writer, and then there's awards for the humor comic, but I guess I'm funny and scary, I suppose. So, and hello everyone out there. It's good to see all of you.
And Drina, tell us about you.
I'm the one that keeps everyone in line. I'm the editor. That's what I do.
Thankless task.
What?
A thankless task at times.
I'm very grateful for my team.
For those who don't know, Haunted Highons, if you were watching this panel because you heard about the Ringo Award nominations and you wanted to check this out and see what it's all about, the comic series features the rap duo Twisted, and their fan base was extremely excited when this comic was announced. And at first, at Source Point Press, we just released a one-shot comic, and that blew up so big that we immediately followed it up with a mini-series called Haunted Highons: The Darkness Rises. Before we talk about The Darkness Rises and what led to all these nominations and this amazing fan base who's given this comic so much support, do you want to talk a little bit about how the one-shot came about, Dirk, and how this whole thing started in this relationship with Twisted?
Yeah, it's a crazy ride. A lot of this is due to Gary Reed, is the one of the founder of Caliber Comics, things like that. I had taken my book Right or Wrong to Gary Reed over at Caliber. So Gary knew who I was. I was a known quantity. Obviously, I'd been doing comics for years with Image and Devil's Due and things of that nature. And he contacts me one day and says, "Hey, I've got this band that's interested in doing a comic." And he goes, "And I know, you're a big music guy. I did music journalism for years as well." And he goes, "I think you'd be a good fit for this." And the band, of course, as we all know, was Twisted. So what originally happened was, I ended up talking to George Villakis, who, again, is one of the unsung heroes of all of this. He's Twisted's manager. So, George, if you're out there, we appreciate you. And basically, we were coordinating me writing a one-shot based on it was kind of originally an idea for a screenplay almost by Jimmy and Paul. If I'm not mistaken, Paul was the one who actually had the concept for it. They gave it to me. Worked it out. We're turning into a comic script. We did some tweaks, things like that. And this is where it gets a little sad for a moment, so I apologize. Gary passed away unexpectedly as we were developing the comic and things like that. And it really put a lot of things up in the air, and we had a lot of decisions to make at that moment about what to do. Obviously, as you well know, oh, thank you, Josh. All the comments down there, you guys are wonderful. And so, as you know, Josh, I'd known Source Point Press. I knew all of you, Michigan-based publisher doing amazing work. So what I did was basically, when Gary passed, I went to George, went up to M&E's office and said, "Hey, look, we don't know what's going to be going on with Caliber." I will say Caliber did end up continuing, but at the time knew it was going to happen. And I said, Gary mentored this guy named Travis McIntyre, who runs his own publisher called Source Point Press. Maybe this could go there. And I said, Source Point Press is a Michigan-based publisher. They're making a lot of good moves. They're doing a lot of really good stuff. they would take care of you guys. And again, I had relationships with other publishers and things like that, but I knew SourcePoint would be the way to go. So long story short, George said, okay, I trust you. I have no choice because, it's you and I at this point. I went to Travis and I said, hey, I got this book. We're lining up this one shot with Twisted. And I said, we're really, though, this has enough to be big. Twisted's fan base is huge. We really should try to get this book. This is a book that could get us national. You could help us move towards national distribution, be a really big deal. Travis did his thing that he's famous for. It worked out. We launched the one shot at New York Comic-Con, and then he went into the miniseries after that. And here we are, Baltimore Comic-Con, a couple years later. Just amazing.
I remember the day that that George first came and met Travis and I. It was at a convention, and he kind of scoped us out. We gave him some books. We talked about about this idea, and I'll be honest, I had mixed feelings because it was so soon after Gary's death, and he passed away right between conventions. We had just
before New York
in Boston, got back from Boston. And I believe we had a convention the following weekend where, if I remember correctly, you had the finished script ready to show him and talk to him, go over with him. And just like that, he was gone. And just days after I'd just spent a whole weekend with him and traveled with him. And it was so unexpected. So the whole thing was kind of, it didn't get off to a running start. Everything, all the groundwork was there, and all these relationships were kind of positioning themselves into place for what became such an amazing partnership between Magic Ninja Entertainment and SourcePoint Press and everyone involved. It was kind of a strange series of events.
Yeah, and furthermore, what's interesting, and I think this is where Mariana comes into the picture. Mariana and I had been volleying back and forth about different ideas for projects to do. And Mary, you could probably speak to this a lot more than I can, but you and I pitched several different ideas and things like that. And Mary's amazing, obviously. She's nominated for Best, Illustrator for the Ringo Awards this year. I think your talent is unquestioned. But nothing was clicking the right way. And then this opportunity came up with Haunted Highons. And do you want to talk about, I guess, your take on all this stuff, how this all went together? You'll tell the story probably a lot better than I will. So
for me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I lost connection because we're a third world country. So the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Mariana's in Italy and joining us from Italy. So just I guess what your side of the story about how you got involved with Haunted Highons, because you and I talked about doing a couple things together and nothing was clicking the right way. And then this crazy guy came to you with this idea for this comic with these rap rock stars in it.
She's frozen.
Oh, Mary, you're frozen.
She freezes in and out.
I can say this while we wait for Mary to reconnect. Her early concept sketches were phenomenal, and it was almost like right out the gate she had this vision for the look of it. Can you talk a bit more about that, Mary?
Oh, well, Dirk just asked me to draw a small character design for Twisted, and so I was like, who the guys are? and I checked everything and just made a couple of sketches, and they loved it. And I was really, really crazy about that because I never had a connection with them. But with that sketch, I just made something for them, and they loved it, and I was so excited.
And to be fair, I think Mary is being a little humble here.
Yeah.
I messaged you, if you remember, and I was like, I'm going to see the band at this concert. It was like 24 or 48 hours or something like that. I don't remember. It was like really quick. And
it's being really quick.
Yeah. Because when Gary, passed and stuff like that, or no, actually it was slightly before then, I realized that Mary would be the artist, but I was like, can you get me some sketches in like 48 hours, just something to show what you can do, because I knew how
Yeah.
talented you were. And then she did these two
Also-
amazing sketches, and I took them to Twisted on the bus, and their jaws just dropped. You know,
I remember Twisted saying, no, Paul is not the big one. Jamie is the big one. Because I draw them bigger.
yeah.
But you managed to capture their personalities visually right away. It was like out the gate. Obviously, you had a good script to work from with the humor and everything, but you did a really good job capturing their personalities.
Thank you.
And then later, into when the miniseries, there was an opportunity to get so much more. You got all these other Magic Ninja Entertainment, entertainers in the comic series, and it was so much fun watching all of these characters kind of come to life after I've met them and seen performances and videos and stuff. And now it's like, wow, you just nailed it.
Thank you.
About The Darkness Rises, that is largely based in the album The Darkness, right? So
Yes.
how at this point in time, I mean, the discography is so large. There's so many fantastic Twisted albums. I have to say The Darkness is actually my personal favorite album. And I think FTS is such a great song that's so hard to top. I don't think it's ever, that's one of my favorite tracks from them. How did it come about deciding to take some of the lore from that album and build around it versus some of the other albums or some of the other storylines you might have dove into? Was this something that Twisted came up with, or was it your idea?
Twisted, again, I think more directly were involved hands-on with the original one-shot, which was based on kind of a loose screenplay idea by Paul, by Monoxide. So when it came time to flesh this out, to me, I'm always a start with the end in mind type person, so it's like, I could even tell you eventually, should we be allowed to follow this through to its full term, how Haunted Highlands will end one day, And to me, Darkness Rises was just a beautiful starting point, because I think there's so much mythology in that album, and there's just so much to play with. And this whole idea of, there's this darkness out here and they're ghost hunters and things like that. And, now there's just two of us. So I don't know. I don't know if I scared Josh away or what. So, which is funny, because I was going to say, because this is where we actually got involved in bringing Drina Joe into the process there.
What happened?
And, Joe, we lost you for a second.
Oops.
Oops. What did you do with Mariana?
That one wasn't me.
Mary's in Italy. She's like, I'm out.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're down here.
I am.
Josh looked guilty. I was like, why am I on the screen by myself? Welcome to the internet, friends. Welcome to the internet. No. So for me, that was just that album, and the lore put forward in that album really allowed me to lay the groundwork for ideally what would be a lot more stories and set up the conflict and things like that. Establish Felicia more as a character, which is where I think Drina Joe comes into the equation. Obviously, knowing that we were all going to move forward with this. Magic Ninja was happy with it. Source Point was happy with it. The fans were happy with it. We had really broken through, even off that one shot, the idea that this was a vanity book. Because I think a lot of books based on celebrities sometimes suffer from the idea of the celebrity has to be shown in the best light all the time. And one of the things I love about Twisted is they don't mind, man. They let me mess with them and stuff like that, So
poke a lot of fun.
Yeah, poke a lot of fun, and we're laughing together. We're not laughing at each other. We're laughing with each other. And Twisted, for all the wickedness and all the darkness and all that stuff that goes on, they're funny. So this is, I guess, where then, Drina Joe comes into the picture, because I knew taking this book forward as a miniseries and things like that, I wanted to have a strong editor on board to look at this from an outside perspective and continue to build out this mythology.
And obviously, So I totally agree that album is a really great place to start building it out, because I think they don't get enough credit for having some of that lore built in. There are some storylines and some things happening, characters and weird stuff. There's a lot to build on. But as that miniseries progressed, each issue kept raising the bar, and the story kept getting bigger and crazier, and then obviously more characters pulled into it. Now, obviously, Mary, that must have been work for you. You had to really get to know a lot of different characters. The one shot had a much smaller cast, and the Dark Rises, you had a lot of people to draw. Did you? And did you spend a lot of time listening to the music while you worked?
Oh yeah, I listened to every single album of them, and it's been quite easy actually to draw them, because after the Twisted ones, because Twisted have been really hard for me at the beginning to draw, but the other characters actually were easier.
Really?
And especially Blaze.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would go, you and I remember, Mary, would talk about Jamie especially giving you problems.
Oh yes.
And
because of his head. I know it sounds crazy, but his head is really, really hard to draw.
yeah, and eventually it just came down to, like, we just gotta get the essence of the character. I mean, we gotta get the essence of them. And then Mary just nailed it.
I tried. They're not actually hyper realistic, because I'm not able to do hyper realistic, but I like to find the expressions of them, the funny part of them, of the characters.
Yeah, well, and that's it, because they're funny. These guys are so funny.
Exactly.
And obviously, when you listen to albums like The Darkness and things like that, there's a strong horror element to it. But if you ever watch them live, or you see them in concert, or you get a chance to meet them somewhere and talk to them even for 5 minutes, yeah, that's exactly right, Paul. All the hell, they're fine. We wanted to capture that too. Again, I cut my teeth as a horror guy, and I'm a horror guy at heart, and I think Jimmy and Paul are as well. But the flip side of horror is comedy. So it all blends together. And then as we started to build out the whole book and build out the whole universe and things like that, again, giving big props to Gina Joe for helping guide this ship and start to be involved. Travis talked about how it got better every issue, and a lot of people did. And we brought in an editor, which is a big part of it. We did the one shot off the seat of our pants, but we brought it.
Sorry, I'm just
I get to know. Pardon?
Did you have any struggles helping kind of guide this through? Because I mean, there was a lot packed into that miniseries.
Yeah. Well, I got to know them. I got to know Twisted through the comic. So I was completely blown away when I actually met them in person, because their characteristics were so captured in the comic.
They're like
personalities
comic book characters.
Yeah, they are comic book characters. So it's really a joy to sit with them and talk to them and just hang out with them. And you can bring that personality into a storyline, but it's already there. They were made for this. And they're funny. They constantly crack me up.
So one of my favorite things about them and this comic series is how involved they've been, like, while still being super respectful of the creative team, having the control over kind of coming up and working out these ideas and working out all these kinks. They're there to support and help along the way and give guidance, while still giving some freedoms. And they're really involved in the best ways. I mean, we've done multiple signings with them at comic book stores and at conventions, and it's been an absolute hit every single time. And I remember thinking, okay, if you get too far outside of the Midwest, maybe a signing isn't going to be as big of a success, especially if it's in a massive convention with loads of other signings and like huge celebrities. And I would never been so pleased to be wrong. I'm just the fan.
I know what Dirk is thinking about San Diego.
Tell the story. Tell the story. This is all you. That's your home turf.
Yeah, San Diego. I've been doing San Diego for a long time. And I had mentioned to Dirk, like, I don't know, what was it, 3 weeks before San Diego?
Yeah, we only announced.
It's so cool if Krista could come to San Diego. But just saying it, because it can never happen. I mean, tickets are sold out in November the year before. Somehow, magically, Dirk or George or whoever it was got everyone together to come to San Diego. And then it started like, oh crap, coming to San Diego. I didn't know anybody on the West Coast that had even heard of Twisted. So that made me very nervous. And you can't even get to San Diego Comic-Con unless you're on a trolley or you walk in, because they locked down a mile of the city to prevent that. So we were on the trolley and we get off the trolley and all of a sudden you're like, whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop, everywhere, far and wide, and like the relief just washed over me. Like
fans came out in droves. Yeah.
And then later they admitted the same thing. They were like, we were worried too, and then they were just excited about it. And then the line for Twisted was it was super long. It was like wrapped around the booth and around the corner, and it was fantastic. And we got in about an hour early. And people were waiting at the Funko Pop area because they knew Twisted would be coming by. They were like waiting there to look at them and get pictures of them and stuff. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah. And it was so funny too, because like when everyone met to get on the trolley, so you have to imagine it's like 8 a.m. and everyone's just like, we all come like staggering up from our different locations. So there's Jamie and Paul in their war paint and the makeup on the trolley with Dustin and George and Adrina and myself, and we're all just sitting there like in the trolley.
That's crowded. I mean,
crowded, and no one's saying a word. Because whatever, you got like cosplay all over and stuff like that and all that, and we're all just sitting there kind of like, And I kept thinking, and I'm sure they're thinking like, oh God, I'm gonna get in this trolley and people are gonna be like, like fawning or whatever.
Nothing.
No, nothing. So then when we get off the trolley and there's like the huge crowd of people, immediately like the whoop whoop started. And as soon as we got off the trolley, I'm like, and even like Jamie and Paul, I mean, again, it was just like, oh my gosh, it was crazy. Yeah, and like people were staked out throughout the convention because they knew where we would be, and we had the boss leading us all around and telling us where to.
Yeah, that was hilarious because I'm 5 feet tall. They're all very big, sizable guys. And I'm like, you got to follow me. You got to follow me. So they finally put Dustin in front of me. And they couldn't even find me in the crowd. So I'd lift my hand up and be like, I'm over here. But I finally put Dustin in front of me and kind of like held his belt loops. Like, turn here, turn there.
They'll clear the crowd.
Was it Thunder like Master Blaster and Mad Max?
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
You have this daisy chain. I'm like, Paul, I know you're not gonna like this, but hold my hand. Here we go. We're all going. That did not happen, for the record. We were not all holding hands through the convention.
I think Jamie? I think it was Jamie that said I was like a drill sergeant. Stay in line or I will shoot you. I will leave you behind. But I've been there so many times. I know the craziness of that con. It's even an hour early. It is shoulder to shoulder.
So
yeah. Sandy, and it's funny too because I think, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we announced New York Comic Con, and then Mariana, and by the way, although he's not here with us, huge props to Alessandro, who's also nominated for a Ringo Award for Best Colorist as well. Yeah. So both of you. But we announced the team was going to be at New York, I think after tickets were already sold out.
Yeah.
you know. So again, it was one of those things where it was like,
right? Are they
you know, it's not like everyone can come crash the gate because tickets were sold out. But when me and Mariana Alessandro did the signing, again in New York, line wrapped around the freaking booth and things like that, you know.
Yeah, it was huge.
Their appeal is great. They have a lot of fans, a lot of loyal fans, and they have one in me now because I love their music. I love them. I think they're great.
So really quick story. We kind of touched on this recently for those who watch our live auctions, but we were doing Rock and Shock, and Twisted was there. They were a guest at Rock and Shock, and they were playing, performing, because Rock and Shock is it's an incredible event where there's a concert venue one block from the convention hall, and one ticket gets you into both, and there's music at all weekends at the same time as the convention, so you can go back and forth. And this was a great opportunity because Twisted was going to come in. They were going to stop by the booth. They're going to do a signing at the convention and then go perform. And
this one, the one shot, I think it was right after New York Comic Con when the book first debuted, right? Okay.
So it was just the one shot, and we had a handful of variants and sketch covers, and we were unpacking the boxes, and we had, I think, 1 box, 2 boxes, pretty small boxes of the one shot, and then went, where's the rest of them?
Oh no.
And it was Friday. Twisted was showing up on Saturday. By noon or 1 or something, really early in the day on Friday, we had sold out of every single thing we had. And there was a line of fans because we had a big banner. I knew exactly where we were. And they were like, what do you have? What do you have? I'm like, nothing. I'm so sorry. I was worried sick because they were not happy. Not Twisted, the fans. The fans were not happy at all with us. And we definitely screwed up on the packing. And this turned into a big ordeal. But it just showed how rabid the fan base was even over there in, Massachusetts. There's nationwide, the fans are loving this comic series from day one. And of course it was great, that night, George got me into the concert and, got to hang out and watch, and it was such a phenomenal live show. They are pros. They light up a stage. It's incredible. So much more than just music too. It's practically like stand-up comedy. Half of the night too. They have all these skits and stuff in between, and they just know how to entertain. And it was a ton of fun. Great weekend, despite all of the people who were angry that we sold out of books.
Well, and it's funny too because, and I got to bust Travis's chops mildly on this. After New York, I said, take as much as you can. I go, take everything you can. Yeah. I'm like, Travis, I said, because this was, again, still fresh in the relationship. I said, everything. I said, take everything. You're going to take a couple boxes. And you guys ended up selling the banner even, didn't you?
We almost did. We were trying, yeah. And I eventually caved and said, all right, fine, I'll put a number on it. And it didn't quite happen, but yeah, we almost did. It was, it was something.
Yeah. And what's funny too is, I think a lot of, talk about the music aspect. I think a lot of people have an impression of Twisted from when they started 20 years ago versus where they are now. And if you listen to their new single Rose Petal, it's burning up on freaking Octane on, Sirius Radio. It's blown away the rock charts. Twisted is being featured on the Knotfest website. And, so they're the evolution of their music. And I think something that's so cool is the comic people now read the book and say, wow, Twisted, they seem like pretty cool guys. Okay, I'm going to check out, Generation Nightmare or the Darkness or, continuous evolution of Life's Question Marks. And they hear a band that is not the band that maybe they knew 20 years ago,
Absolutely.
And I said, a Rose Petal, that new single, oh my God. I mean, it's
the Rotten movie soundtrack has introduced some people to it too. I've had numerous people hit me up and go, who is doing all the rap music in the Rotten Tail movie? And I said, hands down, all the rap, like rap rock songs you hear on the soundtrack are all Twisted. And they were like, no way. I had no idea. They were like, this is so good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Well, I was watching the Super Bowl, and their song was the Kansas City Chiefs theme song.
That's right. Yeah, they were on that.
What? Like,
wow.
my favorite things, Twisted in football.
Convention appearances, that kind of leads us to Astronomicon. So for those who don't know, Astronomicon it's a newer convention in Michigan that is held by Magic Ninja Entertainment and Twisted. So all of the Magic Ninja Entertainment guests and are there. So you have Twisted and everyone else on the label as guests of the show. Plus, it's a really great kind of crossover convention with a lot of horror movie stars. And because of the timing that this convention was born, we've all been part of it since day one. Like a small part of me feels like that's my con too, because SourcePoint's always been such a big part of it. We've all been really involved, and the comic has been there. And every single year of Astronomicon so far, we've had something for the fans, and they come looking for it and on day one. And I've been to countless conventions, and there's not one I can put my finger on that's quite like Astronomicon. And the first year, it was just everything was set for it to be a disaster. There was a snowstorm that had blocked out so many of the roads leading up to it. The airport was shutting down. No cabs would take anyone to the convention. And we're there setting up. I luckily lived pretty close to it, so it wasn't a huge deal. But even my drive there was pretty slippery and dangerous. And I was like, oh no, these poor guys, their first
blizzard,
year, they're going to be a disaster. It was insane. It was the best convention ever. People were coming out, and every single person who came to the booth, I was like, you've got a story about how you got here today, and I want to hear it. And they were like, you don't even know. Oh, I had to pay a guy $50 to just drive me another couple miles, and then I walked the rest of it. It was awesome. It was so incredible.
And there's a situation, I know Mary's internet's being spotty, so I don't know if you can hear us or not, Mariana, but that was Mariana and Alessandro came in from Italy for the show.
That's
and all Mariana said was, I want to see snow. I want to see snow.
You'll see
and we get that. And it's a freaking blizzard, having snowball fights outside the convention. People like snowed into the convention center. And yeah, I mean, bringing in like sleigh dogs and stuff.
No.
We were just talking about how you brought the snow to Astronomicon 1.
Man.
So that's Elsa over there. We can thank the Italian Elsa for just dropping mountains of snow on us. The great magician that is Mariana.
Oh,
yeah, Astro's a cool show though, because again, SourcePoint does tons of conventions, and then when you look at Twisted, we've done New York Comic Con together, we've done San Diego together, we've done C2E2, gone coast to coast and hit the middle. But Astro's such a cool show, man, and I think this last year especially demonstrated the appeal of that show and I don't want to say the potential of that show, but just I guess how good that show is.
Yeah.
Having horror celebrities and wrestlers and everything, and every day of the show is a different flavor in the audience. Almost, it's just
so true.
It's a show unlike any other, and it's such a cool experience.
That kind of leads us to the last Astronomicon, this year's 2020's Astronomicon. There was some pretty big things that happened, and it was a really big deal. And I'm not sure if all of you with the Baltimore Comic-Con crowd are aware of it or know about it. Would you like to get people up to date on some of the things that were announced and what happened at Astronomicon this year?
Take it away, Drina Joe.
What? No, not me. Well, okay, I'll run with it. So we announced a partnership with Ken Levin, who works on or who produced The Preacher and The Boys, and he's working on Grim Jack right now with the Russo brothers of Marvel fame. And we're going to be, what are we doing exactly?
Yeah, we got to be careful how much we say.
Yeah.
But we have entered a partnership with a production deal to ideally make Haunted Highon's television show. I don't think we've been very secretive about the fact that ideally we want to do an animated series.
Yeah.
And partnering with Ken, who is again, whose success is very, very noteworthy, beyond reproach at this point.
I'd say he's one of the biggest names in adapting comic books to the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you watch The Boys, executive producer Kenneth Levin, the Preacher TV series, Kenneth Levin. So to have him partner with us on this project has been amazing. Now, obviously, the state of world affairs with Corona and everything else has kind of slowed things down a little bit in some ways, but there's also a lot of movement as well. And we have to be very careful about what we say and what we don't. But things are moving ahead. I know a lot of people have been anxious.
Can we talk about what we do have already in the bag, or no?
I can't believe I'm the one saying I'm not sure how much we should say. Normally you're the one telling me to be quiet.
It's true.
We have a lot of good stuff. We have a lot of good stuff coming.
Definitely.
I think it's safe to say that we have written something, right?
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, go. Yeah, we can talk about that.
The pilot's been written. Ken Dirk and I wrote the pilot of it, so we're excited about that.
Yeah.
Pretty huge stuff happening. I think it might be a good time to unveil a little surprise video appearance here for everybody. What do you guys think?
I think that would be amazing as we start to talk about things coming forward.
Yes, because this kind of leads us to what's happening next. We have a little special announcement here for you guys. The Twisted wanted to be here in person, but unfortunately we're unable to. But we have this to show you. Can we cue that video up now?
What's up, Baltimore Comic Con? It's me, Jamie Madrox from Twisted, here right now to say thank you. To say thank you to the entire comic book community for the multiple Ringo Awards that the Haunted Highons team was nominated for. Not to mention Mary and Alessandro, our own artist and colorist from the series. Man, thank you guys so much. We can't say thank you enough. The effect that this comic book has had in the comic book community is just top shelf. And we cannot say thank you, and we will not stop. Because Series 2, The Curse of the Green Book, coming exclusively from Source Point Press, is headed your way very, very fast. And I need you to know about it. I need you to ask your local retailer or comic book LCS to order it and keep the dream alive. Thank you, guys. Buy comics, read comics, and collect what you love.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I hope.
Oh, I love that face.
I hope you guys love that as much as I did, because I was super excited for that video. So do you want to before we show them some sneak peeks, because we have some exclusive first looks at stuff right here just for you guys today, saved for Baltimore Comic-Con Live. Before we do that, do you want to talk a little bit about what's coming next?
Yeah. And again, I feel bad. Mariana's internet keeps dropping it out. You're back.
I'm sorry.
No, Mary, you're not the one. It's not like you're sitting there jiggling the cord.
I'm back. How long?
That's all right. Mary, this makes Mary's appearance more dramatic, all the way from Italy. Again, it takes a lot of internet to get from Italy to Baltimore, so it's a very long string connecting those two cams. Yeah, we all of Volume 2 is written. So, Haunted Highons Volume 2, The Curse of the Green Book. It is written. It is in production. Mariana has, begun the art on it and things like that. It is even edited. We have, Drina's edits and stuff like that made the book even better. Very cool character who Drina deserves credit for bringing into the book.
Ooh.
Yeah.
New people.
Well, we didn't say it was a person.
Oh, no.
You want to give the name, Drina? Or?
Little Joe.
Little Joe. Be ready for Little Joe. Yeah, we kind of had the joke about Scabby Joe in the first one. We got Little Joe in this one. But yeah, Mary and Magic Ninja have been very gracious in letting us share some preview art. So if you want to bring that up.
Yes.
This has been never before seen by anyone outside the team.
Here
Mary, are
we
you with
go.
us? Do you want to talk through some of this art, what we got
Can you
here?
make
What we
it
have here?
bigger, Josh? Or
This is, I can zoom in, but you're going to not see the whole page
No,
at once.
yeah.
okay.
So, Mary, do you want to talk us through this art, what we're seeing?
Beautiful.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Well, this is just a killer page.
Yeah, zoom out, show us the whole page.
Sorry, go for it. Zoom out.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Mary, what do you want to tell? Can you tell us anything about this, or?
About this, just know I'm hating you because
That's perfect. I hate you because
Sums it up.
par for the course. Par for the course. Staying on brand. But yeah, look at that art.
This shop is so cool. I love all the little details in it.
Yeah,
What
this
can you
is
tell people about this storyline? Is there anything we can say?
yeah, I think if you haven't picked up what we're laying down yet, I think Mary's with us. Volume 2, as you've probably picked up on from some of the scenery here, takes place in New Orleans. So Curse of the Green Book takes place in New Orleans. It is Twisted gets involved in a war, I guess you could say, between the king and queen of voodoo in New Orleans. And that's how it starts. So it just goes from there. We have a lot of surprises. A lot of fans have been wondering if how many references we're going to have to Green Book, the album, the Green Book. We got you. Someone say we got you. Don't worry, we got you. I think people are going to be very, very excited about a lot of the Easter eggs and things like that in this one. So this one is we packed a lot into the last miniseries with 5 issues. This story arc is 4 issues, and I would argue in some ways there's even more going on in these 4 issues than there were in the last 5. And I'm not going to say anything else so I don't get in trouble. But yeah, someone said earlier Mary is an art god, and I don't know if I don't think that's sacrilege in this case. She is amazing art. Yeah, look at that.
I don't think there's any artist out there who draws ghosts as well as she does.
I was going to say something too. I love how great Felicia's. You're able to see through, right through, and it's even better once the colors are in too.
Yeah.
And again, Alessandro's colors are fantastic. You know, obviously this is just a line art. We specifically did not put any lettering or anything like that in this in order to kind of maintain some surprises for when this will be coming out and things like that. Yeah. But Alessandro deserves so much credit for the colors and the way he even the way he so masterfully colors Felicia. You know, doing a story with a ghost can be, as a main character, can be tricky.
Very tricky.
And even in the pencils, yeah, like Paul said, you know, the fact that that Felicia has a different color. Also, you'll notice that Felicia's dressed a little bit different in this one. And I bring that up specifically because this was something that Mariana talked about. And in volume 1, you know, the very typical ghostly white dress and things like that, you know. And when we started working on volume 2, much as an editor, of course, you know, Drina has insight. Mariana, as an artist, had a lot of insight into this too. And she said, she goes, I want to give Felicia a different look. And we kind of established in volume 1 already that her dress is kind of part of her essence, you know, that her clothing, what she wears. So when Mariana said, hey, I want to give her a different look, it's amazing, you know, and I think it humanizes the character even more. Felicia is such a big part of this book. And there you are, Mary. How are you?
You're back.
Maybe.
We're just singing your praises a little. We don't want you to get a big head, so it's better you weren't in the room.
We were saying many things. But then again, when you combine it like here, like if you want to blow me up here for a second, Josh, I'll show you some of this. This is Alessandro's coloring then as well. Okay.
Yeah.
And when you look at the coloring in this book, and again, trying to kind of do the best I can here, translucent ghost, multicolored backgrounds. Incredible. Mariana's incredible. Alessandro's incredible. The writing's okay. We have a great editor. You know,
Is that Nolan?
a phenomenal
Is
publisher.
Nolan. Nolan is crashing our party here.
I know that.
Baltimore Comic-Con.
Hi, Baltimore Comic-Con. Nolan had to get in the. He had to get Deepwater in the mix. So yeah, we hope you all enjoy that. Like I said, we have been sitting on some of the art from this for a while, and we're glad to share with Baltimore Comic-Con. You know, I mean, if not now, when? You know,
Exactly. Perfect time to unveil some secret stuff that's been in the works. And
yeah. The hardest thing about making comics and is, to me, not being able to talk about the stuff that's done. You know, knowing it's not going to come out for months. You know, again, Volume 2 Haunted Highlands written. It's done. Mary's working on the art, and not being able to share that stuff and things like that, or even like what Dream was saying a minute ago, how much can we talk about? It's tough, but it's worth it when we get to do stuff like this and come to Baltimore and drop some previews.
Absolutely. I think we're all really excited to see some of the album tie-ins, and obviously for those who don't listen to the music, this is still a really enjoyable comic. We've had so many new readers that were like, I just keep hearing about this series. I have to check it out. And then they realize, like, oh wow, there's so much story here, and it's so much fun, and it's a really entertaining and funny book. And then, like you said, a lot of them are like, well, now I kind of want to listen to some of the music and go check it out. And when they can find those tie-ins in the music, it makes it just that much more special.
Yeah, and that's a good point too, because, you know, and I think, again, I'm going to give huge props to our editor here. You know, Adriana talking about, you got to know Twisted through the comic first.
Mhm.
And you don't need to know anything about the band to enjoy the book. It's just supplementary. It's extra. I mean, at least that's my impression. I don't know. You could probably speak to that more, Adriana, than I can, coming in from the outside on this.
No, I think in a lot of ways you would think it was separate. Like their characters in the comic were separate from who they are as artists. And, you know, you still get the solid work from their music. The last 2 albums have been phenomenal. Big hits too, so that's pretty cool. But I love their characters.
Yeah. And it's something that I know a lot of my readers, because, you know, I mean, I have a pretty substantial library of work, of creator-owned work. And it was so funny because with Haunted Highlands, sometimes people were initially a little like, well, I don't know anything about the band, so I don't know if I can read Haunted Highlands.
Yeah.
I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's a book. You know, my rule, anything I write is you should be able to pick up any book I write and just read it. You have to have no context, nothing. And it's part of, like, I guess how I look at it, like the book world. I don't need to know about Stephen King as an author to enjoy his work. I should be able to pick it up and read it. And with the Haunted Highlands, it's that same thing. And like you said, Josh, so many people that initially were finally like, fine, I just hear about Haunted Highlands nonstop, almost begrudgingly picking it up. You know, and then finding out that, oh my gosh, this is really good. The art is amazing. The colors are amazing. You know, the writing is passable, you know.
So here's Paul Talbot says, Magic Ninja and Source Point Press were made for each other. I can't think of another company that Haunted Highlands would fit right in with. I know this was originally meant to be a Caliber title, and I have to agree. Like, it was such a good fit with Source Point. Such a strange series of events that led to this, but we're really we're all grateful for just amazing relationships that we formed, and how much fun we've been having ever since this whole thing kicked off. It's been great, and thank you so much for all the comments, everybody.
I know.
Ashton and Josh and Amanda, you're fantastic.
Someone, oh yeah, I see people putting in their little comments even about wanting to know spoilers of what's coming, and you'll see.
So I think we're pretty much here at the end. So we should probably sign off here. How can people? Well, I'll let you know how you can keep up with things happening at SourcePoint. You can go to sourcepoint.press. They'll take you to Oxide Media, which is the parent company, and it'll show you all the products from SourcePoint, including the books and the graphic novels and the comics and the T-shirts and the merch and all the cool fun stuff. And we have blog posts there. And obviously keep up with your regular comic news sites as things happen. They're going to be unveiling all sorts of new things there. And you can follow me at Joshua Frantic, all one word, pretty much on all social media platforms, mostly Twitter, if you actually want me to see it or, reply. And SourcePoint Press, pretty much everywhere, and Source PT Press on Twitter, because the consonants are so long, the number of letters so long. And how about you, Drina? Where can people follow you?
Well, first, can I say hello to my best friend? She's here, Penny Lane. She's watching from Scotland, so I wanted to tell her hi. Drina Joe, Drina-Joe, Drina Joe, everywhere.
Perfect. And
I don't interact a lot. Sorry, guys.
No, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all at Dirk Manning. Look for the picture of the guy that looks like this, top hat and scarf. Other than that, dirkmanning.com is my website. I would say that you will see me on the road soon again, and you will. It'll just be a little time, but right now we're doing our virtual cons like this. But dirkmanning.com will have updates of where I will be and when. I remain very active on Facebook because I'm old, as well as trying to learn Instagram better. And God help me, I even do stuff on Twitter on occasion. So.
We got like 30 seconds left. Mary, the best place to probably follow Mary would be on Instagram. Yeah.
Yeah.
And keep up on some of the art peaks there and see some of her incredible talents. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching and joining and for being so interactive. It's been a lot of fun. And thank you, Baltimore Comic-Con. I think our time is up. So
yes, we'll see you at the Ringos tonight, hopefully. So
Ringos tonight.
Join us. Thank you all. It's good to see you.
Thank you,
Mary. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Baltimore. We'll see all of you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everybody, we're back. Thank you very much to the SourcePoint people, and welcome to a really fun panel that we're about to do. I'm always happy to talk to this guy. It's John Suntress here from the Word Balloon podcast, and really happy to be part of Baltimore Comic-Con. I just wrapped things up at Miller's Pub, but I didn't have to drive to the next panel, thank God. We are going to talk to, it's funny, I was just talking to a former Superman writer, and now I'm going to be talking to a future Superman writer. Future is the operative word. Let's welcome Philip Kennedy Johnson to Baltimore Comic-Con. It's good to see you, Philip. How are you?
John Suntress, always good to see you, sir.
Absolutely, man. Very excited about what is happening in Future State, a new DC event that is coming early in 2021. And you're handling, are you handling all of the Superman things, or are you just part of the picture there?
Not quite. There's going to be it's a very new scene. As you've seen, there's going to be stuff that follows Clark Kent, of course. There's going to be stuff that follows John Kent as well. There's going to be a lot of supporting cast bits as well. As I'm covering a story called Superman: Worlds of War that follows our man Clark Kent in a new status quo, and another story called House of L that follows the descendants in about 1,000 years. And I'm crazy stoked for that one too. That's very new territory.
That's exciting, and I don't want you to spoil, but we've already seen in previous iterations that given Superman's power level, is he immortal? I mean, we all remember DC 1 million, and we saw very old Superman still very much part of the DC universe. So I don't want you to spoil, but maybe we'll see what Clark Kent might be doing 1,000 years from now.
Yeah, I hate to spoil it, but I will say that it's not just about him in the future. It's about the pantheon, as it were. Like the what happens to his lineage. And I will say I don't think it's a spoiler to say that to talk about the take, at least the take that I'm doing on House of L is I approach it kind of like a Camelot story, like I want it to be where we see like this epic house far into the future. What we've seen at like the end of this golden age, and I wanted to have this larger than life epic kind of quality where it's not just about King Arthur anymore. It's about, the round table. So it's that kind of thing.
Understood. Yeah. The legacy. Absolutely, man.
Exactly. The legacy.
That's exciting. That's fantastic. And truly, Philip, I've really been thrilled reading your stuff and watching you grow at DC and the opportunities they're getting you, and in Marvel as well. I really want to open this up and not just talk about DC.
Yeah, whatever you want to talk about.
You got some cool stuff happening in Marvel. You're still in the midst of your Marvel Zombie arc, right?
I am. Yeah, the last issue of the miniseries Marvel Zombies Resurrection comes out on November 11th. We're super stoked how that all turned out. That came together right around the same time that Kirkman was like dropped the announcement, "Hey, Walking Dead is over," like out of the blue. That's when they announced we want to do a Marvel Zombies reboot, and so we got to do that prelude issue a year ago. That opened us up to do the miniseries that happened. Got pushed back a bit because of COVID, but now that's finally going to wrap up, and we're really excited for people to see the ending. Would love to do more of that story if we wanted to, but yeah, that actually turned into another story. So Marvel Zombies turned out great, and we were looking for more opportunities to do something else. And they, over the course of that series, they learned what a huge, horror fan that I am. And that led to this new dream come true property that I'm going to be working on now. And they gave me the big announcement is coming like next week, I think. So they want to wait for the big announcement, but they did greenlight me to let people know that I'm going to be writing an all new ongoing horror series at Marvel starting in February. And I am insanely excited about it. So keep your eye on the internet next week and there'll be a big announcement.
That's outstanding, man. That's fantastic to hear. And right now, again, we're dealing with Marvel Zombies. It is, like you said, it's a reboot. It's more of a serious story than I think what Robert and Arthur Soydum and I'm forgetting who else was involved in Marvel Zombies back in the day.
Yeah, Sean Phillips drew the original, right? I think.
Wow, that's insane. You're right. Isn't that amazing? Honestly,
so, yeah.
What guys were doing back then.
I know. It's cool. Like now, I've got literally everything that dude ever did with Brubaker, and I love his work. But it's so crazy to see him in the context of that story. If you go back and read it now, I'm like, holy crap, it's the Fatale guy, But yeah, it was such a different take. I mean, that was the first time we'd seen. Well, I guess I can't speak with authority and say it's the first time we've ever seen Marvel characters as zombies. But that was the novelty, just to see all the heroes. It's just a romp.
I think Miller in Ultimate Fantastic Four.
Well, yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, leading into that series. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a super cool take. It was just very different than we wanted to do. We wanted to take more like show something with more emotional stakes and that takes us up more seriously. Just a different version of it, and I was really pleased with how it turned out. So yeah, and that led into this thing that we're doing next.
Are you staying away from Deceased as Tom Taylor is doing kind of another apocalyptic kind of story over there?
Honestly, when they approached me about it, obviously that was the first thing that popped in my mind. I was like, oh, okay, so Deceased is already happening, and the first couple issues had already happened by then, and I had already bought them by the time that they approached me. And honestly, I wanted to read them because, like, I know some people probably would have avoided it because they'd be careful not to copy it. And I went the other way. Like I was sure to stay on top of what Tom was doing, because I didn't want to accidentally crib. Like it's
sure.
Everybody's influenced by the same stuff, and everyone knows the same movies and books. And I wanted to be careful not to accidentally tread in the same footsteps as Tom. Tom's a friend now. At the time, I didn't know him, but I was already a big admirer of his work on Injustice and on Deceased. I thought Deceased was just a kick-ass take on what you could do with a superhero zombie book. And thankfully, the stuff that I had in mind, that I had planned for for Resurrection did not really cover any of the same ground. I mean, the vibe is kind of similar, in that you're, in its vaguest sense, because you want every death to count. You want all the wins and losses to really hit hard. And they do in Deceased. I thought that was very effective. But I did want to keep a little bit of, I wanted it to be fun still too. Not in a jokey way like the original was, but visually, I guess. Most of the fun that I brought to it was done in like, I guess it's not too bad a spoiler to talk about the first issue. Forge is in it, and he, by the time we see the characters, he has taken the bodies of his fallen comrades, of like other mutants, and built bioweapons that he can use against the zombie horde. And so you're seeing like the top half of Cyclops' head wired into a rifle that you can use like a laser cannon and stuff like that. That's just like fun visuals.
Sure.
And seeing Nightcrawler bamfing around like it's just half of him and stuff like that. It's just kind of like, oh wow, fun to see, even though it's like obviously super serious content.
Absolutely, man.
That keeps it from being like just a
bummer,
just a total downer the whole time. Yeah, at least you're seeing. I want readers to ask the question, I wonder what the X-Mansion would look like, or like, I wonder what would have happened with, S.H.I.E.L.D., or what, Phalanx, you wanted to see, so you getting your questions answered in visually very fun ways, even while, the tone is very dour,
Absolutely, man. No, it's honestly, between the two companies, it sounds like, you're getting great opportunities in both universes. And I think that's incredible. And also, goddamn, I've enjoyed reading your fantasy stuff as well that you were doing.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. And it wasn't Vertigo. It was and forgive me right now. It's Saturday morning and I've got a million panels in my head.
It's totally fine. Last God, yeah.
Last God
is DC Black Label.
Yes.
And when we first started talking about that book, before it actually got made, it was going to be Vertigo. Like I guess I can say that now and not get in trouble. It was a long time ago before before the Vertigo shakeup and all that. And Black Label at the time, they were trying to find, its identity was mainly going to be as a superhero line, just a darker take. And Last God felt like a better fit for Vertigo at the time, but it was still a great fit for Black Label when the identity kind of changed. So yeah, it became a Black Label book, and it's still over there. It's still on shelves through either January or February. The last issue will be coming out.
Okay, that's cool. So, Good response. Have you been pleased?
Oh my God, response? Yes,
that's been great, man.
Trip. Yeah, the sales have been great, and readership and the reader response has been awesome. Mostly because I think they can see just the unthinkable amount of hours I put into it, like the all the back matter and the world building that I put into it. There's like, I've got, glossaries of, thousands of words of different languages and songs and, religious texts and stuff that make their way into the book. And fans, like there's a lot of deep dive D&D fans that read this thing that are so into it. And it's incredibly rewarding to see that. So I'm always nerding out with fans online about just questions about characters or about aspects of the world building that they like to talk about. And it's been awesome, especially when we've got that source book where people can make their own campaigns in Dungeons and Dragons now. Their tabletop adventures using that world. And sometimes people will reach out about that. It's just been the best.
That's excellent, man. And again, I have a feeling that as your DC and Marvel stuff evolves, people will reach back and look at Last God. And I think and although in the case of Tom King, Omega Man was already a recognizable property,
now,
again, I think that wasn't a big seller. I'm glad to hear that sales were good for you, but I do think that as your profile expands, they're gonna reach back for Last God. I think that's.
Well, thank you. I hope so. I'm very proud of it. And that's, Last God was in part, I think, what inspired them to reach out to me about the Superman thing, because they're like, there's this guy who spends 10 times too long writing the stories and does all this back matter, and like he loves to world build. Is basically, I think basically, I got the call to do Superman, the Worlds of War stuff, and also the Marvel Zombies Resurrection, in part on the strength of just this guy loves to world build, and they wanted to do that on both those properties. Between Last God and a book I did at Boom before that, Warlords of Appalachia, I think that showed them that I'm willing to do like really deep dives on stuff, and that's been a nice thing.
That's excellent, man, and that's fantastic to hear. Philip, you've had a very interesting path to comics, and I really your other jobs fascinated me when we had our first conversation. I don't mind if you don't mind. I'd love for you to talk about your other jobs. You're not moved
sure.
You put a lot of time in those other jobs, but yeah,
I do. Yeah, sure. I came to comics through music. Actually, I back in the day, like so many writers, I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to be a comic artist, and I drew a lot as a kid, but I also played music very seriously, and ended up going the other way. I went chasing music as a profession, and I learned how to read. Literally taught myself how to read off of comics, and I read comics all the way through high school and briefly in college, and then I kind of gave up all enjoyable reading for years. So I didn't really pick up a book for a long time, for a comic at least. Did undergrad, grad school, joined the Glenn Miller Band, and all that time I wasn't really reading comics. And then my younger brother, Bill, who was also a trumpet player. Sorry, I play trumpet for anyone who doesn't know. And so I was playing in the Miller Band, and then got out and I joined the Army Field Band, one of the premier bands in Washington, D.C. That's what I'm still doing now. And my younger brother also played trumpet and drew, and he ended up going the other way. He wanted to be an artist. Excuse me.
No worries, buddy. I know. Great fever season.
Yeah. He decided to pursue art. He was a better artist than I ever was, and really wanted to do it. So, but he didn't really. Both of us kind of grew up in the sticks out in deepest Kentucky, and he didn't really know where to go next. We didn't really have the internet where we were. Like, it's not to say it wasn't available, but our situation was just, we didn't have a lot of contact with the comic scene. Never been to a convention. He didn't really know how to get started. And I was like, by the time I was already in the DC area, I was like, well, let's just come live with me and we'll figure it out. Like, I'll educate myself on how comics work, how comics are made. In theory, I still love to write. Like, I just haven't been doing it because I've been so busy. So I'll put together some scripts for you so you can have something in a portfolio. It's not just pinups. And so we started going to conventions together and working out together and just hanging out and reading. I found a comic store around here. At the time, a brand new shop in Annapolis called Third Eye Comics, which is at the time just this little hole in the wall place. And now is this, crazy phenom store, but at the time it was really small. And just figured out what the state of the art was now, how far it had come. Like, last time I was reading comics regularly, I was a monthly subscriber to Wolverine with Adam Kubert, and I think Larry Hama at the time, if I remember right.
Wow, that's great.
At the time, I wasn't even reading the names. I didn't know any of these people.
Sure.
I just remember like how awesome it looked, and I really liked the way. I really loved Wolverine's depiction in the stories. I was subscribing to that. And I was subscribing to Batman. This is coming out of Nightfall and Night's End. And I was reading some like Mullet Superman and that kind of thing, because I always loved Superman.
Sure.
Joe Mad, X-Men, and now I go back to the store. Fast forward until now, and I'm picking stuff up. This is probably 10 years ago. And now I'm seeing like The Boys and American Vampire and Lock and Key and Astonishing X-Men that Joss Whedon did with John Cassidy. And I was like, holy shit, man, everything has come so far. And like Preacher, I know Preacher was out before that, but sure. I didn't know about it. I just knew about the big two stuff that was the most popular thing. Stuff that you could get at Walmart was all I was really reading. So yeah, I was just immediately just blown away by how great everything was now. And I just got the bug hardcore. So I started writing like crazy, did some stuff for my brother to draw just to kind of give him a leg up on his career, And then he joined the Army and as an illustrator, and kind of got busy. I kept going to conventions and started looking for other artists to work with, and that led to Last Sons of America, and I kind of got my foot in.
That's awesome. What does your brother do illustration wise for the Army?
Well, he did 6 years and got out. He joined as a, let's see, what's the MOS code, 23 something. I can't remember the code, but it's the name of the job is multimedia illustrator. And that's a whole like series of gigs you can do where you're just technically you just draw and design graphic things that they need, like educational materials, any kind of pamphlet, any kind of program, any kind of brochure. They also do photography is its own thing in the Army as well, but they also do photographs. Sometimes there is some crossover.
Okay. Is the magazine, are you aware of, Will Eisner developed this magazine for the Army, PS, and I don't know if it's still in existence or not. I know that when Will Eisner was done with it, Joe Kubert had taken over.
I know that Joe Kubert, there's a drawing in my building. I'm not sure if it's from the magazine, but there's a picture that I'm pretty sure Kubert did of a guy drinking coffee. And it's like, everybody gets their share or something. Like it's this old illustration that he did. And, everybody else just blows right past that in the hallway. But I'm like, every time I go by there, I want to kind of scratch it for luck. It's just so cool to see a thing that Joe Kubert did and just some random Army poster that's still getting used,
That's awesome, man. That's amazing. No, and I love how this comics and the military relationship began. And I think it's amazing. Well, and really, shame on me. I mean, God, and Bill, I want to say Bill Maudlin, the great illustrator that did Willie and Joe, those amazing World War II one panel comics. I don't know if you're aware of.
John, you're awesome, man. I wish I knew as much as you. That's so cool. I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about. I wish I did.
Seriously, Phil, don't worry. 20 years from now, you'll get 20 years more.
I hope so.
Come on, man. It's
all those
age. But
when I was reading back in the day, I was never looking at names and I didn't know anything. And I was just like, hey, Wolverine's cool. And now then I gave up reading that stuff. And then I got back into it. I feel like I'm still trying to keep up with everyone who knows so much. I slowly educate myself even now. Like I'm very grateful for the success I've had recently, but I still have so much to learn.
No, it's all good, man. I'm sorry, forgive me, but I appreciate the compliment. But yeah, seriously, at the end of the day, it's like, hey, I'm in my 50s. All right. What can I say? And I just am. I just love how the world, and how comics happen all over the world. And it really isn't just all about the big two and what they do. And really, man, I'll tell you again, as we're doing these conventions online, I miss San Diego because there's always this great academic stream of panels that are literally happening in these rooms that you wouldn't know about. And
I know.
And again, another military-based comic, and I don't remember the creator, but I do know that it was an hour about this comic that was made for Japan post-World War II to normalize relations again between the U.S. and Japan after the war. Wow. And it was fascinating. It was just amazing. And literally, man, 12 people in the room. Me, Rob Salkowitz, and maybe 10 academics. And that was it. But that's a great, yeah, and truly, I have all these friends, too, in the academic world who kind of scan whatever academics are working on various papers about these little nooks and crannies of the comic world that, again, just don't wind up on the spinner rack. So it's I'm always I'm an open mind. And again, back to your career, love the fact that you were doing this stuff, playing, in the military band and everything, and also with the Glenn Miller band. That's amazing. You got to be a great trumpeter to do both of those gigs. That's outstanding. You're not.
Thanks.
You ain't blowing bullshit here, man.
I try not to screw around. Yeah, it's a good gig.
And in our previous conversation, you were telling me too that you came up with a soundtrack for Last God.
I did. Yeah, there's a lot of music in the story. Like the way Tolkien, Tolkien's whole world, Middle Earth, all came out of his creation of languages in World War I, right? So he just made up these. He was a student of language and of English specifically, and not just modern English, but Anglo-Saxon. And he came up with his own languages, and that's how he eventually wrote the story around that. with me, like if his way in was language, my way into the Last God and the Felspire Chronicles, the series that could potentially be there for Years One More, is all music. I feel like I was always very taken with Tolkien, the way that he created stories within his stories, where his each novel that he did had little folk tales and songs and rhymes and riddles and all those things, just made the whole world seem much more, everything seems so much older and more real and rich because of all the culture that he put into it. And I really admired those songs, and I wanted to do my own. And there are little recordings that you can find of him singing his own stuff, just him into a recording.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, not in a way that was meant to be consumed like real music, I don't think, but as a reference. Like there's, I don't know if it was on, I don't know what kind of technology he was using to record it, if you're just doing it into somebody's little voice recorder or what, but yeah, you can find recordings of him singing a couple of those songs. And it's so cool, man. It's like you're seeing history being made,
Yeah.
So yeah. And so I wrote these songs to put into Last God. I wanted to put one into every single issue. There were a couple issues where it didn't, it was feeling a little shoehorned in, so I didn't always put one in every single issue. But in most of the issues, there's a original song in there, sometimes from different cultures within the world and all that, to show the differences, to illustrate the differences between the cultures, but also the lyrics often will have little hints about events that led to the story too. Yeah, it's a way to kind of cheat in some world building without exposition, and that was the same thing with the Warlords of Appalachia for Boom Studios. I wrote a lot of mountain music for that book, and again, the lyrics were like little cheats to give a little glimpse behind the curtain.
That's excellent, Philip, honestly. And I was just talking to Dave Gibbons earlier this week about his Vertigo book, The Originals. And it's kind of a tribute to his days in the early 60s being a mod. And if, the mods were the scooter guys that were.
Right. Yeah, we spoke about that a little before, I think.
Yes, I'm sure we did. And I forgive me, I'm bringing it up for.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's
for the audience,
cool.
As much as for us and everything. No, and literally, yeah, it was. I always bugged him about got to put up a playlist, man, of mod music. Yeah, so I love that. I mean, truly, this is what's exciting about this era of comics. That there are these kinds of opportunities, as mundane as even just creating a list on, playlist on Spotify or something. These are the songs that inspired this story to actually creating original music. I just think the opportunities are amazing, and that's why it's great to have somebody like yourself that actually can go beyond cherry picking some music and playing songs, but to really create your own music like that. That's outstanding. That's amazing.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a fun perk.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's something that I know not everyone does in their work, so it's something that I try to embrace and try to let it, give my work a little bit more of a voice.
That's outstanding. Tell me about the Appalachian book more, the Boom book.
Oh, Warlords of Appalachia. Yeah, I'm very proud of that one. It's Warlords of Appalachia that came out in October 2016, like right before the last election, and
oh wow,
it takes place after the Second American Civil War, and Kentucky has become an occupied nation within U.S. borders. So it's like another civil war has happened. The secessionists have lost again, but Kentucky did not acknowledge U.S. sovereignty even after that. So it becomes like the Afghanistan of the American South.
Wow.
And is occupied by the U.S. military within U.S. borders. We follow a former Kentucky National Guardsman who's, by that point, those are the traitors by that point. And he and his son live in this little, former mining town, and it's occupied like everywhere else. And his son is taken away, and he kind of falls ass backwards into a revolution. He accidentally sparks a revolution and becomes the first feudal warlord of the Appalachian Mountains.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a really fun story. It's meant to kind of, the subtext, if you can even call it subtext, it's the text is to kind of shine a light on the political divisions that were just starting to get really deep back then.
Yeah, getting started, and look where we are now. Jesus, I know. A little tamer ask is about What does the military think of your comic book writing? Do they know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're well aware. I guess they would know now if they didn't before. But yeah, they've been.
You got a lightning spot of explaining to you, Mister.
Yeah, turn this thing off. Yeah, they've been great. They've been really supportive. I mean, I have to ask permission sometimes to do something. Like I have to take leave to do signings or conventions or whatever. But I try not to miss, legit work. Like I'll have to miss rehearsals sometimes, but I try not to miss like an actual, performance or any kind of official duty thing. But they've always been really great. And in fact, I got to do the DC Writers Workshop early on. I'd already done one book at DC by that point. I had done an Aquaman. What started out as a 2-issue Aquaman inventory thing. For those who don't know, DC does these inventory issues where, I mean, DC's got to have, there's got to be a Justice League book on the shelf every month.
Every month?
Hell or high water. So if the creative team falls behind or if something happens, they want spare stuff that they can plug in case of emergency, in between arcs or whatever they need to do. So they try to have a couple of books in the can. So I wrote as kind of it's very commonly kind of a tryout thing where if editors like a certain creator, they'd be like, hey, would you want to do an inventory for us, kind of see how the process goes. And that's how I started at DC. Brian Cunningham, who was at Justice League at the time as an editor, reached out. He liked Last Sons of America. And we did 2 issues of Aquaman that ended up becoming an Aquaman annual a couple of years ago. And around the same time, we got an opportunity to be part of the writers' workshop. Brian was like, you got to think about doing the writers' workshop. It'd show your work to more editors here. I was like, I don't think I can do it because the writers' workshop was a weekly class that you did with Scott Snyder every Wednesday for 2 or 3 hours for like 13 weeks or something. Wow. And I was like, and pre-COVID, we tour a lot. And I was like, no way can I make every week. Yeah. I didn't even consider putting in for it because I just don't see that working out. But he was like, no, put in. Like if you got to miss one, they'll work around it. And so I worked out the math. It was like if they let me miss one class, I think I can do it. But I still had to get out of one concert as well at work. And so I really don't like asking off for stuff like that. But I did ask. I was like, hey, I have this opportunity to do this really cool thing at DC. And they were like, do it. It's totally fine. I mean, we have people missing things for, weddings or whatever. They were so cool about it. Very supportive. So, and actually lately, Big Army, like not just my unit, but like capital A Army has been really interested in my work and has been trying to tell people about, like, we've got this guy in the Army that writes goddamn comic books and has this whole other career that he enjoys. Basically trying to tell people you don't have to give up who you are and join. Like if you want to be in the Army, you can still do the things that you love. And there's other people that do this kind of thing too, that have that are in culinary arts, or they have a podcast they take very, very seriously, or some other kind of a business or competitive whatever. Like there's all these things that they do outside of their job that makes up who they are. And the Army is very interested in telling those stories. And so mine has been one of those.
That's excellent. And I'm not surprised. And that's where I was kind of going, asking you about that. I think that's wonderful. And again, it kind of shows the new attitude of the Army that, you can, like you said, be who you are. And literally be all you can be. That's fantastic. That's
right. Exactly.
That's the slogan, man, or it was.
Yeah.
I believe now it's the slogan, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's been Army Strong for a while, and now let's see. Shoot. Yeah, I'm gonna get in trouble.
You'll forgive me, but as a broadcaster, we would get so many syndicated programs, and the military, all branches, just spend a ton of advertising on. I mean, I worked at rock stations, so a lot of hey, here's a concert, it's you too, and there'd be these Army commercials, or there'd be Navy commercials, or whatever. So I would have to kind of take them from being so blandly syndicated and kind of customize them so they'd sound more like a local product.
Sure.
The station and stuff. So
Mhm.
yeah, man, no, I've heard many a military advertisement and stuff. So
I'm
and
sure.
my older brother was a Navy guy as
Oh,
well.
cool. Right on.
Stuff. Yeah, yeah. So no, man, I think it's great, and it makes sense that they would kind of lean and say, hey, look again, like you said, look what this guy's doing, and he's still giving us his military career. How many years have you been in?
15.
Wow, that's great, man.
I know. It's been a minute.
Wow, yeah, it's been a minute. Holy shit, that's fantastic, man. And
Thank you.
yeah, no, that I really think that's amazing. I think you're the first career military guy that's doing comics. I mean, certainly we had our World War II veterans, and you've got the Kirbys and the like.
Right.
That's Stanley, obviously, as well. You know,
I need to double check, but I did some looking around, and I think when I got the Superman job, I was so stoked, and I looked at. I don't think anyone else has written Superman while active duty since Jerry Siegel, which was super cool because they drafted him, and I'm not the authority that you are, or like Paul Levitt or whatever can speak more to this kind of thing, but he was drafted while he'd already created Superman, and then got drafted after that, but he still had books coming out, and I think his name is still on those books for a while. And his job in the Army, he was primarily a writer. He was writing for Stars and Stripes in Hawaii, I think. I think he was stationed in Honolulu.
Wow.
And I want to say he was still sending in scripts during that time.
I think you're right. And also, I know, I only know this because I watched the DC 75th anniversary documentary, but the writer that created the original Sandman, the Golden Age Sandman, I know was killed in World War II, and I can't remember which. Oh my
God!
But it's amazing. His handful of 8-page stories were what Matt Wagner adapted for Sandman Mystery Theater and turned into the longer arcs and stuff like that. And I just love that connection, and that's one of the reasons why I loved that amazing series, Sandman Mystery Theater, back in the 90s. I don't know if you've ever read that.
No, I don't think I have, actually. I'm sorry to say.
No worries. I mean, it's very Vertigo-esque, and it's great because it's pre Golden Age Superman, and literally, like, they make Wesley Dodds, the original Sandman, like one of the original costumed heroes. And at the time, only the Crimson Avenger was also around in this kind of reconfiguration of the Golden Age, and it's terrific. It's excellent. Oh, that's funny. All right, Ed, I didn't see that. I guess
I saw that. The guy, he threw up the new Army slogans. Yeah.
Warriors wanted, what's your worry? That's fantastic. All right.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. You're correct, Ed. Thank you. I forgot about that.
That's great. No, man. And again, back to what you're doing right now on the comic book side. You got a Batman thing coming up.
I do. Yeah. They have started up coming out of Death Metal. One of the cooler things that came out of the original Metal series I liked a lot was Tales of the Dark Multiverse. So those stories were really cool. Of course, Metal introduces the Dark Multiverse, like these kind of twisted mirror versions of the multiverse worlds that we've seen.
Yeah.
And it just opened up this whole new when I read that in the original, I was like, oh my God, all the things I would love to do. Like you started thinking about all these new opportunities to tell awesome stories. And I mean, at the time I was thinking more of all these I was thinking of the Dark Knights that come out of that story and all these other twisted Batman that could be out there and ones that I would love to do. And then they start telling some of those. And there was the Great Batman one that Kyle Higgins and Scott did. And they did the Crisis book, and those were great. So coming out of Death Metal, they wanted to do more. And Dave Walgaz and Ben Abernathy reached out to me about doing the first one of this batch, the Batman one. So they were doing a spinoff of Batman Hush, like a darker version of Batman Hush. And I was so stoked to do that. I mean, when that book was coming out, I didn't see it until I got back into comics, but Jim Lee on Batman was such a cool thing. I grew up reading him on X-Men. So seeing Jim Lee do Batman and Jeff Loeb, of course, was such a cool book. So doing a new take on that now. The take that we're doing with Batman Hush is we're seeing a world where imagine a Gotham where there's never been a Batman. And we're up to present day. And imagine all the events that we've seen in Gotham that Batman has been there to deal with. Imagine them happening without Batman there. So we're seeing a Batman now we're seeing a Gotham with no Batman, and then suddenly Batman appears. What would happen? So we're seeing Thomas Elliot from Hush in a very different context. We're seeing Batman in a different context. We don't know who he is. We're seeing a world where, the Court of Owls and Ra's al Ghul's plans for Gotham and No Man's Land, all that stuff happened without Batman being around. So what would that world look like? It's kind of a wonderful life set up, but in Gotham and super dark.
Yeah, man. No, this is honestly, I missed Elseworlds kind of, I think, ran away from its original concept. And we were really getting like, all right, it's Batman in the Civil War. That's really all the difference. It's like, all right, like slow down. It's like, let's wait for the good ideas. And I do think that metal and death metal have given us this opportunity to really do explore these ideas and stuff. So that sounds great. When does that come out?
November. The exact date escapes me, but it's coming out in November.
Okay. We're getting interesting comments from around the world, and greetings from Chile. I think
great.
Excellent Superman, and especially Batman from his old works. That's awesome.
Oh, man. Thanks so much, Victor. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, man. That's cool.
Well, judge me on my own merit here soon.
That's awesome, man. No, I'm really excited. What, again, so how many years have you been writing DC stuff now?
The Aquaman came out, I want to say, in 2018. Okay. I wrote it. I would have written it in 2017 because it sat in the can for a little while before they actually used it.
Okay.
But I want to say 2018 it hit shelves. So yeah, and then I did a few anthology stories, and now this Batman thing. So yeah.
No, I don't know. And again, especially at that level of writing, and I don't mean that in a condescending way, but I'm interested in DC pre and post Dan DiDio, and if you've noticed any changes with the projects you've gotten, and is there? I mean, I'm not looking for dirt. What I'm looking for is there any sort of different editorial idea or direction? And again, I'm not looking for spoilers or anything like that, but just kind of a general sense working in the company, how things have changed.
Honestly, I hate to not answer questions, and I'm going to be very honest here. I have seen change. I mean, it's during Dan's time, I'm told he was very involved in a lot of the stories that were told, and he had such a strong passion for DC stories, for DC characters. He just loved DC books like nobody I've ever met or heard of. And he has very strong opinions about how stuff should be, and was very involved in the editorial process for it too. He wanted to know what everyone was doing, and really wanted to shepherd all those characters himself. And now there's it seems like everyone in the editorial offices and the creators as well have been kind of creatively, like there's just a lot more creative sharing between the different departments and between the editors and the creators, and everyone just seems really just invigorated, and there's all this creativity happening right now. It's more just, what's the word? It's not exactly like they were fettered before, but now they are just really trying stuff out, I guess is the word. Like there's a lot of creativity and experimentation happening, and a lot of ideas. As you know, Dan was very involved in 5G, and yes. I can't say firsthand, I'm told he was kind of the driving force behind 5G. And for viewers who don't know, 5G was in theory going to be this thing where the timeline was kind of like splintered, and Wonder Woman was a character who was going to appear in the World War I era, and that was like her time, and like that's when she was around. And then Justice Society comes, and then Batman, Superman. I'm not sure the exact calendar of how it would have played out, but like
the big totems, absolutely.
Yeah, here's where Batman and Superman showed up, and after they were around, then Justice League happened, and then this other thing happened, and now here's Flash, and now in modern day, Batman and Superman are now older. Now we have new Batman and Superman, or maybe that would be in the future. I'm not sure. And that's so everyone you wouldn't be seeing Batman because, in real life, of course, Batman showed up in the 30s, and now he's still around right now. So you've got to do some retconning or some massaging of timelines. And post 5G, that would have all gone away, and it would have been like, here's when Wonder Woman was in her prime, here's when she becomes a goddess or whatever, and that would have been very set. That is, that all changed, and there were all these great ideas. And again, I'm talking, I didn't have a seat at that table. I'm still kind of the new guy, so I don't really, if I'm getting anything wrong or right, it's purely because I'm just kind of speculating. But there were so many great ideas that came out of that, that we wanted to explore. And so we're doing some of that with Future State, and other things will be explored down the road. Some things that you'll see in my Superman Worlds of War story were things that we had talked about, potentially spinning out of 5G. So now it's just a very different scene. It's a very different way of exploring the stories. It's all very free to experimentation and just trying things out and having a great time telling great stories with new creators.
Well, and honestly, this sounds very much like what was happening with the Ultimate Universe, 20 and 15 years ago. And then even 10 years ago, introducing somebody like Miles Morales. And, there is a possibility that the right story will click, and maybe we will see a new Batman alongside Bruce Wayne. Because I think, and again, this is all me saying this now. I always got to put the qualifier on that. I don't want to speak for Philip. I'm speaking for myself. But when 5G was introduced, I think the concern from readers was, wait a minute, you can't fight the world. I mean, Clark Kent is Superman. Bruce Wayne is Batman. You can introduce new people, but really at the end of the day, don't you want, whatever the zeitgeist of the public is? Again, using the example of Peter Parker and Miles Morales, there's room for both. And it's really been this amazing, I think, revelation of anyone can be Spider-Man. And that was always existing with Peter Parker. But I think Miles really reinforced that idea, and both can represent Spider-Man in their own way. So it's good to hear that what was planned for 5G has morphed into Future State. And I think it's a great story opportunity alongside the continuing adventures of, everybody right now. I mean, I'm going to talk to James Tynan next week. And obviously Bruce Wayne's going through a lot of crazy stuff right now. It's going to be interesting to see how long that status quo changes. Brian Bendis obviously revealing, God, it's almost been a year now since Clark Kent revealed his identity, and Brian's wrapping his run on Superman. It's going to be interesting to see what sticks and what doesn't. I mean, and again, it'll be interesting.
The stuff that I do in Worlds of War spins completely out of what Bendis did with his Superman run. So especially the Clark Kent revelation, we're not just going to be seeing Clark in space. We're also going to be seeing Earth. We're going to be seeing Smallville specifically as well. Like what is the world like? What does Smallville look like after
the reveal?
The reveal. Yeah. Like years down the road.
That's cool. That's fantastic.
It's cool. It's really cool following Bendis, man. Like it's just for Worlds of War, but it's having read his work, reading New Avengers when I got back into comics again was so awesome. I wasn't really reading Avengers back in the day. And so getting to know these characters, basically through New Avengers and then kind of catching up, on what had come before that was really great. I really love his writing. Powers was another one of the things that I discovered early on when I got back into it. And so boning up on all of his Superman work to get ready for Worlds of War was really, really fun and rewarding.
That's cool. And again, as a younger reader than me, certainly, when I grew up, in fact, Mark Miller and I were just talking about this in the previous hour, about growing up, and we would read those 100-page spectaculars from the 70s that would have a brand new story, but also would have stories from the Silver Age and even the Golden Age and stuff. So, I mean, I read
some of those too. I know it was like technically before my time, but my first DC comics were second and third hand. Like Dad would come home with boxes of ripped up books.
Sure.
And so I'm reading some of these really old, I had tons and tons of Kurt Swan stuff, and
that's great.
Yeah, it was cool. So you'd see the Batman Family, whatever, and it was like a bunch of books together, or the spectacular books that you're talking about.
Yep.
So it is kind of cool to be doing, like, the Worlds of War is going to be very much like those old, the Batman Family or World's Finest, the things where you'll see you get a Batman story, but also another one of Batgirl fighting, Benedict Arnold or whatever, and Robin fighting whoever, like all these different chapters. This is Worlds of War is very much like that, where you're going to get stories of Clark, but also another one of Guardian and another one of Mr. Miracle and another one of, Supergirl or whoever.
So Guardian, again, this is a future story. So is this a new Guardian?
Yes.
Wow. That's great. Now, I'm assuming you're not writing that feature.
I'm not doing that one. That one, I believe, is Sean Kelly. Excuse me, Sean Lewis. God, I'm the worst.
No. And I'm catching you on the spot and everything. No, it's cool. No, but I'm fascinated by this idea, and also getting back to the Bronze Age stuff you might have read, and even maybe Silver Age stuff. One of my favorite writers of Superman was Elliot Maggin, and he and Carrie Bates were kind of the two, and Marty Pasco too. Shame on me. My dear friend that passed away this year. But I love that era of Bronze Age stories. And it's funny when you said that we're going to see what Smallville is like in the future. Elliot wrote these two incredible paperback novels, and they're actually available now. One is called Last Son of Krypton, and one is called Miracle Monday. And they were made around the time of the Richard Donner, Christopher Reeve first movie.
Oh, sweet.
And because at first they were hoping to do the adaptation like movies always did and still do, for that matter. But there was some sort of rights issue that they couldn't do it. So Elliot instead was commissioned to write two original Superman novels, and they're set in the Bronze Age. And it's so fantastic because it's the Daily Planet with Steve Lombard and Jimmy and Lois and everybody, and it's hilarious. It's fantastic, and it's great because it really was this adult. Not adult in a salacious way, but it was meant to be a mass paperback for adults to read. Huh. And it's great. It's outstanding. There's another one, I want to say Tom DeHaven was the guy who wrote it, and it's called It's Superman, and it's kind of a Superman year one, and it's set in 1938.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's a great novel, and you really get inside Superman's head. So it's just, I was wondering if any other sort of past Superman writings, you've come across that may be informed, how you see what's going on in Superman's head.
The biggest, as far as who Superman is and what's going on in his head, I would credit some newer versions where it's not new, but I really love Mark Waid's take on the character. His stuff just has, you get this when you watch the Christopher Reeve movies, you just get this feeling, at least I did. Maybe it's just because I'm, my age when I was watching it, but as a little kid watching Superman and seeing the credits roll over my head and that music is playing, and Christopher Reeve he just exudes Superman. That to me is who Superman is. He just always does the right thing, and it's not just about his power that he wields. It's about the compassion he shows people and like how the kindness he treats everyone with. And even with the bad guys, he's firm, but he's not a jerk. I don't know. He's just so true, and he's just the best. And Mark Waid's voice on Superman kind of captures that too. I love him on Kingdom Come, but I also love him in, oh my God, the one where he goes to Africa. What's that arc? Birthright's so great. As far as my take on Worlds of War, I was actually very inspired by Superman 400, that the anthology from way back, actually, which I have right next to me here. I've been looking over this. Superman 400 is this anthology of stories by various creators. There's also a lot of single images, like covers inside the like pinups inside the book. There's one by I guess Frank Miller did a story in there. There was a Steve Ditko pinup. There's a Mobius pinup. Let's see, I think Shaken did the cover. It's an amazing book. And even as a kid reading it, when you're used to seeing comics in kind of the house style where everything looks not the same to the trained eye, but to a kid, you have a kind of an art style you expect to see. And that book completely turned that on its head, and every story looked wildly different. I think the same writer wrote them all, but they feel every story was felt very different, and the art styles were every take was just such a different thing. This is Superman from different periods of time. You see him way in the future. You'd see him in the past. You see people's takes on him. It was just. I think I heard Bendis describe it as like Superman as art, and that was my first time seeing Superman as art in a way that was different than what I was used to seeing. It was like an art house kind of story. And Worlds of War, there's a thing in there that very much pays homage to Superman 400, where you see what Superman means to other people, to different people.
Exciting, man. That's fantastic. And yes, I agree with you. I think that's really a great landmark comic. And I believe, and forgive me because I heard you saying the creators that were involved. Did you mention Steranko?
I did not mention it, but I do remember that pic that was in there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was a picture. I mean,
he drew. Did he draw the last story? Like there was one that
was really kind of abstract, and I thought that was the Steranko. Oh, there you go. You got it right there. Attaboy.
We're gonna solve
you
this
are
right
killing
now.
me. I'm gonna throw up a couple comments that people are saying right now. Elliot Smaggins' Kingdom Come novelization is top notch. So good, added detail to the world. I completely agree. And some of these new Superman DC Future State books, in addition to the monthly miniseries and one-shots, are being classified as oversized. Is that in scale format or length?
I'm sorry. Can you throw it up one more time?
Sure. They're wondering, I guess, that the books are going to be oversized, the Future State books. Yes. And they're not going to be treasury editions. They're going to be anthologies.
To my knowledge, the format is not going to be larger, like oversized. I think it's going to be like longer page count. I don't. However, I could be wrong, but I've not heard anything about it being larger.
No, I think that's exactly it.
And you're right. So, the Steranko.
Yes, and it's so funny. Yeah, exactly.
And you see Superman basically it's like a House of L thing where you see where his line goes for the centuries that follow.
Absolutely.
And how his legacy becomes the legacy of mankind. It's really cool.
Superman is art. Absolute description. Phil, we're under the gun for time, so I'm going to wrap up and thank you very much. Very excited about Superman Future State. Very excited about what you're doing with Marvel Zombies, wrapping up in November, and whatever this mysterious other horror project coming up from Marvel.
Can't wait to talk about it, man. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Well, then we'll be talking about it on Word Balloon in the weeks and months ahead. And as always, great chatting with you. Thank you very much for your time.
You too, John. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Bye. Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy. Philip Kennedy Johnson. I just want to point out at the top of the hour, we're going to have Terry Moore, and that's going to be a great conversation with Terry Moore and Amy Dallin. Then right after that, a great one-on-one with Louise Simonson and Christy Blanche. Looking forward to that conversation. Spies Like Comics following that at 4 Eastern. Great look at spy comic books. My buddy Rob Meyer Burnett will be moderating that. And then 5 o'clock, Valiant, Exo Man of War with Dennis Hallen telling us about his plans for Exo Man of War. Then we got the Ringo red carpet from 6 to 8. And the Ringo Awards tonight featuring Kevin Smith and Jeff Johns and a host of others. I hope you'll join us. Stick around. Make sure you check the schedule, BaltimoreComicConLive.com, and check out the panels you want. But we got a lot of great stuff coming up. Thanks a lot, everybody, for watching. Everybody take care. We'll see you on the next panel I'm doing very soon.
to the next exciting panel for Baltimore Comic-Con Online. My name is Amy Dallin. I talk comics all over the internet, wherever possible. And today I am thrilled beyond belief to get to introduce the man who wrote the book on love and thrills in comics. Please welcome Terry Moore.
Hi, what a great introduction. Thank you.
It's so very nice to meet you.
Thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I've been doing my own TerryCon sort of this weekend as well. So I've been doing panels on Instagram and Facebook and doing Baltimore at the same time. It just feels like a real Comic-Con weekend.
If you're getting enough sleep, it's not a convention, right?
Right.
Well, first off, for anyone watching this who might not be familiar with Terry Moore's incredible body of work yet, I actually stole my intro quote a little bit from my favorite pull quote about your work, which is from the back of the Strangers in Paradise Pocket Edition, when Neil Gaiman said, "What most people don't know about love, sex, and relations with other human beings would fill a book. Strangers in Paradise is that book."
Man, I've been living off that quote forever.
But of course, Strangers in Paradise is an incredible work, but you have also added to that, you're branching out into all kinds of different genres. You are a titan of self-publishing. I want to get into as much of it as possible. And if you're watching this, I hope that you have a lot of questions as well, because if you start preparing them, you could throw up question before it in the chat if you want. We have someone who's going to be watching out and collecting those, and you can ask your questions to Terry Moore when we get to that portion of the panel.
I'm not afraid. Go ahead.
Well, first off, just to get that out of the way, what would be the scariest question someone could ask you?
Oh, what's next? Right?
Well, I'm definitely going to ask that one.
Fortunately, I have an answer this time.
Excellent. So I'd like to start actually at the beginning, if we could, because I was very interested to find that you came to the world of comics having tried some other forms of art or incorporating those. You came from the worlds of music and from film, and I think you can see that in a lot of your work, but why comics?
It was something that I was, even as a little child, itty bitty, I had sketchbooks. I have a sketchbook in my archives right there from when I was about 8 years old. So it's just something I love doing. And I tried the music business and it wasn't really a great fit. And then I went to the editing, like you said. And after a while, editing is about creative by committee. So I wanted to be more solo with my ideas and not have to talk 100 people into it. So I thought about, what can I do? And I remembered my cartooning, my love for cartooning. I'd been doing it at nights anyway, but just about that time is when I discovered self-publishing movement. There was this big movement in the early 90s, and I saw these other people doing it, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to try that. And boom, here I am.
So from my perspective, at least, it seems like you were one of the pioneers of self-publishing, and you are going on 30 years there, right?
I'm technically not. If you go back into your ancient history book, right after the Egyptian dynasty, there was this first Brat Pack wave that had 6 to 8 people in it. And you know what? Neil Gaiman was part of it for a short time because he was brand new to DC Vertigo. But he ran with that pack, and it was Jeff Smith and Dave Sim and Colleen Duran and Charles Vess and a lot of people. That's the group I saw that inspired me. And that was like 1992. And then I came in 93 or 94, and they're the ones who encouraged me. I would go talk to them at a show and I'd say, how do you do that? And they were very generous with their time. And they, Jeff Smith especially took me under his wing and said, here's how I do it. Here's my printer. Here's what you got to fill the orders, and they pulled me along. So thank you to them, the first generation. I'm the second generation X-Men.
It's a good generation. You're Wolverine and Storm,
There you go.
So what has changed in that? I mean, what hasn't changed? But looking back now, jumping into it in 1993, what would surprise 1993 Terry Moore about where things have gone since then?
One thing that I knew would always be around is comics, because I'm old enough to remember comics going through the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. So even though every 3 years it looks like everything's going to end and be different, comics was always there somehow. So that's kind of what I was looking for. I wanted to be in an industry that would be here till I croaked. And I had a lot of faith in comics surviving whatever happens, you know. I still have that faith. I still think that one way or the other, there will always be cartoonists making stories, and one way or the other, we'll see them. So what I did not expect, because it had never happened before, was that nowadays we have a way to make a comic and share it directly to your audience. That didn't exist in 93. In 93, you really did have to go to the building in New York and talk an editor into it, and they had to talk other people into it. So you had to have, you know, there were those obstacles. And that's why there were, I think that the people that were being published was a much smaller pool. And now the people being published is, you know, do it yourself. Why wait? Why do you need a middleman? And that is the surprise for me. When I started, the internet had just kind of kicked in, and people like
we had some Usenet, you know, we had some mailing lists.
There was CompuServe.
Mm-hmm.
There was a thing called that, and that's where I first talked to people like Neil Gaiman and Bill Willingham when they were very first working. And Frank Miller was very accessible. He was all over the place. So early days, you know, and you think, okay, we still got to go to the DC office and talk somebody into it. And now you don't.
Now, eventually, I want to circle back to your major works, but since you happen to bring it up, you did either get talked into or talk someone into playing around with some superheroes in some wider worlds, and on what happens to be you have great comics and you have great taste. Birds of Prey and Runaways, two of my all-time favorite series. If you could maybe briefly talk about what was that period about? Were you just trying out different things, or scratching an itch, or did someone just come along with an offer you couldn't refuse?
Well, all that, I really do love comics, and I was always really keeping up with what everybody else was doing. I was a big fan of those books that you mentioned, and their creators, especially the writers. And the like, for instance, the Birds of Prey, that just kind of was one of those things where the DC office used to be about 30 people that we all knew. So you would have conversations with people, the editors, and they would say, why don't you try this, you know? And you can squeeze it in between your schedule. And you would talk about it for a year, and then the time would come and you would take your shot, you know, you would do a book. That's why we all used to really love going to conventions, because the editors would be there and you could shake hands and have a Coke with Karen Berger, you know, or whoever, and actually talk about ideas. And they would say, you know, I've had this on the desk for a long time and I'm looking for the right person. Would you be interested? So it really was that, you know, that friendly. And that was kind of how, DC style, that's how Birds of Prey happened. Just an invitation, and said yes. And then I did some books for Marvel. That was the thing that I did was the Runaways. Brian K. Vaughan was going to leave, and then Joss Whedon did a little run on it, and they were looking for somebody to kind of do a run after that. And I think it was just kind of to close it out. And I love that book, so I said yes. And what I think it timed out so that it was right after I finished Strangers in Paradise, this long run, and I wanted to do something else for a year, and that was what did that. So I did that, and I called up on the phone in the morning and said, I talked to Joe Quesada, and I said, you know, I want to do something else for a few months. Do you have anything that, you know, that I might be able to fill in on? And he said, let me check, I'll call you back. And he called me back that afternoon and offered me that, Runaways, but he also offered me Spider-Man Loves Mary Jane. So I got 2 books in one call. And I didn't want to turn either one down, so I said, yeah. And I took on 2 books at once. And I actually loved doing the Spider-Man Loves Mary Jane because it was the cast in high school, which is my favorite period. where you still have Gwen Stacy and Flash and Liz and all that and Harry. And I loved it, just loved it. It was a great experience. And they're all nice people.
And you said in an older interview that Spider-Man was the character that you identified with most. Did that get to scratch that itch a little bit?
Yes, it did. And well, I loved him as a kid and as a teen because he was us. He was, you know, he was in high school when all this stuff happened in my version, the one I read. And so I could relate to being a teenager and going home and take your shoes off to your socks and climb up on the ceiling for the first time and think, oh my God, I really can't stick to the ceiling, you know? And I just like that aspect, that reality aspect of it. And then he had to go get on a bus or a train and then go from Queens into Manhattan to go find Trouble. And then after he finished Trouble in Manhattan, he would have to take the subway back to Queens, you know?
I think
all this.
as a kid reading that, I don't think I really fully processed like how much distance there was between those points of like he has to get on a subway or something. How does that work?
Before I ever went to New York, I just thought he lived in Manhattan somewhere, you know, and everybody lived in Manhattan.
Yeah,
I didn't realize they were commuting in. So you actually have to get on the subway and go into town and look for Trouble. And I just thought that was so funny.
So I think for your independent works, let's start at the very end. Did you always have in mind something like 5 years that would bring together all of these disparate worlds in your work? Was that a secret master plan, or were you just like, what would happen if we did this?
You know, my journey, it looks like if I was a car and you were following me down the road, it looks like I'm making all the correct turns and we're just going right to our destination. But inside the car, it is chaos. The maps are flying. The internet won't work. Where do we go? Where do we go? You missed it. You know, that's me. I kind of started out with this really small core cast in Strangers in Paradise. And then I had a vision that, you know, I'd have these two opposite girls, and through the course of the story, they would change to the other, be more balanced. They start off polar, they get more balanced. And then by the time I finished that story, it was so long and I had such a big cast, I thought, I have people living all over the country now in Strangers in Paradise. That's my core cast. So the next story, I wrote it in California, and I thought, well, surely there's somebody in California that I can, like, you know, nudge. And by the end of the story, there was, you know. And then the next book, wherever I went, there was an SIP character. And I just began thinking about the science fiction writer Harlan Ellison. Not Harlan, bless his heart, I love him. Robert Heinlein. Mm. Robert Heinlein had all these books, and he got about halfway through his career, and he decided, these all fit together. And if he used his one main character, Lazarus Long, as the golden thread, he could tie it all together into one big Harlan. I keep saying Harlan, into one big Heinlein verse.
Harlan Heinlein sounds like the superhero name that
Harlan
the combo
Heinlein.
character would have. Yeah,
that's not easy to say, Harlan Heinlein. And then Stephen King did the same thing. You know, he did Dark Tower and wrapped it all together. So it was just kind of one of those things that happens when you get a lot of it on the table, and you think, you know what, this actually does all happen in the same era, our time, current time, and they're just in different towns. What if they all do this, you know? So you just find a good national, global reason to bring them together.
It was a good reason.
I feel like I have this ensemble acting class, you know, and they can play any role and they'll come in and take over this, you know, let's do this year, let's do this next year.
That's actually, I love that you put it that way, because one of the things that I love so much in your work is that it does feel like seeing characters who are real people growing across time, but played by actors that you recognize, their style, the way they deliver lines, the facial acting in your art. It very much felt like watching like a reunion series where they brought the casts back from your other favorite shows. So this is a big question, but what would you describe as the Terry Moore approach to story? How are you synthesizing all of those elements into comic book storytelling?
My number one rule is the more people know, the more they care. So I have consciously thought about this, that I wanted to, after having done an editing career where everybody wanted to be in at the right moment of action, stop at the last moment of action, get out. I wanted to get there early and leave late in the comic, because a minute before everybody else came into the room was a very interesting conversation. And then when we all leave the room, they say more stuff, and that's the stuff you really want to know what they said. And I thought, I'm going to do Strangers in Paradise that way. I'm going to go ahead and invest the page time, it takes several pages, to watch them just chat casually first. And then the problem enters the room, so that you know a little more about them. You know what they think about hot fudge sundaes and eating cereal at midnight, and maybe they're struggling with a boyfriend or their mom's dog that won't shut up, or it's just all these little details in life that make you feel like you're there. You can relate to it. And then if I cut all that out, you would have basically just a John Wick movie. Suddenly, something crashes into the room. Everybody goes flying. They chase him. There's a big fight. Cut out immediately the minute something explodes. Well, that's fun to watch, but I don't know who it happened to, or what the backs. So the more you know, the more you care. And I spent the page time on it.
That laughter is me suddenly realizing how much I would watch a Kachu versus John Wick standoff.
Oh, John's going down. He's met his match.
So you knew when you started that you had this idea of two very different women who would come together sort of in terms of personality. So that element, you did know where you were going.
Mm-hmm.
How did you, because Strangers in Paradise starts in, if you've read a lot of long-running comics, folks in the audience, you know that a lot of times they take a long time to become what they are. But there are other books, oddly enough, like Spider-Man and Strangers in Paradise, where basically from page 1, things seem really clear. How did you arrive at Kachu and Francine? And how did it seem so well-formed at the beginning, even if we had no idea how much was coming for us in the journey that they would take?
Yeah, you know what? The shortcut to skip a lot of talking is if I tell you that my Francine and Kachu you could really get a good head jump on them if you just start with Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane. Right? Come on. Let's go back to what I was reading when I was 10. That's it. If you took Gwen Stacy, and she's the girl next door, the girl you asked to babysit your kids, the reliable, just look at her personality. And then look at Mary Jane, off the chain, wild. She's going to get into some trouble in her 20s. I just took that and expanded it and updated it and made it more extreme. If I look at it now.
Did you know you were doing it at the time?
No. At the time, I thought I was doing Jennifer Connelly and Christina Applegate. That was my casting call. And I just thought there were a couple of movies where Jennifer Connelly played the girl next door, like in Rocketeer. And then Christina Applegate, as Kelly in Kelly Bundy, was just, you knew that whatever she stayed out late every night, and whatever she was doing, it was up to no good. And we know these two people in school. We have friends like this in school, and I always knew two girls like that in school. And then when you hit your 20s, you still know them, but it's different. But I really just kind of pulled back to my teenage years to think about those archetypes, and especially in my first career as a musician, when I was in bands working clubs every night. there was a bartender who tended to work all the bars in town, and she was very Kachu-like, and she had a funny name, but she was built just like her, and she had black hair, and we all liked her, and we all gave her respect and space, and she was just very cool. And I think probably that if you mix all this together, you've got the recipe.
Absolutely. One thing you do, interestingly, based on I can definitely see, and you put references in the book to the Jennifer Connelly side of Francine. But one thing I want to bring up, just as a reader of your works, not to put you on the spot, but you were clearly doing it on purpose. You spotlight different body types in your comics in a way that was very unusual in the early 90s and remains somewhat unusual now. I think things have sort of happy to say developed and grown in that area, but that was also in place right from the start. Did that come from experience in other genres, just your own personality, your interests? Much as I love Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane, you can basically copy paste them onto each other for a lot of things. As a Betty and Veronica fan, I will say I grew up on a lot of carbon copy women, and I love them very much, but it means that it hits like a hurricane when you pick up something like Strangers in Paradise for the first time. Was that intentional? Did you know how that would affect people, or were you just doing it because it seemed right?
No. By the time I started the first issue of Stranger in Paradise, I was a diehard feminist. I had, in the late 80s and early 90s, is when we started getting a new wave of female stand-up comedians. And they were so mad. Funny, but mad. And once I started listening, I began to get this imagery in my head, a new perspective. Instead of looking at life like a guy, I began to get on a neutral fence and look at guys and girls. And by the time it was over, I started Stranger in Paradise, I had this opinion that, well, I grew up in a house of women. I married immediately. I've been living with a woman all my life. And I know what it's like to hear the stories from them about all the affronts that come every single day. And it's like living on a planet full of predators. And you didn't ask for any of it. And you're just trying to be your best person and have your friends and have your life and your nest. And all this other shit comes in and you didn't ask for it. You didn't ask for people to stare at you. Back off. Stop. Leave me some space. And I began to get into that. Once I saw that, I couldn't unsee it. And so we have Kachu, who is very militant and very angry. But then we also have Francine, who has not started that transition, and she's getting all the crap. She's a very attractive person, but she did not ask for all this crap that comes with it. The baggage that comes with being attractive is almost not worth the price that you pay. And so that was the story I was giving her. And it was something for these guys to have conversations with her where they were, look how long it took for guys to take her seriously in the story, right? And by the end of Strangers in Paradise, she has found her footing. She's found her strength. You really see her tear into the ex-boyfriends and take the power back and all that. And she did it in a natural transition way where it was growth throughout the story. I mean, you can't do that in a miniseries. Thank God I had 100 issues to do it. But that was the most gratifying part, was watching these two women who were not balanced are, well-rounded. Kachu was too angry. Francine was too naive. You put them together, they kind of battle it out, and then they both come out on the other side as more rounded people that are going to have much happier lives from then on. So I wanted it all to have a happy ending. That's for sure.
And for which I would say we are all very grateful, because you don't pull punches on the heartbreak along the way. But And I'm sure it would have been an epic story had you gone in a different direction. But I happen to be personally glad that that was always the plan.
I was at first I was thinking it would be more traditional tragic love affair stuff, but then 9/11 happened about halfway through the run. And after that, I thought, no, everything I do from now on is going to have hope and happy endings, you know. So it changed my whole writing style. And post 9/11, I read about a man in Japan who survived the bomb. And he was an artist, and he spent the rest of his life dedicating himself to painting pictures that brought people peace and tranquility. And I thought, you know, that's how 9/11 affected all of us at the time.
It gives you a new value for peace. I'm loving some of these comments going by. The comments on Francine, the person who accurately pegged that my whole mood right now is I can't believe this is happening. Thank you so much. Please do keep. We will get to questions in maybe just another 10 minutes or so. But let's talk about once. I could talk about Strangers in Paradise forever, but you have added many new corners, and part of that it seems like has been maybe a desire to play with different genre stuff. When you get an awful lot of territory in just in Strangers in Paradise, but you've now taken on science fiction and horror. What has been the biggest challenge or the most fun one to discover in Echo and Motor Girl and Rachel Rising and your other work since then?
The biggest challenge, of course, is always doing something you're not immediately connected with. I mean, it's not something that comes easily. So that's a challenge. Like I would say doing the Motor Girl story. The Motor Girl is a story about a veteran who's done 3 tours, gets injured, comes back with PTSD, and has issues, and is trying to work it out. So it's a kind of a combination between Wizard of Oz, where you start off thinking this is just a goofy story, and then you realize everything means something. That versus, the Hurt Locker. If you mixed Wizard of Oz and Hurt Locker, you come up with this weird story.
Safely, we can say that's a sentence that's never been uttered, which is always a good reason to talk about something. But
that's what you hope for in a story pitch. A story pitch is a sentence that you've never heard before, and you go, "Ooh, yeah." So that was tricky, and I thought about it for a year before I started. And I remember having a conversation at New York Comic Con. I was walking the floor in Artist Alley, stopped to talk to somebody, and they mentioned something along those lines. And I said, I'm thinking about doing a story about PTSD. And this guy turns out to be a therapist in his day job. And we had a conversation about it. And there was a guy in Chicago that I see at every show. And he's a vet that came back. And he introduced himself to me. And he had written me a letter from the palace in Baghdad when the Marines got there, and said, I'm sitting in the palace and I'm reading your comic, and thank you for the distraction, the entertainment while we're here. Things are going well. And then years later, I meet him at Chicago Comic-Con, and he's rebuilding his life. But these guys, you can see it. They have seen things that we don't see. And, it affects you. And every time that guy left the table, I cried. And so I bring that home. And when it's time to sit here, that's all in my head, So that was a tough one. That really gutted me to make that story. But I feel so glad. I'm so glad that I made it. And then after I put it out, I did get letters from vets, who said, yeah. So.
I've met a lot of service members who are big comic book fans, and a lot of us who grew up as Army brats who ended up being comic book fans. There seems to be like there's a lot of crossover there, whether it's escapism or imaginations or superheroes. Obviously, explain a lot of it. But
I was born on an Air Force base, and so I'm very you guys, I'm so proud of you. So.
So let's see. I wanted to make sure that we do ask the scariest question that I can throw at you. What is next? Can you tell us a little about Ever and Serial before we get to the Q&A?
Yes. Where is Ever? Oh, it's right here.
Excellent. Oh my gosh!
This is Ever.
A Baltimore Comic-Con exclusive, I hope, just, or I'm declaring it. You can feel free to show everyone else anyway, but,
This is my cover, but you'll get a better cover. Look at that.
oh my gosh!
I know. That's a lot of drawing. But that's the one page I've been free to show.
Oh my goodness. Well, that certainly answers the question of you still work traditionally.
Yes, I do. All the lettering is on the pages. Here's a page from, what is this? This is Strangers in Paradise 25. And you can see that I do the old-fashioned way.
Oh my gosh.
Just because I love it. I mean, I want this piece of paper in my life, you know. I have this thing where I love the convenience of computers, but a JPEG is worthless. You know, so I have like 65 pages there that I will feed out into the world. But if I had 65 JPEGs, I couldn't sell them for a nickel. So that's why I still work traditional.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you have an incredible brush line, which I know a lot of folks can make that transition. And I certainly I think I have officially lost the ability to tell which way things are done because people and the technology is so good now that incredible work is coming out in multiple forms. But still nice to see.
Yeah. I feel like the last of it, you know, like one of those rare bears in the zoo or something. There's not, because things are hard. Like when I was on deadline and you're trying, and it's all due tomorrow and you have to make changes. Oh, what a pain. I'm getting out my little removable labels and an X-Acto knife. It's 1958 in here. And I cuss just like a 1958 guy when it's time, you know. And it would be so easy to put it in Photoshopping, you know. But yeah, I do some tweaking in Photoshop after I scan them, but I want the page to look as much like the book as possible. So yeah, you just put in the time, and it's very time consuming. But at the end of the day, I have these things, and they're like miniature paintings or illustrations for me. So you know, I like that. I like being able to go around, and you never know when you're going to walk into a Norman Rockwell somewhere, you know, and then you look at it and you think, wow, he made that in 1965, and there it is, and you can touch it, you know. That's cool. And I can't think of how many times I've scrolled past Norman Rockwell on the computer Google search, and I don't care. Blah, 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 blah.
They still get me, I will say, but it's
I
not,
look
it
at
isn't
them, but
the same.
yeah, you know, like, oh, okay, there's like 3,000 Norman Rockwells on the screen. That's cool. But if I see a real painting, like, whoa.
You're putting those artifacts out into the world.
Yes. I like Johnny Appleseed. Those are my little trees there. And they take on a life of their own. They go through owners like violins, you know. I tried to get them all out because every artist has in their biography, there's always a chapter about the studio fire, right?
Yes.
So you need to get all these out. There's a lot of people. The only reason we have like Van Goghs and things like that is because people took them away from them. So you have to get that art out.
I had never thought about that. There was a preservation angle to putting them all around the world in a million different little safe houses.
Yes. It's like a Terry virus. You'll never track it all down. Anyway, so I just finished it. And it's at the
Congratulations.
printer. Thank you. It's at the printer, and it comes out mid-November. And then in January, to answer your question, the serial is about this precious, darling little child called Zoe. Just the cutest little thing. You might want to have her over to your house to play with everybody. She's a 10-year-old serial killer, and she was introduced in Rachel Rising. And if you look at the first cover that's on the internet now, it'll kind of give you an idea of what Zoe's about. She's been in several of the books, and I would say that Kachu and Zoe are the two fan favorites out there.
I am very much looking forward to that. A serial killer story. Why? Just because she's fun, or because you wanted to try the genre, or mix of both?
Well, I'm not wired right, Amy. There's something defective going on in here. When I was doing my comic strips, just for myself at home, I was about to tell you about Lizzie Borden, but it actually starts before Lizzie Borden.
Okay.
When we were still in high school, we would go to the drive-in theater, and I remember the midnight showing was Reanimator. And we went and got a bunch of Jack in the Box tacos and French fries and went and sat on the hood of the car and watched Reanimator. And there's just so much blood in Reanimator, it just became hilarious. It was like a food fight in National Lampoon. I mean, they were just going to slip on it and swim through it and dive through it. It was just blood, blood, blood. And we laughed so hard that night. I don't know if it was the tacos or whatever that guy was smoking over there. But it was just hilarious. I think Reanimator is like one of the funniest movies ever made. It's a joke for me. And then later on, when I was cartooning, I'm so sorry I said that phrase, it's a joke. I don't ever want to use those kind of phrases anymore. The whole thing's a disaster, a joke. Years later, when I was doing comic strips, I said, I was reading about Lizzie Borden, and it's a terrible thing, and it happened in a small town. And for some reason, I got the idea to do a comic strip version of it. And so I did these comic strips where Lizzie Borden was very Victorian and her parents were Victorian. And she was walking around the house with an axe all the time in her hand. And she was about to pop. She was about to crack. So the strips were just about Lizzie before she cracks. I mean, she's just so, like a kettle steaming.
As a time bomb, yeah.
Yeah, time bomb. So that was the idea of, like, how do you approach a story about an axe murderer and get a comic strip out of it? And I did. So years later, I'm doing this story, Rachel Rising, about this scary town. And I knew that there would be a serial killer in town. Every time you watch a horror movie, the serial killer is the big ugly guy. The guy, that guy. The Leatherface, the recluse, the guy from Escape from the Asylum. It's always a guy. What if the scariest person in town, the most dangerous person in town was a 10-year-old girl? So it was me just kind of like miscasting on purpose. And that's how I got it. And once I started her kind of syndrome and explained how this could happen, she's not a normal 10-year-old girl. It just all kind of worked. You come up with these really bad ideas, and then all of your writing is trying to make it work.
At what point in the process of Rachel Rising did you realize you wanted to spin Zoe off into a story?
Not until it was time to start Ever. And then we were thinking, okay, I'm going to do Ever until November. What do you want to do in 2021? And I had been thinking about Zoe a lot. She's one of the most requested characters that I get for sketches. And
she's such a cute little thing.
There's nobody else like her, I feel, one of the things about cartoonists in comic strips is, can you think of a new way to draw a dog or a cat? And that's one of the challenges. If you come up with a new dog, like Mutts, the dogs in Mutts are different than the dogs in Peanuts. And so Mutts is like brilliant because he came up with a new dog. And so if I can come up with a character that's not a trope, hallelujah, right? So I don't know a lot of 10-year-old serial killers in fiction, so I'm glad to have one.
It's very exciting. How are you going to tackle that story with the mission of keeping hope in your stories?
Back to the Reanimator part. every time we're facing something scary like 2020, it's all about how you see it, right? There's a story where when I first started comics, I was afraid to fly. So every time I had to go to a convention, I would white knuckle it through the trip. And one time we were flying out to California, and I'm next to a guy, and I white knuckled the entire trip like this, worried about everything. And I think it was a little stormy and bumpy and everything I don't like. The guy next to me read a newspaper, then took a nap. And we got off the plane. We were disembarking, and I'm like a wreck. And he looks fresh as daisy. And I thought, we just went through the exact same flight experience. And look how I took it. Look how he took it. You know, we had two different experiences on the exact same flight. It was so stark. And so then when I come into things like a horror story, you'll notice that I always have somebody in the story that they're not impressed. They don't care. They're not that, you know, they're distracted by something else. They haven't finished dealing with their sandwich yet. I'll look at the corpse in a minute. I'm still making my lunch, right? So it's kind of like the same thing you would do with satire. If you were a Saturday Night Live writer and you have a lot of news that is very important to the nation, but you need to find a way to stick a pin in that balloon. That's what you're doing, you know. The guy who follows you around in the mall, in real life, that's a bummer. In a comic, you can turn that on that guy and you win this time. And that's the hope, right? I mean, that's the entertainment of it. So it's very gratifying to write that way, actually. You know, I like to take these left turns. Like, it looks like it's going to be the crash that we all fear, or the illness, or the stalker, or the bad boyfriend, something. And we get right up out there and then take a left turn, and you win this time. And that's where the hope is.
Oh, that's beautiful. With that note, I would love to hear if we have some audience questions. I have been monopolizing you for this panel, but if there are some things that you all would like to know. Troy from Maryland, Mr. T Dog, it looks like there has always been talk about turning Strangers in Paradise into a movie or series. Did you ever have a dream cast? Kachu, Francine, David, Freddie, Parker?
Yes, but the problem is that Strangers in Paradise has been around for quite a while, so my cast has aged out like 3 times. If you know, my original cast is all middle-aged now.
Think of it like theater. You can put it on every 10 years, and it'll win Best Revival.
Yeah. So the current day cast, I don't know, but the original cast was like we referred to. Maybe Christina Applegate and Jennifer Connelly and Freddie. There were several good Freddie candidates back in the day. I just ran across I saw a promotional ad recently, just like this week, from the cast for Gotham. And the black-haired lady that is on Gotham would be a fantastic Lilith in Rachel Rising. But she could also play Darcy Parker if that went first. So I'm always seeing people that I think, oh, you'd be so great, you know. But I don't know. We'll see. I hope something comes onto the screen in my lifetime. It'd be so nice to see it. If all this stuff comes on after I'm gone, I'll be so mad.
the great. I mean, you have already been very well discovered, but I'd like you to get your laurels while you can appreciate them. Yeah.
I'd like to watch it on the screen. But, you know, that can be a mixed blessing. You can think, oh, my God, I wish they hadn't made that embarrassment, right?
They might be like, we have a great idea. The ending's totally different. Here's what we're going to do. Everything blows up.
It's all about a boy and his dog. That's the classic script story.
White Whale Comics wants to know, was there a time when you finished an issue and just felt you absolutely nailed it? If so, what issue was it?
The last issue of Strangers in Paradise. I remember approaching those final pages for a few days. And then when I finished it, it was about 8 o'clock at night. And Robin knew I was about to finish. And when I got to the very last deal, she came in and took a photograph, and we marked the moment. But when I did the last pages of that, man, I had like a lump in my throat for a week. And I thought, oh, I'm getting sick. And then I realized, no, I've been on the verge of tears for a week. Because I'm a mush, very mushy inside. And I just kind of poured my heart into it. And I kept my playlist going, my beautiful soundtrack and all that. And God, what a week that was to finish that up. And when I finished it, I thought I had just spent like 12, 13 years on it. I just finished a 13-year project. You stand up and you think, that's the best band I've ever been in my life. I'll never repeat that. It was like being in the Beatles or something,
I think you made it longer than the Beatles, and not to be morbid about it, but
yeah, we ended on better terms.
You had a lot fewer coworkers to butt up against.
Yeah.
I am curious. Rick Butt has a question for Terry. Okay, if he hasn't already said, who are some of your own favorite indie comic creators?
Oh man, that's a long list. Though, oh wow. Yeah, we'd have to just go through my bookshelf right there. But there they are. I like all those
Very
guys.
nice.
I like all those guys. No, I think I like Katie Cook, and I've been friends with Jeff for a very long time, Jeff Smith. Katie Cook is really funny. Jeremy Bastian has a beautiful pen line. He draws these beautiful illustrations in the old style.
Cursed Pirate Girl.
Yeah. God, there's so many. I don't even know. One of my favorite books, I'll pass this on to you, is Spirit of Wonder. It's a manga book from Japan, and Dark Horse published it for the American audience. The art is enchanting, and the story is just totally enchanting. It's kind of like an edgy fairy tale. Spirit of Wonder.
I don't think I know that one. Great, thank you.
Good.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, I think you'll like it. There's an actual graphic novel, and then there's another book where apparently it was very popular in Japan. There was a little movie made and all this kind of stuff, but it's not really on the radar here, but it should be.
I'm going to sneak in another one of my questions. Speaking of the creative teams on your book, which is usually you may be a one-man creative team, but you're not a one-man operation. Can you talk about the role of your collaborators? And I gather Robin has been a big part of the behind the scenes of 30 years of self-publishing.
Yeah, I would not be here if not for Robin, because I am totally ungrounded. And I have no head for business. And I got about 2 years into it on my own. And then I went to her and I said, I really need help to keep going, because the further in you get, the harder it gets. You have more contacts, phone calls, shipping, orders, all that. And so she came in. She has the business head. She's a businesswoman. And she came in and started running it like a business. And I was able to focus on the creative. And that's been the balance ever since. So, yeah. And I have found that when you start meeting old cartoonists, anybody with white hair, they have a career because they had a partner. Often they're mate. Usually a grounded partner that helps them. It almost takes two people looking in the opposite directions to keep it all going. If somebody is a cartoonist, eccentric enough to be a cartoonist, but they're solo, alone, they kind of, make impulsive, emotional decisions, or they don't always collect on the bills or things like that. They can get off the rail. It's hard to keep. We're like dogs in a field. We need somebody to come here. So
Oh, that's fantastic. I was curious, what are some of your influences besides other comics on your storytelling style?
that's that other bookshelf right there. I really love one of the books that I love the most that helped me out when I got into more of my historical fiction, things that were drawn from history, was Bill Bryson. He wrote a book, a nice fat book called A Brief History of Nearly Everything, where he talks about civilization and how we came up with each of our sciences. Especially in the 19th century, we were on a roll coming up with new earth sciences. And he describes the details like a reporter, that oftentimes there were 5 different theories, and they just got into their annual meeting and yelled it out, and whoever won the yelling match is the theory we have now. So I thought that was so funny.
The people going back to ether were very soft-spoken, and they really lost out in the long run.
They didn't argue enough, So I loved his matter of fact writing, and it helped me when it got time to do my fictional take on nonfiction. It helped me to get a handle on that. But I also love to read physics. Like I listen to all of the Stephen Hawking tapes, and things like that. It lets me feel like I'm on a big. I'm living in a bigger world. It's not just what I see. There's more.
Oh, that's wonderful. I personally, I love art and science, but I know that most people are a lot of people like one or the other and don't dabble both ways. Maybe there's more of us than we think. Maybe we've just been tricked into thinking that everybody else only likes one.
Honest to gosh, I think it's all the same. Because when you get deep enough into science, you really have to use your imagination. There are leaps that you need to be able to put together all the dots. And it's sort of that way with creativity. You have 3 wild ideas that are disconnected, and you pull them together like a recipe, but you have to figure it out. So yeah, they're very much connected. You use the same side of the brain, I think.
I am curious, before we're going to have to wrap up in a little bit, but what is something that you've never gotten a chance to sink your teeth into that you think you might like?
Before I go, I want to write a novel and see how that goes. But I would have to take time off from the comic book schedule because the drawing takes forever. I can write pretty quick, but the drawing takes forever. The other thing that I regret, but I think the ship has sailed, I never got a chance to do a Supergirl series. I think I would have been good on Supergirl.
I think you'd be great on Supergirl. She still exists.
She still exists, but now she belongs to. I don't think they dig into outside people anymore. That you have to be there. But I always felt like she wasn't getting the respect she deserved. She can also pick up and throw the Earth across the moon. I mean, she should have been. And every time they had 3 main DC characters, she should have been one of them. And she can kick Wonder Woman's butt. I don't understand why they decided on Wonder Woman. But they always treated her like a sidekick, like Krypto. She was no more important than Krypto, and they just always sent her off planet to deal with aliens and stuff. And I felt like she had no life. I don't know her apartment and her boyfriend and her wardrobe and who her best friend is and what she does on her days off, and none of that. They just had something, a spaceship crash. Go deal with it. There's no life. I wanted to do that.
I think there would be a big audience for that. And you never know what experiments, if you're listening, DC, there is a legendary comics creator who you should probably call to do maybe some of the digital first stuff. I know you think they have to scan your paper in and put it on the internet. I'm just saying. We would all check it out. And I think you were early on the fact that now in the DC television universe, they have their own Trinity, and she is one of the 3. It's Flash and Green Arrow and Supergirl, which I think us fans from the 90s did not accurately predict that that's where that would go, but it proves the potential that those characters have.
I have a take on Flash too that would work in Einstein's universe, and it would make a Flash story that would be very interesting and a lot better than, oh, he's just really fast.
Well, you can't drop tantalizing hints like that when we're out of time. But where can people keep track of your work best, or how is best for them to keep up with everything you're doing and Studio Sundays and TerryCon?
Yeah. I'm on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, and it's Terry Moore Art on all of those handles. That's my address. So yeah, I'm easy to find on the internet, and I have a website and a YouTube channel. So catch me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining me for this is my first Baltimore. I've never actually gotten to go. So thank you for giving me an incredible first Baltimore Comic-Con experience.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for talking with me. It's a great show.
Excellent. Enjoy. If you're watching this, please stay tuned. There's so much more good stuff to come. And thank you so much, Terry Moore.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Baltimore Comic Con Live, not at Baltimore Comic Con, which I miss desperately. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Christy Blanche, and out of Indiana, All Yeah Comics, and I appreciate you all joining us. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the guest, because that's who we're all here to see, including me. The amazing legend, Louise Simonson.
Hi, Christy. How are you?
I'm good, Wheezy. How are you?
You're amazing, too.
You're amazing. I've missed seeing you. Oh, my gosh.
I know. Well, eventually, we'll all have vaccines, and, maybe in a year or so, we'll see each other again.
I sure hope so, because it's getting old.
It is, isn't it?
So, welcome. You've been keeping busy. I keep up with you on Facebook. So, this is all about you, this whole panel, because we're not even going to be able to cover everything, because, please, it's you. But I just kind of want to go through your career so people understand how it's, when people say, women haven't been in comics, I'm like,
Yeah, I know.
Louise?
and a batch of other people too, I have to say. So.
Oh yeah, and a lot of other people. And so June, and there's Trina, so many people. But I kind of wanted to start with, I'm going to brag a little bit, because I have this.
Oh God.
Yes.
That's ancient history there, right?
It is so beautiful. I can't even believe it's like I'm touching it. Well, I'm touching the outside of it.
Yeah.
Anyway. First appearance of Swamp Thing, Bernie Wrightson, amazing artist. That was in 1971.
Wow.
And how did that happen?
I was living in New York City. Mm-hmm. I was working for a magazine publisher, advertising promotion, but I knew a batch of people. I was married to Jeff Jones at that time, and I knew about a lot of people. I guess 3 or 4 people maybe lived in our building, including Bernie, and I don't know if Mike Kaluta was in the building or not. I think Alan Weiss was around there somewhere. So it was like a small community of comics people. Archie Goodwin was a couple of blocks down the road. We sort of hung out together. So the guys, for some reason, got it into their head suddenly, it was a good idea to use reference, right? Mm-hmm. Which, of course, Bernie, by the time Bernie is done with the reference, it doesn't necessarily resemble what the photographs were. But so they decided this particular story of Bernie's, they decided Bernie and Kaluta, and decided that they were going to photograph it, that Bernie was going to be the hero, and Kaluta was going to be the villain, and I was going to be the beautiful female in distress. So, so we got together, and I think Jeff was taking the photographs, and we, acted it out. I'm there on the cover, which is what they're going to put. They're going to post that on my gravestone. That will be it. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, she wrote some stuff too. But who knew? It was just fun. If you look at the story inside, you'll see Bernie being the hero and Michael being the villain. The mustache and stuff. It was fun. We had a good time. There were several stories that we did, that we, put on costumes and acted out. But I don't even know what the other story was. I remember, I think it was some sort of fantasy thing, because I had a pillow tied to the top of my head for a hat, with a scarf around my, to tie it onto my neck. That was that story. I was just at the right place at the right time. It's all, well, a lot of life is who you know.
Yeah, yes, and timing, and it was perfect. At the time, did you have interest in writing comics?
Never occurred to me to write comics. I liked comics. I liked particularly the work, oddly enough, of Archie Goodwin. And, I was familiar with that before I met Archie, even because of the Warren books. Though I particularly liked Archie's Blazing Combat stories, which is odd because I don't even like war comics, but it was really an anti-war comics what he was doing, and it was pretty cool. So, but it never occurred to me to do it myself. I ended up, I was over in magazine publishing, and I liked that, and then I ended up working, I ended up working at Warren because of who I knew. I had a friend who worked there, and she said, there's an opening at our office and they pay better than your job. So why don't you apply? And I thought, oh, wow, the Warren books, I like the Warren books. They're really pretty cool. So I applied and I got the job in production, which is, paste ups and mechanicals and art corrections and, I don't know, running the photostat machine and a lot of stuff. And I was okay at production, not the most brilliant at production. Oh, paste ups and mechanicals, I could do those too, sort of. But I wasn't brilliant at it. However, it was a very small company and they always needed hands to do other things. Somebody to write advertising copy, and I'd say, I can do that. Or letters, I can write letters pages. I can do this, I can do that. So finally they just moved me over into editorial and, created an assistant editor position for me. And
things like that.
There I am. Yep.
And Erie.
Yep.
These are all.
Those are all ours. Creepy Erie and Vampirella.
They are all, those are all you. We had a couple comments, people just saying how you're amazing.
Sure.
I agree with. And hey, Josh Hand, thank you. It's one of my customers who just goes on and on about you because.
Hi, Josh.
So that was there. You stayed there until 1979, and then you went to Marvel. So how did you get the attention of Marvel, or how did you decide to go there?
I expect it was partly who I knew. Again, network, people network. I had been the senior editor at Warren for about 4 years. And I actually I'd worked with a lot of American freelancers, which was unusual for Warren. I think I brought in, more people than had been there before. So I knew those folks. And at that point I was dating Walter. And my adorable husband. And
hi, Walter, if you're around.
I don't think he's watching. I don't blame him. Blah blah. He hears me talking all the time. And then we played volleyball.
Okay.
With the Marvel guys, the Marvel crew. Volleyball was played fanatically at Marvel for ages. And I believe when that started, I was not working at Marvel, but I would come over and play volleyball with the Marvel guys. And Shooter called me up and asked me, did I want to go out to dinner and talk about maybe working there? And I assume he was familiar with my work, but I also think that I seemed probably maybe okay or less scary or like I would fit in because I played volleyball with the crew. I do not know why any of this stuff happens. I had been asked several times by Jeanette Kahn to come work at DC, but I didn't really want to leave Warren at that point. I liked being where I was. I felt like I was learning a lot of stuff just by doing it. And but when Shooter called at the right time, when I really felt like I wanted a larger, because I wanted to swim in a larger pond. And also I could see that Jim Warren's, my boss's interest in publishing was waning and that his interests were moving elsewhere.
Okay.
So I thought, you know what, maybe it's time to just, go on to something else. So I went over and worked at Marvel. Honestly, the fact that I had played volleyball with a lot of the Marvel guys probably made it more comfortable for me to move there too, because I wasn't moving into something that was entirely strange. One of the other editors, in fact, Al Milgram, just lived down the street from us also. So, and Archie did, and all. So it was like just, coming home in a way.
Yeah. It was just going to somebody else's house for a while.
Yes, exactly. Work and have fun.
And at that point, you're still editing.
Yes.
So you're doing X-Men and New Mutants, which you have a cameo in.
I do.
Issues. 21. Star Wars, Indiana Jones, all of these.
The licensed books, right? I had Chris in the licensed books.
Yes. So when did you get the urge to write?
When Shooter hired a batch of several new editors, and our workload was cut in half.
Okay.
I was perfectly fine with the workload I had. I wasn't overstressed by it. And when my workload was cut, I actually was a little bit bored. Also, Shooter had been after his editors to do freelance work, because I think it was because he wanted us to see what it was like on the other side of the desk, to work as a freelancer, working for someone else, and to kind of, see what their editorial styles were. You can learn a lot that way too. So I didn't want to take work away from any of the people. I knew the writers who I could color a little bit, but I wasn't a fabulous colorist, and I could write, I thought, maybe. I didn't want to take a work away from any of the writers that I knew, because they supported their families by writing. And I would just felt guilty to be, because I had a job. But I thought, well, if I make up something new, then maybe it's like I'm adding to the pile instead of subtracting.
Yes.
So I came up with this idea for Power Pack, which was, 4 little kids who were superheroes. And I went into Shooter and I said, so I have this idea. And he said, well, kind of rolled his eyes. 4 little kids who were superheroes. Said, well, write up something and we'll see. Maybe we can turn it into a mini series. Very little hope in his voice.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. So I wrote up character designs, character précis. A first plot was really tight, and then a second, third, and fourth plot, because I thought it was going to be a mini series, 4 issues, right?
Yeah.
And then June Brigman came into my office looking for work, and I all of my books were filled. I didn't have room for her, but I really liked what she was doing. And I said, well, can you draw kids? And she said, oh yeah, she had worked at Six Flags doing one of those sketch artist people. Yeah. And
that's great.
It was great. And I said, okay, well, look, take this home, draw the kids, gave her my write up, draw the kids and bring them back. And if what you've got is pretty much what's in my head, as one does, then I'll suggest us as a team. So she came back with these wonderful little drawings, and I stapled them into the content and put them in a folder and handed them to Shooter. And a couple of days later, Shooter came back and said, this is great. I've seen treatments for screenplays that are for movies that are not as good as this. Why, you've got a series. The first issue is a double-sized issue, and it's due in 2 months.
No pressure.
June hasn't drawn a comic before.
Oh, wow.
And I hadn't written a comic before.
Okay.
So we did. It worked out, June's work was so original. The fact that she could draw kids so well. And the idea, I think, of the kids superheroes was unusual too. So we actually got really good reviews on it, and it sold pretty well. So, then after that, I saw what fun it was being a writer, particularly when you have an artist who you're very compatible with. Oh yeah, there you are. Hi, June.
Yeah, I just happen to have these.
Why wouldn't you? and access to any other number of comics, I expect.
Oh my goodness, yeah, yeah, quite a few. But what pushed you to create this story, the Power Pack? I mean, what was your inspiration for it? When did you get that, like, aha?
I never know why I do anything. It's really probably a deficit in my character, but I just got the idea. I mean, Archie Goodwin's idea. How do you get your ideas? And Archie Goodwin's story was, or I did a little comic strip actually, where this is how I get my ideas. And he puts he's got this drawing of his head resting on his hands, sitting in front of a keyboard, and he says, for the really hard ideas, I use two hands. And that's really kind of how it is. I've always liked kids' books. I knew that there were kids who read the Marvel books, who didn't see themselves in the Marvel universe. And I thought maybe it would be fun for them to see themselves. But this is all analysis after the fact. I chose 4 kids because my family, we have 4 kids in my family. I mean, we're all girls. I have 3 sisters, but 4 seemed it's the right number, because you could have, teams of 2. You can have 3 ganging up on one. It gives you a lot of flexibility for character development and conflict and resolution.
Yes, exactly.
A lot of my favorite books had 4 kids. When I was a kid, the Half Magic books had 4 kids, and Little Women had 4 kids. So 4 seemed, I think, didn't even the Narnia books had 4 kids, I think. So, or was it 5? Who can remember? At any rate, 4 seemed the right number. So that's what I did. 2 boys and 2 girls, because I figured, give everybody somebody that looks like them, more or less.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, that's awesome. So you've got Power Pack. You wrote almost all of the issues of it.
I wrote up to, I think it was past issue 50. Gosh, I can't remember. I can never remember how many issues of anything I wrote at any given time. I wrote a batch of them. It was certainly up into the 40s. I don't know if I wrote issue 50 or not. At that point we had, I was doing New Mutants, and I was doing X Factor, and we were working toward, we had done Mutant Massacre, and then what was the next one? Fall of the Mutants, and we were building toward Inferno. It was more work than I could handle and do a good job. It seemed to me when I was writing things regularly, I could write 2 books a month really well, and I could write 3 books a month, and the 3rd one wasn't as sharp as it could have been. It was, it's just maybe the way my mind worked. So I got off of John McDonough, who was my artist on Power Pack at the time. He had a great ideas, and he knew he could draw. I knew he drew kids really well, and he seemed to really, he identified very much with the Power Pack characters. So I got off the book, and I let him write it for a while I did New Mutants and Inferno, and God knows what else. I think another Exterminators, I think. So that's the reason that I got off. Also, I think John couldn't draw necessarily all of the issues, and they kept giving me fill-ins, and the fill-ins had, the artists were fine, but the kids didn't look like themselves. I mean, this is really strange, and I began to feel like the dialogue that I was writing for those books weren't, like I was writing imposters. Like my dialogue was imposter dialogue.
Okay.
Perfectly serviceable, but it didn't feel right to me. So also, I just felt like it was doing disservice to the book. I wasn't doing it properly, and should just get off and let somebody else do it. So that was my the story of why we got off Power Pack.
And you even colored one issue.
Did I?
Yeah, you
Oh
did.
Lord, I don't even remember doing that. You know, I could color stuff. It must have been in a pinch. There must have been some reason for it. Like, you know, it fell between the cracks of coloring, or the colorist got sick or something. That's weird. I wonder what issue it was. I'll have to look that up now.
I think it was 18.
18.
Uh-huh.
I'm not even sure which one that was, but I'll have to look and see.
That's your homework. No.
It is.
So you did all sorts of things. You did Starriors. You did Marvel team-ups. You did Web of Spider-Man. You did Red Sonja. And then you were asked to fill in on X Factor. And you wrote a script, but it was never published. Is that correct?
Right. Well, it was actually a plot, because we were working full plot at the point.
Okay.
But there's a lot of dialogue in there. And yeah, I was asked to do it because I think Bob Layton was the writer on that book.
Mm-hmm.
And he was really running really late. And Bob Harris was the editor, asked me to do a fill-in. And I had problems with some of the developments in that book. You know, it really aggravated me that here Scott was, you know, completely blithely not telling Jean anything about being married or any of that stuff. I mean, there was like all sorts of, I was just irritated by the social interactions.
Yeah.
So I wrote a plot in which Scott kind of lost it, because it was building up so much for him. And you know, it was like one of these soap opera plots, with a lot of action, of course, because I do that. But yeah, and that one, and then Bob Layton came through with his story. So his story ran, I think it was going to be issue number 4 or 5. I can't even, must have been. No. Gee, I can't even remember now which issue it would have been. But I guess Layton was getting off the book. And they asked me, because they had liked my soap opera story, they had asked me to come on and write X Factor after that. So I came on and I was able to work Scott kind of losing it into one of the stories that I did. So that was good. And I was able to I found it strange, a strange development. Is like, my question for the whole formation was, why in the world would a group of heroes who were mutants pretend to be mutant hunters? And then you've got this guy named Cameron Hodge, who's supposedly running the thing, who is, you know, denigrating mutants, even as, you know, they're out there supposedly going to to capture these people who are actually saving them, rescuing them, and training them. And I thought, this is crazy. What kind of person would do that? And I said, well, obviously he's a villain.
Yeah.
So, you know, he is a nefarious being. So we made a lot of hay out of that story for a while. So we straightened out. We finally straightened out the whole Madeline Pryor, Jean Grey conundrum.
Yeah.
That took a lot of issues. I mean, that was, you know, that took all the way through Inferno before we got that straightened out.
The run was so good. You created a character called Apocalypse.
I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yeah, I know. I thought X Factor needed a major bad guy other than Hodge. I mean, Hodge is a suit bad guy.
Yeah. I
mean, he's got a big organization behind him, but he's Lex Luthor. I mean, he's, you know, but I wanted a superhero bad guy. And so I came up with Apocalypse. God knows why. I think I liked the idea of someone who was using bad means to get to what he saw as a positive end.
Mm-hmm.
The Apocalypse had seen the future. He was a shapeshifter who was virtually immortal,
mm-hmm.
Very technologically advanced, and had a need to make humanity stronger, so that when the Celestials, I think the Celestial thing, I didn't reveal that until like ages and ages later. But he he had taken a device from the Celestials, which he eventually was able to, because he was immortal. He was able to turn into his ship, and he knew the Celestials were going to come back using this device, this ship, as a it was recording the human progress, and he tried to gain control of it, which he did more or less, and he knew that Celestials would come back and judge humanity. And if they turned thumbs down, it was bye-bye Earth. Mm-hmm. So really, he was saving us all.
Well, thank you.
We have to thank him. And the way he was doing that was getting people to kill each other, mm-hmm. so that the weak would die off and the strong would survive and reproduce and turn into, smarter, better, stronger, hopefully mutants.
Yeah.
So that's what his motivation was. And it just seemed like the sort of thing, it just seemed like a good idea at the time.
That was one of those ideas.
Yes, it was. It was. And it was, again, an idea that just came to me like it was fully there. I mean, I didn't, at that point, I didn't know about the Celestials, but I knew that he was immortal. He had seen the future, and that he had to save the world. And this was how he was going to do it. So, I mean, the idea of the Celestials and all of that came a little bit later. But yeah, so that's what he did. He was like, he would shapeshift into somebody like Hitler and, be a bad guy or whatever, and, all throughout history. A lot of the really nasty stuff that happened to people over history was Apocalypse's fault.
Yeah.
He was just trying to help us make it better.
I'm just trying to help. Now, while you didn't create Angel, you did give him the metal wings and the blue skin, the whole Archangel.
Right.
So how did that, why did you decide to do that?
Several of the X Factor guys had 1960s powers in a 1980s universe. And when I had wanted to, and then when Walter came out, it became even more interesting to take each of the characters who was less powerful, less dominant, and give them, up their powers.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, we did it in several ways. For Archangel, Apocalypse seemed the answer. And in a way, I think the most interesting. Apocalypse was he created the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, to rain death down upon Manhattan and see what would happen. And he took Angel, who had had his wings ripped off in Fall of the Mutants because we're evil. And it appeared that Angel had committed suicide in, I don't know, despair over his loss of wings, but in actual fact, Apocalypse had taken him and transformed him into the character Death. And because he was Death, he would grow him wings. He would give him his heart's desire, which was wings, but they would be lethal wings. Nothing from Apocalypse comes without a price.
Yeah.
The wings were lethal. And, when he ching, they would go from his back to ching, go out, and then ching, and the blades, the feathers of the wings would fly off, and they would be darts and, kill people and stuff. So yeah, so we just thought it was it was cool and different. Also, it was a change of character for him. He had always been this sunny, bright, rich character who didn't have any problems. He was like a little boring, I thought.
He was, just a little bit.
But he was pretty, but he was boring. Characters are more interesting when you're torturing them and they're standing up to the torture. This is probably how Apocalypse feels. This is probably where Apocalypse came from. So that we tortured him into becoming, I think, a stronger, more interesting character.
Yeah.
Certainly his powers were more interesting. I mean, before he could fly, 80 miles an hour maybe? And now can go fly at supersonic speeds with lethal wings. So anyway, so that's why we did that.
Okay. Real quick before questions disappear.
Oh goodness.
Bradley Tan asked, what are your thoughts on Jonathan Hickman's run on the mutants and X-Men?
Oh Lord, I've never read them. I usually don't read the work of people unless I have to, because there's been a crossover or there's something that I'm required to participate in and that I need to have the information. But if I don't usually read the work of people after I've gotten off a book, because I'll just sit there and criticize. I'll say, oh, that's not the right kind of dialogue. Yeah. It's like, why would I put myself through that or them? Because it's really unfair.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I didn't read it, but I'm sure it was wonderful.
All right. You can ask questions. So everybody, not you. Well, you can ask questions if you but everything. Here's Bob Harrison. Was it an editorial decision to de-wing Warren, or was that?
Oh no, that was us. That was us being cruel and mean.
Well, but that was kind of a theme that you did, and I tell you that
it was my apocalypsean moment.
You were just trying to help him.
I was making him better.
But you would do that. You would take away his flight. You would take away like sense of self. You would take away the humor from people. You would take away leadership from Cyclops to make them stronger.
Right.
And I think that's something that goes through, but it also it's the whole thing that I get from a lot of your writing is that it's empathy, it's hopeful, and that's what makes some comics don't age very well.
Mm-hmm.
Your comics, they age very well because these.
That's nice to hear. Thank you.
They do, because it's humanity. We still have these same things, you know. We still, when something horrible happens to us, we do want to make. It does make us stronger if we can get over it.
Right.
We've all experienced that.
Yeah.
And so that's what you feel, and that's why they just age so well.
Well, that's a really interesting analysis. I never heard that before, and this is actually a very nice analysis. I'll adopt it. Thank you.
You got it. I can't help it. I'm a little bit of a fan, so you know.
Aww, it's sweet.
Cassis Brooke asked, was Mr. who has been making comments this whole time and adores your work. Was Mr. Power modeled on Mr. Simonson?
That's how June drew him.
Okay.
June drew Walter. He drew me. June drew me as Mrs. Power.
Mm-hmm.
However, I didn't think that we could put my and Walter's name in as the Power parents. So I put in my sister and her husband in.
Oh.
Mrs. Margaret is my youngest sister, and her husband is Jim. And, Jim actually looks a bit like Walter. I mean, he's got the beard and stuff. So, yeah, it just seemed right.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right. We'll get, Robert Harrison, how did the Hyperbreed series with Storm Kids come about?
Okay. Guy Dorian, who drew the book, is really, really good at networking.
Mm-hmm.
And he was at a booth across from where I know Sandy, and I like her. And we were over there talking, having a good time just for fun. And he came over, and from the booth, he was across the hall. PKM, I think, is the name of the company, and said and started saying, well, what? Maybe Weezy and I can do a book together. Maybe we can, to Sandy, maybe we can do a science fiction book. And I said, well, yeah, sure, I'd love to do that. That would be fun. And Sandy said, okay, great, do it. And that was it. I mean, I did say to Sandy, maybe you should see what we want to do before you actually tell us yes. A proposal for it's an idea that I had a while back and just never gotten around to doing. It was back in the day. It was an idea from back in the day when I loved. Oh God, what was the name of it? It was an Australian science fiction movie. A TV show with characters in space, of course. God, can't remember the name of it now. Anyway, it was kind of inspired by just the fun of that particular series. You know, a guy from Earth gets kind of sucked into space with all this craft with all of his aliens, and they go around and they, you know, have exciting adventures. So I thought, well, you know, I wanted to feel like that. So so I wrote up this proposal, and Sandy loved it. So then we did it. That was how that happened.
There you go.
It was really because Guy walked across the aisle. Are you seeing a pattern here? It's like, it's all I owe my life to my friends.
Yeah, well, yeah, possibly, but knowing that people can get you in, but staying is the talent. So
I guess, I suppose, it does. I mean, everybody who works really hard and does a good job is going to get a break.
Yeah.
But when the break comes, you got to have the stuff.
Yes. You have to have it. Yeah.
And that takes a lot of work to get to the point where you're good enough that you're going to be, I don't know, that people are going to want to hire you over somebody else.
Yes.
So, you know, so that's what we tell, Walter and I tell people that, you know, it's like you get the break, but then you've got to really have the stuff.
Yeah.
You get the stuff by working really hard before you get the break.
Yeah.
And afterwards too.
And afterwards. We have another question, but before this doesn't get mentioned, I have to say one of my favorite moments in my life, and it's, I guess, whatever. Last year at Baltimore Comic Con,
Mm-hmm.
where you had broken your foot,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody was afraid you weren't going to be there, and thankfully you were.
Uh-huh.
You were presented an award.
I was.
The Humanitarian Award by Walter.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so sweet because I remember Mark Nathan coming over right before, you know, when he was giving the award, and you had no idea.
No idea. No,
I'm proud of Walter for keeping it a secret.
Oh, also, I mean, you can tell. I mean, I had on a relatively decent top, but I had my DC hoodie thrown over it because the rooms get chilly, and I was wearing jeans, and I had this big old boot on. I had thought that and we were at a table up front, but I had thought, you know, where people generally get awards, and I thought it was going to be like Greg Hildebrandt, because we were there with them. I mean, they were there also for the first time, and we were friends of theirs. So I thought we'd been put there to you know, make them more comfortable, and it just never occurred to me ever. It was very funny.
There are pictures of you and Mark Nathan, you know, holding your hand right before, and when Walter says your name, it was one of those moments that it was so wonderful to experience, and you were just a delight. And so no one deserved it more than you. And I'm so glad that we all got to share that moment.
Oh, I'm glad. You know, I began to think something was up when Mark came over and held my hand. Like, oh dear, what's going on?
You wanted to make sure you could stand.
Even when Walter got up to talk, it never occurred to me. Because I thought, well, you know, he probably mentioned to me that he was going to introduce somebody, and I just wasn't paying attention. You know how it is.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so it was really sweet of Mark. I mean, I don't see myself as a humanitarian at all. I see myself as a very lucky human being. So it was kind of a shock there too. You know, I thought there's so many people who really deserve that award more than I do. So it was really quite a shock and sweet that I was given it.
Well, from the outside looking at you, no one deserved it more. So
that's so sweet. Thank you. That was nice of you to say.
So now we can have some more questions, but I just wanted to, that moment was, I mean, I was bawling. It was ridiculous.
Oh God, really?
So excited. And I knew what was going on. So it's just like, and it still got me.
Yeah.
So Brad Tree says, what recollections can you share of your involvement with X-Men Titans, an incredible crossover?
Yeah, it was an excellent crossover. It was, I guess, Marvel's turn. You know, I don't know why. I guess it must have been Marvel's turn to do a crossover. And we had the X-Men on one side, which I was editing, and they had the Teen Titans, which was a really good book.
Mhm.
Was really, really well done. So I guess it just seemed natural to put these two together. I don't think I was the person who suggested that, although, it's the sort of thing that I could have suggested. It was a great idea.
Mhm.
I mean, it was Marvel's turn to actually produce the crossover. And of course, Chris would write it. And, we were looking, I guess we were kind of discussing an artist, and Walter was I guess we were married at that point, I think. Yes, we were. And so Walter's there in the office for some reason, and he walks past my office as Chris and I are talking about the characters who would appear and what villains would appear.
Mhm.
Because there was a discussion, I guess, about keeping the balance of villains in the book. If you've got an X-Men villain, you've got to have a DC villain.
Mhm.
We were talking about Dark Phoenix, and it was like our Phoenix, who was not really. Jean had been, I don't know, Dark Phoenixified, I guess, at that point.
Dark Phoenixified.
But we thought we could actually kind of use the image anyway, which was cool. And what DC villain? Trigon at that point was their major bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
And we hadn't seen enough of him to appreciate him. Who we really wanted to use, we wondered if they would let us use Darkseid. And Walter walks by saying Darkseid. He says, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but if it's Darkseid, I want to draw him. I said, okay, well, we'll propose you then as the artist. That sounds good. So we talked to DC about it. And we did express that we weren't wild about using Trigon as the opposite villain.
Mm-hmm.
But and they I think maybe it was Lynn or Marv. One of them suggested that if we could do, oh dear, what was his name? I can't remember now. Sort of an assassin kind of character they had, that we could use Darkseid. It would mean that they would get two villains and we would have one.
Okay.
We were cool with that. Because long as we got Darkseid, because that meant we got Walter.
Yeah.
And that'll work out. And so Chris wrote up a really, really good story, and Walter drew a really, really nice book, and Terry did a wonderful job of inking it. Terry Austin.
Mm-hmm.
We have on our wall downstairs the double page splash, or double of spread rather, of the X-Men and Titans with Changeling, who was called Changeling instead of Beast Boy at the time, flying over the city as a dragon, with them all holding on to him, and this fabulous shot of the city below that honestly Walter gives Terry all the credit for. He said he put in these, the buildings. Terry put on all the windows and all the curlicues and furbelows, and it was it's a really, really nice piece. It was a beautifully done crossover, and I was very proud to be associated with it. We were very, very lucky in all of our interactions, which were all very friendly. Later on there was some animosity between Marvel and DC involving crossovers, but we didn't get any of that at all. It was a pleasurable experience from beginning to end.
And it shows.
Everyone being very cooperative.
It was great.
Yeah.
I want to show one more thing. You co-created this guy too.
Oh, Cable. Oh yeah. Hi, Cable.
That guy. Maybe he'll be, popular someday. So how did that, what was your thought process on that?
Okay. At that point, in the New Mutants, they were pretty much on their own. They had Xavier was gone. They had a mentor, but he was Magneto, and they didn't trust him as far as they could throw him.
Okay.
So they were really kind of operating independently of him. And Bob Harris thought they needed a grown-up in charge. I didn't want a character like Professor X, who spent a lot of time worrying about whether his little charges, particularly the young ones, would get hurt. I wanted somebody who would use them like cannon fodder, like warriors, because he had come from a place where he had come from the future. He knew, obviously, I'm not expecting good things in the future, where he knew bad things were going to happen, and that people were going to have to be tough. And maybe if they're tough enough and strong enough, they can change the world so this particular future doesn't come to pass. So that he would use them as warriors. So that was what I wanted to do with Cable. Rob Liefeld was drawing the book at the time. He had sent in a batch of character sheets that had a lot of different villains on them, a lot of different drawings on them of different characters. And the ones that Bob and I both liked the best was his drawing of the fellow who had become Cable. I think originally he was supposed to be a villain character. And that's what I'm remembering anyway. But we really liked the look of him for the leader of the group. So we said, whatever. And I kind of vaguely remember that his name was Strife at the time. But I could be wrong about that. It's been a very long time now. God, it's been a really long time. I don't want to think about it. It's a miracle I remember any of this. So, we said, okay, him. And I had been using as a placeholder name in a plot, Commander X, because it was not a name I was intending. I'd like to know what a character looks like before I name them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Rob said, no, he has to be called Cable. It's really, really important to him that he be called Cable. And I said, sure, Cable's fine. So, it's like any name is fine once you get to know the person.
Yeah.
You can think, somebody can have a name that you think is a little peculiar, and then you get to know them, and then that name becomes them.
Yes. Yeah.
That's fine. So sometimes I'm picky about the names and sometimes of characters. And this one Rob was picky about that. That was fine. So that's how Cable was created. We said, okay, that guy. And then I just, wrote the character that I had intended. He looks, the big gun and the big whatever, big shoulders and stuff. He looks like the kind of guy who would use kids as warriors.
Oh, yeah. 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 He certainly does. We do have another question from Eternitine Forever. What would you do with Power Pack as adults if you could?
I don't think I would. I want Power Pack to stay kids. I know there are other people who've grown them up a little bit. I did a story recently, and I'm now working on a mini series, in which Alex has just turned 13.
Okay.
So he's a teenager now. I probably, if it's up to me, he'll be a teenager for 10 years or longer than, longer than the next 30 or 40 years. We'll all be dead by the time he gets to be out of his teens. Because I think one of the things that makes them unique is that they are kids.
Yes.
It might be, I don't want to do this, but it might be interesting to have them grown up and have children of their own who've inherited the powers in this modern world. I think that would be an interesting thing to do eventually for somebody. But, honestly, this is, why, talking about books that were an inspiration when we were kids, I read the books, the Half Magic books by a writer whose name was Edward Eager. And he did that. He had the Half Magic kids in one book, and they had adventures, and they grew up, and their children had adventures in Knight's Castle and I think the Time Garden, a batch of other books. So because the Half Magic took place in the 20s, and then the 50s is where the modern books took place. So I'm just copycatting somebody. But that's something I would do, because I think that would be interesting to see if the kids inherited their parents' powers or some of their parents' powers, and how these powered parents would then deal with having superpowered children would be kind of fun.
That would be fun. That would be fun.
They made a movie of that one already. Disney did that, didn't he? Impossibles, whatever they were, Improbables. I can't remember the name of the movie now.
Oh my gosh, it just
it doesn't matter. They all know what we're talking about.
Incredibles.
Yeah.
The Great Legend Show asks, what was it like sharing the cover with Swamp Thing on House of Secrets issue 92?
You mean sharing the cover with Swamp Thing?
Yeah, with Swamp Thing on this issue. What was it like sharing the
it wasn't exactly that I was, I mean, Swamp Thing wasn't really coming through the door. But it was really fun. It was fun. It was fun to put on a costume and act out a story.
Yeah.
And that was really what we were doing. And it was kind of interesting to see how the different artists, because we were all of the artists, I say we, but I was not an artist. I was a beautiful female assistant, got to see what they did with the use of reference. I mean, it was at that point reference became clear to the young artists and they were all very young. I mean, in our early 20s. I think Bernie might not have even been 20 yet. He was very young. He was very young when he started. He came by our apartment when he was 17 years old and showed us Uncle Bill's Barrel. And we knew at that point that he was a genius, that it was just a matter of time before he took off. So, he was a prodigy. I've known several prodigy artists in my time, and he was one of them. But it was, his universe was so inside, so interior, that he really didn't seem to need reference in the way that a lot of people seem to require it to really make their work look better. But it was interesting seeing what he did with it when he had reference. So, I was just a body. I was a model, an actor in this little short comic book plays.
You once told me all I did was pretend to brush my hair, and
yes, that was it. Yes.
More than that. Oh my gosh, we're almost out of time, and we haven't even. I told you we weren't going to get through it because
that's all right.
You're so brilliant.
At the high points.
Talked about the death of Superman, or the wedding album, or Warlock. We haven't talked about any of that, or the amazing young adult novels that you've done. So what can we look forward to? We'll wrap up. What can we look forward to coming from you?
Okay, I'm working on a Power Pack mini-series right now. And it follows the single issue I did where Alex's birthday party when he turns 13. It spins off of that, but I don't know how much more I'm allowed to say other than it exists, because comic books these days. I'm doing several issues of X Factor that will fit into the old continuity. My old continuity was really tight. There's not a lot of room to slip things in.
Mm-hmm.
But it was between issue, I guess it was between 141 and 142, where, X Factor are on Earth, and then they're on ship out over the ocean. The ship takes off for outer space.
Mm-hmm.
So it's right in there. There's a little bit of flexible time that we were able to do. So it's a story that fits in there.
Oh, that's exciting. So
that's what I'm doing. I may be doing a book for somebody that I'm not allowed to talk about yet either. But that's it. And I have an idea for another kids series.
Oh, good.
That I may pitch to Sandy over at Storm King. We'll see if it's anything she'd be interested in, because she has that kids line now.
Yes.
My science fiction story got slotted into the kids line, I think, because there was no sex or a lot of violence. It was very violent, but I guess it's comic book violence.
Yeah.
Blood splashes around, but whatever, it's in space, it floats like globules. So yeah. So we, I'll see if she's interested in publishing this other thing. So that's probably about as much stuff as I can do, in the next year and actually do it properly.
Oh, well, it'll all be brilliant, and I cannot wait.
Oh, that's sweet of you to say.
I just can't. You have so many fans at my store. They gush over you.
I'm fans of theirs too. I have to say, I have the nicest fans in the whole world. My Power Pack fans particularly are so lovable.
Yes.
But I know all of them. I know Walter and I both think that we have the best fans ever. They're just mostly kind, nice, good people.
Well, because they're fans because you are nice, kind, good people.
Oh, that's sweet.
You and Walter are two of my favorite people in the world. So,
well, you're on our favorites list too. So there you go.
Thank you. I hate to wrap this up because I just want to keep catching up with you, which is what I feel like I'm doing. I
know, it's part of fun. It's fun, isn't it?
Yes. But thank you so much for coming on here and being a part of the Baltimore Comic Con live, since we can't be there in person. And soon we're going to get our vaccines, catch up, and then
I know. Yay, vaccines. And everybody vote. That's the thing.
Yes, vote. Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Louise. And everybody, thank you for joining us. And stay tuned. I think Jeff Parker's next, who also is super awesome. So thank you so much, Louise. You take care, and we'll talk soon.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs, and welcome to another fantastic panel here at the Baltimore Comic Con. I am your host, Robert Meyer Burnett, and I'm very excited to do this. Well, it's Spies Like Comics. I didn't know James Bond was a comic reader. I didn't know Ethan Hunt had an entire bagged and boarded collection of X-Men. Who knew? Well, you're going to find out on this panel, and I have a great bunch of people here. First, I'm going to bring them on one by one, talk a little bit about them. Stephanie Phillips is here. Now, Stephanie Phillips, not only has she worked on Harley Quinn, Superman, Crimes of Passion, she's working on the new heavy metal Tarna comic, if you are a fan of the heavy metal animated film from 1981. Her own work, Butcher of Paris, A Man Among Ye, Artemis the Assassin, and something I particularly like, Red Atlantis. So welcome her to this panel. I mean, come on. What kind of work is this? It's amazing. I can't believe I'm going to talk to her about spy comics. Who doesn't like that? Also, we have Doug Wagner joining us. My God, Doug Wagner has worked, of course, on everything from Witchblade to Red Sonja. I'm looking at his list of comics, his 12-gauge titles, Ride, Plastic he's known for, The Hard Place, Loose Ends. I can't believe it. It's amazing. And then we've got Brian Stelfreeze, who has worked with another member of our panel. I got to know his work on the covers of Shadow of the Bat. And as a matter of fact, I've been digging through my long boxes, and I was just going through my Shadow of the Bat collection, and there's a lot there to love. And then, of course, there is Jeff Parker, our final member of the panel.
Hey, guys.
Uh-oh. Well, hello. Hello, now I have all of you. Oh, is Stephanie not here?
No, Steph will not be joining us today.
Well, Stephanie won't be. Well, that's too bad. I'm glad to have all of you gents, and I want to jump right into it about spy comics. I mean, that's what we're here to talk about. Now, here's the thing that I was just looking. I really have been digging through my long boxes, and I came across Mike Grell's John Sable freelance comics from the early 80s, and that dealt with kind of espionage and things like that. But in our new world of the internet and hacking, is spycraft in comics? How do you make it interesting? How do you draw that? And are spies, I mean, do you have to make it a period piece? Do you have to do, how do you make spy comics relevant today?
Oh, I think I'll jump on this first, and I think Jeff's going to have a lot to say about this. But like anytime there's sort of political unrest, particularly between countries, that's like fertile ground for spies. And right now, with all the talk of like Russia was everything as far as spies are concerned.
Right.
But then Russia disappeared and it sort of killed spies. But now Russia's back, baby. so like Russia and China and all the political unrest that's going on right now, there's a lot of really cool things we can do with spies.
Well, do you think, I mean, as writers and artists, how do you, like, I keep thinking back when I was growing up, like I loved Nick Fury and SHIELD because it was a spy organization in the Marvel universe, you know, and when and I loved Bond films growing up, and I watched Man from U.N.C.L.E. as a kid, and now you ask people who Napoleon Solo and Ilya Kuryakin, who they are, and people don't really know. Now we've got Ethan Hunt. How do you translate the excitement and the action of spycraft onto the comic book page? How does one write that?
I feel like first stay away from what most of modern spycraft is, which is people fishing for passwords.
Right.
It's not super visually interesting in a comic book. So
right.
I try to get past that, you know, have someone already off panel got it and move on. I mean, but the still the classic spy thing is like Brian was talking about the Russians, like I'm forgetting her name, Maria Butinova, the one who
who with the NRA.
Who did the NRA?
The cartoon Russian spy.
Exactly. She's like Moose and Squirrel, and she's like she did all the classic spies honey trap type stuff, you know. I mean, that's all still working fine. as the movie Borat now on Amazon Prime will show us. It's like,
right.
Hey, they'll just walk right up, blink at an old guy and with a pretty girl, and bam, you've got a lot of access and information and things to do. And of course, then guns and shooting and things. That's Doug's department. I'll just
What I think is interesting about it all is what, going back to what Brian was saying too, like we used to have one enemy and now we don't know who our real enemies are. And I think the spy game has changed there to where, like, man, do we really know who's on our side and who's not on our side? And what Brian was saying with the current political situation, like, I mean, now our allies switch depending on the president.
Yeah.
And so who do we spy on? Everybody? Like, I mean, it's,
Right.
so I think, go ahead.
Yeah, no, us. I mean, obviously we spy on us now.
Oh yeah.
That was something that wasn't. It's funny when you Robert, you brought up Man from U.N.C.L.E. I hope everybody saw that movie from a couple of years ago.
It was good, wasn't it?
It was really good, and it was such a weird thing to me because as such a huge Bond nerd, I couldn't stand Spectre, and then found the Man from U.N.C.L.E. movie was like 100 times better. I was like, what the hell world have I walked into?
I couldn't agree more. I mean,
Guy Ritchie really got behind it. It was a lot of fun, and I like stuff like that. I mean, it's fantastical, but it's also, I like that they made it a period piece. They really got a lot of mileage out of that.
No, and the film was beautifully designed, and I think one of the elements I think of the spy genre is the whole milieu. I always see spies as when they're going out at night, they wear tailored suits. They're wearing Tom Ford or something, and so I don't know why, but I think of like Howard Chaykin's American Flag, which it wasn't necessarily a spy comic. I mean, it was about law enforcement, but I always thought that Howard Chaykin, the world he drew, the art, the panel design, the way that Ken Brusnak's sound. I mean, you could hear a Howard Chaykin comic because of the way that they use letters and text and sound and all that. Is that a part of it too? I mean, the design, whether it's gadgets or guns or the women, is that as much a part of, like, when you guys are conceiving these comics?
I think it's a huge part of it. In fact, I think when we really get down to the DNA of it, James Bond, for one, I think that represents, when you do a spy comic represents the unknown enemy. Superhero comics represent the obvious enemy. There's the bad guy. Let's go kick his butt. But the spy comic, you have no idea who the enemy is, but hell, you're a man. You need to do something about it. So what's really cool with the James Bond movies and the James Bond novels, you have to remember the James Bond stories started in male chauvinist magazine Playboy. so it represented everything that the American man of the time wanted to be. He wanted to sleep with women, he wanted to defeat the unknown enemy, and quite frankly, most American men wanted to be as cool as English guys. So it was just fantasy, and I think it's fantasy fulfillment, just like superhero comics. I mean, with Batman represents an injustice that's been done to us that we'd like to fix. Superman represents the outsider that wants to be the best insider. And Spy Comics represents the man who wants to defeat the unknown enemy.
Right. Well, it's interesting that there's been a lot of talk about how Lashana Lynch is playing, I think, a 00 agent in the new Bond film. And I think she looks incredible in her tactical outfit with her big gun. She looks amazing, and she could be a 00 as far as I'm concerned. And then we had like J.J. Abrams' series Alias. I thought, at least for the first season.
I love that.
I mean, it was great to see. And then we had things like La Femme Nikita, Luc Besson's La Femme Nikita, and we've seen a lot of great kick-ass female spy. Well, women that are familiar with spycraft. So is it just as important now in you've got a equal opportunity kick-ass
I think
spies.
as long as they're not James Bond, it's like if you create something from the ground up to be that, awesome, but
Right.
don't just make a female James Bond.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't have a problem with. We've seen other 00 agents in the film franchise, obviously. So it never really bothered me that we had Anya Amasova, Triple X, in Spy Who Loved Me, played by Barbara Bach, who was amazing, and she was basically Bond's equal until they, they put Bond in a above her, so to speak. But there is a great scene. There's a great scene in that film where you've got General Gogol and Anya and Triple X, and then Bond and M, and they're kind of going back and forth, seeing which spy knows more things. And I always liked that scene. That was the first Bond film I ever saw in the theater, and I loved it. But I think that one of the things about spy stories is you got to have a good villain. And I think one of the problems with the last Bond film, Spectre, was that Blofeld didn't really do anything. He had this base in the desert, and they were just data mining.
It was a real good buildup to a disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to like stealing 2 nuclear bombs? Like in Thunderball, they land a plane at sea. They've got a runway that lights up under the ocean, and the plane they infiltrate the RAF, and people have eyeballs that have been treated so they can get past security. What about the development of villains? Like, what makes a great villain in a spy story?
It's tough. The Bond movies often fall into how can we maim somebody. And it's like, all right, I don't know that I need a scar on everybody or anything. You can get away from that, but it's tough to distinguish the villain. It's the Batman scenario there. I don't know. Again, back to, if they've got a big beard and don't use articles when they talk, I'm fine. I love Cold War villains.
And I also think that that the villains, if they're done right, they have to be just as cool as Bond.
Right.
Right.
And it's that thing where Bond's cool has to defeat this villain's cool.
Yeah.
Right. I like that.
And that's really tough to pull off. If you have a bad guy that's just, like Jeff said, one of these guys that just laughs at his hands, that's not enough. You've got to have a bad guy that's competent enough to pull off this awesome thing, and only James Bond's supreme power of coolness can take him down.
Well, it's often their number 2 henchmen who turn out to be the more interesting ones. You get Oddjob, who's one of my all-time favorite characters, because he doesn't act evil. In fact, he's always laughing at James Bond all through the movie. Like in that one where they're driving through the warehouse and Bond thinks a car is coming at him, pulls over and crashes into a bunch of boxes. And then Oddjob walks around the corner and sees there's a mirror there, and he just smiles. Like everything works out for him, and I love that. You got to have like a big robot hand or some jaws or something. Like they can really go to town. Baron Samedi. I mean, that's where all the really good villains. They weren't the main villains, but they were the ones who were over the top and the ones you want to draw. And,
Zinnia on the top.
Yeah.
I mean, she was crazy and she could drive a car, what a great hench person. I think in like the comics realm, I remember reading the New Teen Titans, and they kind of introduced Slade Wilson, the Terminator. Yeah. And he was to me a great spy-like villain because he was an assassin and he wasn't really super powered. I mean, he kind of was, but he was just as much an equal, and he was into subterfuge. He had a henchwoman infiltrate the Titans, and I always thought that Slade Wilson would have made a great Bond villain. That's why I like GoldenEye. You had 006, Sean Bean's character. Alex Trevelyan was a was a former 006 turned villain and was like Bond's equal. Not just, it's not like Michael Lonsdale is Hugo Drax, who just stands around and says, see that some harm comes to him, you know.
Mr. Looking like Nixon. That was just his thing.
Right. Yeah. Or I mean, you look at like in Spy Who Loved Me, it's Carl Stromberg. He's just like an old British industrialist or something. And yeah, he might have built an underwater city, but you know, what's he going to do to you? Unless he has like, and I've always liked, like, you go back and you look at the John le Carré, like I recently watched not the Gary Oldman version, but the Alec Guinness, the Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, and the Smiley's People, and those sort of Byzantine plots, which are kind of hard to do in a comic book, because you have to have action. I mean, don't you?
Not John le Carré. I wonder if I can do this with just people sitting in hotel rooms talking.
Right. I mean, how do you? Is it difficult to approach those kinds of stories, because you have to? Do you design a comic spy story or like a movie around the action set pieces, or is plotting king? How do you come to create a spy story in comic form? What is the secret origin of a great spy comic?
Doug?
I mean, for me, and I say this all the time, I'm going to start with character first. If I can get the reader to become invested in the lead character and maybe even a cool henchman, I think everything else there will help write itself. I always think that, like, people go see James Bond because they love James Bond. It's not because we know what the plot's going to be before we even walk into the door.
Right.
But if you love James Bond and you love the characters that are in it, you're still going to go watch it and enjoy it. And that's kind of how I approach when I start out. Like, how can I get people to like this character? That's the first thing I think of.
Yeah. And I think there's a little bit of domino sort of building to it. Like, if you set up the right pieces with a spy story, after a while, the action kind of flows from that. The action just kind of naturally just kind of falls into to fill the gap. And I find that with a story that Doug and I are writing right now, we have to make ourselves stop thinking about action sequences. It's like, it's so easy to kind of go, and wouldn't it be cool if, so it's just like the action part of it is actually easy. It's the making the espionage worth it, because I think the thing that separates spy stories from other stories is, I think with a lot of other stories, particularly superhero stories, you get the politician pass where people just kind of go, well, I know you're lying to me. I'm just wondering how entertaining the lie is going to be.
I love that, the politician pass.
Yeah, but with a spy story, people kind of go, well, I know you're lying to me, but it better sound truthful. And you're basically hiding the lie within the lie. And the first lie has to be believable so that the second lie, which is incredible, actually works. If the first lie, like if James Bond does something like he just starts flying, people automatically go, oh, I'm out. Or if he has super strength, it's like, no. And I think even with the Pierce Brosnan stories, that's the line that they crossed. They turned Bond into a superhero who could do magical things and had an invisible car. And once that happens, it's just like, this is crap. But all the other, the best Bond movies push it right to the edge where you go, oh yeah, that technology might exist.
Right. I mean, they did a good job pulling back on that when they introduced Daniel Craig in Casino Royale. I thought Casino Royale, such a great film, because ultimately, I mean, you have a half an hour sequence of they're playing Texas Hold'em. And Le Chiffre was Mads Mikkelsen was so great as Le Chiffre.
Oh man! And of course, like Jeff said, you have to have an injury and crying blood.
And then I like Jeffrey Wright having to come in and being the American, like, all right, we'll give you money. You know, it's like, that to me is where they get the most honest dynamic of the whole thing. Like, we can't do it, but we've got a lot of money. I'll front you for the game.
It's like, I'm not the cool guy, but I will back the cool guy.
Right.
See,
He was. I'm glad they've brought him back in No Time to Die, because I loved him as Felix Leiter. I thought he was
he's great.
He's a great addition to, and they keep, when he was paired up, I think in Quantum of Solace, when he's paired up with the white dude, the taller white guy, and they have that kind of banter about what they're gonna do, and how they're gonna deal with this, and I guess we're staking Bond again, I love that. And I think that another thing that I think has appeal, I remember reading once about the Bond franchise starting on film in the early 60s when Dr. No came out in 62. You basically had an American population, the middle class had been created by everybody coming back from World War II, and you had things like the GI Bill and the sort of the Leave It to Beaver 50s. And everybody had sort of settled down, and the Bond franchise, at least on film, obviously the books were popular, but suddenly you actually were seeing images of Bond on planes, flying to these exotic locations. Most Americans didn't even have passports. And it was sort of, like you had said earlier, wish fulfillment for men. Everybody wanted to be Bond, but also sort of the exotic nature of the whole world. It wasn't just the women and the cars, but it was also the locations and the glamour. I mean, it's funny, the Bond franchise kind of, they in where World Is Not Enough, they go to an oil field in Kazakhstan or something, and it's like, who wants to go there? And I'd rather go to an ice palace and die another day. But
no, they go to Jamaica, and it's just because Ian Fleming lived in Jamaica. I mean, it's not like he's like, oh, I can write this. It's like this is it wasn't exactly a hot spot of where the Cold War was converging.
No,
they made it there. And you get cool characters like Bond's supporting team, like Quarrel,
right?
Yeah, or whatever. When she comes up and cuts him in the face with a broken bottle, and he laughs at her, like, oh, yeah, that's a great bit. And you made me think. Brian was talking about something that made me think of one of my all-time favorite Bond fights is in From Russia with Love.
Oh yeah,
it's just him and Robert Shaw duking it out on that train. Yeah, and it looks like a real fight. And from a book I read, like Shaw got in some real hits on Sean Connery, and Connery was mad about it. And I don't blame Robert Shaw looks like he could probably knock you out.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I mean, Red Grant's great.
I mean, they're just slamming around in there. They have there's no choreography. They're just beating the crap out of each other. And I'm like, wow. I still don't see fights in movies that are that convincing.
No.
And it's something interesting that you said is that right after World War II and the GI Bill and everything, if you think about it, that's when the enemy went underground. That's when we didn't have, and I venture to say not since World War II have we had a giant, obvious enemy. But at the same time, a lot of these military guys were coming home and they had seen the world and they were stepping up into, because a lot of them were country boys that now had a little bit of money. So there was this attraction to class. And Bond was just the master of it. And I think that whole thing of being able to walk into a casino in Monte Carlo and be able to sit down and order the right drink and all this stuff. It's like that was the fantasy that all these hicks coming back from war had. And I think that fantasy persists because there's really no difference between James Bond and Hannibal Lecter. Right. They're just guys with class, and I think
who both kill.
Oh yeah, and I think very few people were cheering for Jodie Foster So in that movie, and everyone was just like, "Whoa, the dude with class. Yeah, let's go with him."
Well, it's interesting. He would say like he would eat the rude. Like he got rid of people that needed to be gotten rid of, at least in his mind. If someone can't play the right violin in this local symphony, it's like, oh, that guy's got to go. But what was great is that that Hannibal Lecter, like Bond, he doesn't just know what drink to order. He knows what temperature the champagne has to be served at.
Yeah.
And then he knows everything about everything. There's another great moment in Spy Who Loved Me where he's meeting Carl Stromberg for the first time, and he's undercover as an ichthyologist, and Stromberg is like, "Do you know this fish?" And of course Bond does. He's done his homework. Like, and you're like, I didn't know James Bond knew so much about tropical fish, but apparently he does. And that was always something I think that as a kid when I was watching Bond, I was like, I hope I can grow up and know stuff like he does, like about everything, and then as I got older, I realized I don't care what fish. I don't want to learn about fish other than the ones I want to eat. I don't want to be able to identify what spiny, tropical, pretty fish that is. I don't care unless it tastes good.
To never be called out. To always just
and well, how do you? I mean, again, bringing it back to the comics medium. I mean, obviously, it seems like all of us have been influenced by Bond films, and I really love what they are doing with the Mission Impossible franchise. I thought both Rogue Nation and Fallout, the last two, have been quite good. I think they've outdone the Bond franchise, both in terms of action and just in terms of how much fun those movies are to watch. Not just Tom Cruise doing the stunts, but all of the supporting characters and how they all interact with one another. It's great when there's a team of people that work like clockwork together to achieve a goal. But how do you recreate that in? I mean, Doug, you were talking about character. You start with character, and I believe that. I've always said that you have to start with your character and then your story, and then your shared universe and things like that come later. But you have to have characters first. But how do you build a good spy story after you've got the character? Is it all about the plot? Do you come up with the villain first? Do you have set pieces, or do you come up with a climax that you want to see? And since you can't have a soundtrack or you can't have real explosions, how do you bring that same excitement to the page?
I think for me, it was lucky because I'm co-writing with Brian. So we would sit in the darks of our offices and just spit out the worst ideas you could possibly come up with and see what would stick to the wall. And basically it comes down to, like, Brian and I started going, hey, let's write the spy comic we want to read. And I think that's where the key comes in, is like, make sure we're writing a comic that we think we would enjoy reading and hope that it builds from there and maybe somebody else likes it. I know Jeff, maybe you can speak more to that, because I know you're working a little bit alone on this one.
Well, you guys somehow are able to make a car chase work in a comic, which I always advise people to stay away from. But you've done it repeatedly, and I'm like, geez, they made an exciting car chase. How did they do that? And
how did you do that? Like, how did you do that?
Well, I think there's a big secret with comics, and I realized it early on, which is when the action starts, the plot ends. There's usually not a plot that continues, and even the writers would write like, plot, stop, and then they fight. At the end of the fight, Joker's victorious, and plot. So you'd have like maybe 3 or 4 pages of a fight, but I think what that does is that encourages the artists to do pictures of people fighting, and not a fight, not a fight with a plot. And one of the things that I think Doug really picked up on, even back in the Gun Candy days, is for us to kind of go, okay, we have a fight here. How can we reveal something about the character or reveal something about the plot in the fight? So in the fight, it's going to be like, okay, they're fighting, but we need to get across that this person is just defensive. They're just defending themselves. They're not actually attacking. Or this person is dirty, and they're gonna scheme. They're gonna try to do something underhanded. They're gonna throw sand in your face. so that even when they're fighting, rather than it being cool pictures of people throwing an awesome kick or an awesome punch, which I think comics, and I'm going to say the word, descend into that with action sequences, what ends up happening is people kind of go, oh, wow, this isn't just pictures. This is actually plot that's happening.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to refer to it. Your character has to be revealed in the way even you fight. Otherwise, you plug any character into that fight, and you don't want that. Like when Daniel Craig is chasing that guy through the construction site.
Oh, it's so good.
Remember, like he's parkouring all over the wall, and Craig smashes through the drywall. Like
Sebastian Foucault,
the character as they're doing their chase, and it's like that's brilliant storytelling. What's going on?
And I tell you, the opposite of that is I was watching the Tim Burton Legend of Sleepy Hollow. And suddenly, like the headless horseman, like goes into this wushu double sword. I was just like, wait a minute! I didn't know the headless horseman was Asian.
How did he train for that exactly? And did he lose his head before he learned how to use this?
Yeah, it was like total like Ying Wu Pin, sort of stunt fighting, and it's just like, okay, that's cool. In the Matrix, but in the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, this is actually just action for the sake of action.
Well, you guys remind me of, this is sort of a different thing, but when Paul Verhoeven was making Basic Instinct, there were sex scenes in there, and he had said that he storyboarded all of his sex scenes because it was not just about the sex, it was about the suspense. And was Catherine Trammell going to kill Nick Curran, Michael Douglas's character, and he needed to build that suspense up, because normally, like you said, in a movie like Basic Instinct, they would have, when somebody's having a little sexy time, the plot would stop, and he didn't want that to happen. And it was really interesting to hear you say the same thing about, I think that action, if you can keep the plot going and do something that is intellectually engaging rather than just having a fight scene. And I think the best fight scenes are intellectually engaging, but then you also have the added difficulty of having static pages. And I'm curious, as Jeff was saying, for you, Doug and Brian, how do you plan a car chase that works on the page? How do you do that? Like, do you storyboard that out first? Do you talk about the beats, the story beats?
One of the things that I think is important, and I will double down on what we were talking about, even for dialogue scenes. Even when you have two characters talking, I can really increase my page rate by just doing pages of people with their mouths open, and just the dialogue kind of telling the story. But what I try to do is I try to go, okay, let me make something happen. Let me walk the scene. Let me have the characters doing stuff while they're talking to each other. And that'll reveal something about character or something about plot. One of the important things that I try to do in every page is try to go, what's the story of this page? What happens on this page? And there's got to be a little tiny beginning, middle, and end. So when you look at that page without reading any of the dialogue, something happened.
Yeah.
And then on the next page, something else has got to happen, and something else has got to happen. And if you were to just go through the entire book without ever reading it and just describe what happened on every page, technically, that's the plot of the story. So even in a car chase, I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to think, okay, this car's got an advantage. This car's catching up. This car's passed. So there's a little story that happened on that page.
So when you and Doug are collaborating as writers, are you also doing that? Do you go back and forth? Do you send visual ideas to Doug, or does Doug come up with a scenario that you then can pencil or do some kind of like story? I keep going back to the movies, but storyboarding.
Doug and I we're the worst example. What we have a bad habit of doing is the plot gets figured out, and then Doug writes the script as a screw you deal with that. And then I jump in and I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Screw you, deal with that.
Well, that sounds like a great way to collaborate. I love it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's taking like I know the story. So when I get the script from Doug, it's the story, but he wants to get me excited by taking it up a notch. And then I know he knows what he wrote, but it's just like now my job is, well, when this goes back to Doug, he's going to be shocked because I've taken things up just a little bit more. So it's just a fun collab, and the fact that we've been buddies for like 100 years, I think helps out.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, Doug, I don't know. Doug always throws something different than what I expect to me.
Well, I think that's like, well, Jeff, for you, I mean, you worked a lot in the Marvel universe and did like Agents of Atlas, and you worked on stuff like X-Men First Class. When you saw like the movie X-Men First Class, which is basically a Bond movie, X-Men First Class is a Bond film. Did you see a different way to say taking those established characters, and I mean, how many X-Men comics have there been now, and we all know those characters. How can you put sort of that kind of spy spin on established characters like they did with something like X-Men First Class? Do you look to film to inspire you when you're writing comics?
When I work on superheroes, it's here. I'll give this away. I almost never think of it as a superhero story. It's like they look like superheroes, but I'm either doing a romance or an adventure or a mystery or something, and I'm bringing those characters into it to do it the way they would, instead of saying this is a superhero universe. It makes them more relatable to me.
Right.
Yeah, I was just thinking while they were talking about the visuals. Currently, I'm working on a new Ninjak series with Javier Pulido. And
nice.
So what I'm trying, Javier is one of those guys like Marcos Martin, who's just going to do these bananas layouts, storytelling that really use the comics format. You know, it's not trying to do a movie in comics. It's a different way of thinking. And I try to give him a lot of visuals to work with, and yet at the same time get out of his way so he can do what he does. And then I go back and try to put the story back and make sure it's all still happening or whatever. And usually he explains to me, here's why I made this choice and everything. And then I can accommodate with that. And I love when I can drop out dialogue. That's always great. Anytime you have something nice and clear where people don't have to hear, I am shooting him with a Walther at 3 if you can, you want to do that. And I love to also sound effects. You're talking about the Chaykin sound effects, which I loved. Like with him and Walt Simonson would do that, where they'd have like brack, and it's all tucked in behind the art elements, so it felt like it's surrounding you, sort of.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, I've never, no comics. That was the first time I actually heard a comic book, was when I started reading American Flag in the early 80s. I never thought that was possible.
Yeah, I think, who is it?
It's weird. American Flag is a noisy comic.
It is a noise. And it was Ken Bruzenak. And he would use letters. They would be huge. Chaykin's work was already incredible, but then Chaykin wasn't scared to have giant text, that like if a machine gun was going bada 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 bada, he would write bada bada bada, these big gigantic letters that would stretch across panels, and it was amazing.
Oh. Yeah, a lot of times too, I'll write in the sound effects and I'll describe them. I'll blow them way up on the page, and it's really just for the artist's benefit, so that they're making something that looks like it goes with that sound effect. And then I'll take the sound effect completely out because you don't need it anymore.
Right.
And it made it visually loud. And it's like, all right, we don't need the sound. Everybody, if I think the reader can fill in with their head, I try to do that. Because
sweet.
You're going back and forth.
Are you guys like, do you ever go the Tom Clancy route where you have to have real, like, I have to have this specific gun? or I have to have this specific car with these specific tires. Do you guys ever drill down that far?
I just did that the other day. I was writing another, I've been doing this James Bond stories as like if the Bond of the books was in World War II. You never saw that stuff.
Right.
That's where he got all this experience. And yet I don't want to put any gadgets in there. I'm just trying to use stuff that people probably didn't know about that they were using in World War II, because I think it's more interesting that way. And so like I wrote in Bond using this Waldrop silenced pistol. And it's a pistol that looks like nothing but a silencer all the way across, and it holds 6 rounds and everything. And then you're done after you fire it. And it was perfect. Instead of a silencer, you screw onto the front of a barrel. And I feel like I love getting stuff like in there. It shores up the reality a little bit for when I make things that are kind of implausible. You can go back and look it up and go, oh, that was a real thing. I think that's fun.
Oh yeah, and I agree with you. I think it's like Doug is always like, he'll in the script he'll send me a picture of this is what it looks like, kind of thing, and it, I think it does. The fans of like spy stuff.
Oh, they'll burn you.
They know the stuff.
They won't tolerate you not knowing. And it's like, how many,
so if you put a Glock like 17, back in the Civil War.
Well, no, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure Brian's like made fun of this a lot. You'll see an artist drawing a complete bullet, coming out of the gun, or whatever, like, not a round with the shell popping out. And you just like, oh God, like it's not a little missile,
I've seen like just complete like bullets come out of the chamber. I've seen complete, like after someone's like unloaded a machine gun, actual complete full metal jacket sort of bullets are on the floor. It's like,
yeah. And then the studio I'm part of, well, we can't go in right now, but it was Periscope. And we did that one day. We said, okay, we're all going to the gun range because everybody's not clear on this stuff. And we just keep getting so many assignments where people are shooting guns all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And we went out there and did a few hours just blasting away and everything. And then everybody's work changed immediately. Like suddenly everyone's holding it right. It's like it makes a difference when you know the stuff. And it's like, yeah, you're going to be doing a lot of fantastic stuff. They're going to have a car doing Fast and Furious stuff, blasting through the side of a building. But those little bits, like the fans will call you on it, and they don't like to see it wrong, especially the Tom Clancy types.
Oh, right. Yeah.
They get really bent out of shape by it.
Yeah. One of the things that was really cool for me was getting a chance to shoot like powder, sort of black powder pistols before doing Jonah Hex. So it's just like, oh, okay. When you shoot this gun, you can't take another shot in the same direction because there's like this cloud in front of you. So it really made me kind of go, okay, you shoot and then you move a little bit and then you can shoot again. Otherwise, you're just shooting into a blank cloud. So it's little things like that I think they make it feel like you're telling the truth when you're on the page. And I think when someone reads it, they can kind of see it. I mean, just those little tiny things, especially like soldier craft and gun craft, how to enter a room properly. It's like all of the guys that do that stuff actually read comics. So they'll call you on it in a second.
Well, that's like, the joys of watching a movie by, say, Michael Mann, whether it's his debut feature Thief, the way James Caan held a gun with 2 hands, or in Miami Vice, or especially in Heat, when they were, running through the streets of LA with heavy gauge weapons firing. I mean, you feel that, like you said, you feel the authenticity, and it matters.
Even like in Heat, they the group met and had a talk and then walked away. But if you pay close attention, they meet at a power station, so they can't be recorded. So it's just like, oh, but they never mention it, in the actual movie. But if you're like a real nut about that sort of stuff, it's just like, oh yes, I see. Very excellent.
No, I think it's true, and with I think there is an importance to that. So often you see in comics where I've got a sort of a I don't know if it's an aversion. I don't like seeing weapons in comics that I don't believe. Like guns that are too big. There's something about the verisimilitude of the action. If the gun is like, come on, man, you can't wield that weapon. You gotta believe it. And as much as I might, when I was growing up, I liked a Rob Liefeld gun. The bigger the gun that Cable was carrying, the better. But then as I got older, I'm like, he couldn't carry that gun. He certainly couldn't carry that into battle. Then I would start getting, angry that the guns are just too damn big, and I think even in comics, especially in spy comics, when you want to pull back, you want to keep that realism in there. Even in La Femme Nikita, even when Nikita has her gun was too big, it's like, come on, you can't carry that with you and run at the same time. That's a big iron on your hip, lady. What are you going to do?
Yeah, the thing that always gets me is when people Bugs Bunny guns, where you'll see like this female character come into a room wearing tight jeans and a tight t-shirt, and she'll fight for a while and then produce a gun. It's like, wait a minute, where did that come from?
Well, that's one of the things I like about how Black Widow has been portrayed in the MCU movies. She's got smaller weapons. It's like she is carrying guns that are right, and you see them strapped onto her, and she can wield, a la John Woo movie or something like Chow Yun Fat. She can wield two weapons at the same time, and you believe it. Like, I believe this, and they haven't pushed that character too far, which I've always appreciated watching the MCU films, is that they never make that. They keep it real, and it's interesting. I'm sure the impulse has been sometimes to make it a little bit more sexy by giving her a bigger weepon, but it wouldn't work as well.
We should all spare a moment for the Desert Eagle. The preferred gun of Hollywood for like an entire decade.
Right. Which
pistol.
Well, so now when it comes to back to comics, what about like the art? Do you change up an art style? I don't know. I guess do you use, say, like in film terms, deeper focus? Do you rely on close-ups more? People's eyes? What can you do from an artistic standpoint to sort of add to the espionage?
Well, for me, I try to make it less cartoony, because one of the things that we've all been kind of coming back to is believability.
Right.
I think when you're doing a spy comic, if it's too cartoony, it's just you almost can't take it too seriously. So the style of it, I try to go for something a little bit more naturalistic. Sometimes I'll get slightly more cartoony in the action, but while I'm in the sort of espionage parts of the story, I try to make it as instantly believable as possible. And I think something you mentioned earlier, which I think is really, really important with a spy story, more so than a comic book story, is having a style. Having and I don't necessarily mean an art style, but when someone looks at the work, they can feel a sense of style.
Right, sure.
The spy himself has to have a sense of style, has to have a sense of fashion. And I don't necessarily mean like high fashion or anything like that.
Right.
But there's got to be a certain kind of feeling that it has. And that's the thing that I think Bond is great at. I think the Bourne movies really nailed that, is that sense of style that you feel while you're looking at the work.
Do you guys, Doug, when you're writing something, do you and Brian, do you guys exchange, and you too, Jeff, do you like read GQ and look at men's fashions or women's fashion magazines and do tear sheets of cool clothes that you see? Like I would love to have my character wearing this.
Yeah, well, for me, I think it's I probably spend more time with my head in tactical sort of magazines, just like looking up like, oh man, this would be something cool for Thomas to have. This would be something cool, and all of that stuff. Like his uniform, everything on him is stuff that you can buy. It's
right,
like secret, otherworldly stuff. It's stuff that you can get a hold of. And then there's little lies kind of seated in there. But yeah, I mean, I'm always kind of going, wow, that's a cool house. That's a cool car. That's a cool couch. And just trying to put stuff together visually, getting yourself into the head of the character. I think, and I think both Jeff and Doug will back me on this. You create the character and you get it to a place of perpetual motion. Then the character tells you what they like and what they want. And you just add that to it.
Well, this panel has been the fastest hour-long panel I think I've ever participated in. We've only got 8 minutes left, but I figured before I want you guys to all talk about what are you working on now? What are your current projects and what do you have coming up?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, fine. I am, stuff I can't announce yet. Man, that's a lot of fun. But I am working on that Ninjak story. And a neat part of it I meant to bring in when you're talking about the style is it's a chance with these sort of stories to let the colorist be more designy. You don't have to do a local color all through it. In fact, that doesn't feel right. I'll often put in pictures like of Mario Bava movies and say, look at this. And or the early Bond movies like Dr. No and stuff where they were just doing gorgeous sets and incredible lighting. You can do that. You just like drop a whole bunch of bad guys into red. Don't spend all this time coloring them individually. Like treat them like a force. And you can do all this stuff, and it feels like what we're conditioned with, like cool opening credits from these movies. We like stuff like that, and it's a way to kind of homage that, I think, in the storytelling.
Right.
Yeah.
So Brian and Doug, you guys working together? Do you have upcoming books? Do you have things you're planning?
No, we just finished up our Kickstarter for our first issue of Thomas River, which is straight up spy. And then just like Jeff, I mean, everything else I'm working on, I'm not allowed to talk about. That's how comics has gotten to these days. Like everybody wants exclusives on stuff, and if you give it away, nobody will cover you afterwards. It's such a weird thing. But, I'm working with Hoyt Silva.
It's awesome. The spy panel ends with stuff we can't talk about.
I love it. I couldn't have planned. Well, to touch on that, I mean, to sort of take a detour. How are you all feeling about the state of the comics industry? And also moving over to Kickstarter is a way that a lot of creators have found great success doing that. There was, even controversy that even a publisher like Boom Studios was utilizing crowdfunding as well. How do you feel? Well, I guess, how do you feel about the state of the industry and how do you feel about using Kickstarter and crowdfunding comics?
I think Kickstarter is super important. You've got to get that bond with your audience and not let it fall apart. At the same time, you do have to find ways to support the shops that are hanging in there through this. It's a real tough needle to thread, but I don't think it's impossible. But we're probably going to have to start doing stuff we should have been doing 10 years ago.
Mm.
Oh yeah. I back you up on that 100%. I think with Kickstarter, it's really awesome, especially Doug and I have talked about the fact that doing something that's out of the mainstream of comics and probably wouldn't sell that great in your average comic book shop.
Right.
You can do that in Kickstarter a lot easier and be relatively financially successful. But I love the fact that I'm going to be doing more and more stuff for Marvel and DC and possibly Valiant and everyone. So it's just anything that's out there. Kickstarter opens up another road for us to travel.
Yeah, and you're dealing with directly dealing with your audience. There's no middleman, although it doesn't allow people necessarily to discover your work. I mean, so often I found so many comic books going into the comic shops. I would miss that very much if you couldn't find some crazy thing that you'd never heard of before or seen before. That's how I found American Flag when I was a kid. I was like, "What's this?" It's not. I wouldn't have known what it was.
Yeah, you depended on the shop owner or a clerk there who had cool taste to help get you into stuff. That was important to me in college. But I like what Brian's point is. It's like a lot of what you're selling on Kickstarter would have a hard time getting the shelf space in the store anyway.
Yeah.
And so hopefully you can get it to a point where they don't really compete with each other too much.
Yeah.
And we found, honestly, I mean, Brian and I went through the whole list of you can see everybody that backs your books, and you'll be surprised at the lack of crossover between your comics fans and your Kickstarter fans. There's not a huge convergence of like, oh, we had 10,000 people that would normally buy a comic book in the comic book shop spend their money on our Kickstarter instead. It was people we have never encountered before, and people that
it's the way you always find out after you do it, like a bunch of X-Men books, like, come on fans, let's follow me over here, and like, hey, where'd everybody go?
I mean, that's interesting. I would have thought that there would be more crossover. What do you attribute that to? Do you think there are people that just peruse Kickstarter and aren't necessarily comics fans, and they've discovered comics via Kickstarter?
I think there are people that are perusing Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, not necessarily Kickstarter specifically, but there's people that are just kind of hanging out. They're reading like little articles and stuff like that, and they're going to the Kickstarter because they can usually port right there from whatever article or whatever Facebook post or whatever. Whereas a lot of times with the comics, you have to go to the comic shop, and I think a lot of these people are people who are like, well, I do this, and I don't know where the comic book shop is near me, and I'm not going to go to the comic book shop. But I can just pick this up right now. So it's a kind of I think a slightly different fan.
Interesting. Well, we've only got a minute left, really, of this panel. Is there anything, we talked about your upcoming work. Is there anything you have currently on the stands? Anything you want to give a last plug to before the plug is pulled on us? And I want to thank all three of you for being here. This has been so much fun.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, we could do this all day, man. It's so much fun. And Jeff, it was really good seeing you again, man.
Yeah, it's been too long. I can't wait to see you in real life again, man.
Agreed.
I'm probably gonna cry. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Once we emerge from our Punxsutawney dens,
I mean, this would have been my 32nd Comic-Con consecutive in San Diego, and not having it, it was something you look forward to all year round, and then no Comic-Con.
Oh yeah.
Well, one thing, comics readers have shown over the years, they don't let anything kill them or their industry. It'll be back,
Right.
So I think we are going to be having these talks at a table, drinking little waters, and whatever, signing books again.
Sure. Yeah, and I do think that that creating comics is a very solitary kind of process. I mean, you're generally at home alone or at the studio alone, just kind of doing this stuff. And it's nice going to a convention and actually sort of meeting with those friends and those fans. That's the thing that I really missed this past year is getting a chance to just hang out with folks, both professional and the fans. It's just that's a part of comics that I didn't think existed, didn't expect it until I got in as a professional.
Well, on that note, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. This was Spies Like Us, Spies in Comics. How fantastic. Thank you so much. And what another great Baltimore Comic-Con panel. Thank you, all three of you. Thanks very, very much.
Robert, good to see you guys.
Yeah,
Good
great
to see
hanging
you.
out, man.
Yeah, this was terrific. Thanks very much.
Hello, Baltimore Comic Con. My name is Matthew Klein. I'm the Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Valiant Entertainment. And we are here today to bring you an incredible creator spotlight for the one and the only Mr. Dennis Hopeless. Dennis, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I want you to know, every time I see you, I'm just so jealous of your hair. You have a phenomenal head of hair, sir, if I may say. And as someone who is losing it every single day, I cannot compliment you enough for your coif, sir. It is lovely.
I appreciate that, but I did literally nothing. Like, I barely even wash it. So
stop bragging. Just stop bragging.
My parents can take that compliment.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Also, I appreciate you have a wonderful fire in the background here. You look well set up, sir.
Yeah, it's cold here. All of a sudden, it was warm and now it's cold.
And joining us today, too, is literally the person I'm going to age into in about 20 years. With us today is John Petrie, the Senior Sales and Merchandise Manager from Valiant Entertainment. I say that in part because we unintentionally wore the exact same shirt today, repping.
Wear the same shirt. And thank you so much, Matthew, for pointing out both my lack of hair by talking about Dennis's lovely hair, and for pointing out the fact he's older than you.
Well, I'm just saying, look, we've got the glasses. I'm losing my hair. You don't have as much as I will when I'm your age. Dennis really is making it out like a bandit between the three of us here. So, so on that note, let's dive a bit in here. So, Dennis, my first question to you, sir. Is it true that you used to work in a comic book shop?
I did. When I graduated college, it was like 2003, 2004-ish. And it was the first time when you get out of college with a liberal arts degree and there were no jobs. So I very briefly worked at a Best Buy as a loss prevention. So a yellow shirt. And I'd said, welcome to Best Buy, to try to keep people from shoplifting all day long through a holiday season. And I was losing my mind because I just been to college for 5 years and now I worked at Best Buy, and a comic book shop opened in my hometown, and I basically begged the guy to let me come and work part-time or anything so I could have a job that I liked. And then I promptly got fired from Best Buy. So yeah, my first couple years out of college, my primary job was working in a comic shop. Pulp Fiction Comics and Games in Lee Summit, Missouri. It's still there.
It is still there. Now, yeah. John, part of your job with Valiant is that you talk to retailers, literally comic shop owners, almost daily, including weekends sometimes, as much as I discourage you. Have you spoken to Pulp Fiction in a while? I'm trying to remember. If not, we should put them on the list this week.
I will put them on the list for this week. It gets to a point where you're sort of like, I can no longer remember which stores I've called and which stores I haven't, which is a product of age. So I will put them on for this week.
So Dennis, first of all, can you share with us a story of a shoplifter while you were working at Best Buy that you caught?
Here's the thing about loss. I guess I shouldn't tell this to the world, but it's very difficult to catch actual shoplifters because you haven't technically stolen something until you've left the store, and employees aren't allowed to chase you out of the store. So what you would have to do is suspect someone of shoplifting, then call the police so the police can apprehend them. Because if you were to make someone trip and fall in the parking lot, the store would be liable for their injuries. So most of the time we would just watch professional shoplifters on the camera, go into the bathroom, and then watch them walk past us and try to stop them. They would ignore you. Because like when you're leaving a Best Buy and they say, "Can I check your receipt?" You don't have to. You can tell them no and just walk past them. There's nothing they can do. So like we caught, this was a while ago, so we caught teenagers stealing CDs. And one time there was a ring of mini camcorder, basically thieves that were going to all the Best Buys and stealing the display models. And we caught them fast enough to have the police. So we actually stopped a ring of camcorder thieves in the Kansas City area. But otherwise, yeah, it's mostly teenagers with CDs.
Elliot Ness would be proud. That's all I'm saying. No, because John and I we come from a retail background as well. He and I both worked together at Forbidden Planet in Manhattan for several years. John also spent over 20 years in Barnes & Noble, working his way up there as a manager and HR, which that job I do not envy you having, John, at any point in time. I'm trying to remember, do you have a good shoplifting story from your time either at B&N or Forbidden Planet?
I have many good shoplifting stories, most of which are not fit for public consumption. I will say I did get punched once when I asked someone. I was like, "Oh, the cafe is just for cafe customers, but I have seating upstairs," and he punched me because he didn't want to move.
That's fun. Yeah, I remember I had one. I mean, clearly it didn't screw you up in the long term, though, because you have a beautiful face. Yeah. Look at that. Those cheekbones. I mean, come on. No, I remember
years of reading superhero comics made me stop him. So,
There you go. Well, that's the thing. Superhero comics can be educational. I think my favorite shoplifting story was there were a group of kids around holiday time who managed to shove a lightsaber replica into their pants, and they were wearing very, very baggy pants, and they were walking side by side, and they would like side hustle out the door with it. But to your point, Dennis, we couldn't actually stop them until they had left, and usually at that point they make a run for it. So it's very difficult to catch them.
Yeah.
So Dennis, you've gone the gamut. You've done stuff like Star Wars, Spider-Man, Avengers Arena, Spider-Woman. Now you're at Exo-Manowar with Valiant as well. Where did you start? What was your first comic that you remember reading?
I remember reading?
Yeah.
I got a 2-pack at a Stuckey's on a road trip when I was a kid that had an issue of Planet Terry from Star Comics, which is like the kids comics line in the 80s from Marvel. And it had a random issue of Firestorm in it. And I remember I was like 6. I didn't understand Firestorm at all. It looked cool, but it was in the middle of the storyline. I had no idea what was happening. And Planetary, I guess, is the one that I actually registered. And I now have 2 6-year-olds, so I understand their level of following things. We were watching the first Avengers movie the other day, which is like the first live action movie I've ever seen them sit through. And in the middle, one of my sons turned around and said, "Dad, I pretty much never have any idea what they're talking about, so I just watch to see what will happen next." So apparently that's how children watch movies.
I mean, look, the encouraging sign, though, is that they were willing to sit through the whole thing uninterrupted.
Yeah. Well, I think that's probably why those movies do so well in other markets. You don't have to speak English to like follow the action part of it. You know what I mean? Like even little kids can follow it. So that makes sense that it would be a worldwide phenomenon.
I mean, I think we need to dissect that formula at some point and just make some more money off of it if we can, the three of us.
Well, you know what else does really well overseas is the step-up movies. Dancing movies are...
musicals. It's, movies with musical numbers in there. People dig it. Bollywood.
Yes, exactly.
Massive. So that was your first comic. When did you realize that comics was something you wanted to have a career in? Was it before or after you went into the retail game at Pulp Fiction?
I wanted to be a screenwriter in high school and college, but I followed a girl to Kansas State University, which, believe it or not, is not the best Hollywood school to go to in the world. So I got I majored in creative writing, and radio, TV, film was the name of the production program. And coming out of that, I didn't have a lot of contacts, and I guess I was just afraid to move to LA because I moved back to Kansas City, and essentially just at that comic shop I was working at, I met my buddy Kevin Mellon, who had gone to the Kubert School and had pages, and I was like, oh, instead of making movies, I could make comics, because I always loved reading comics or whatever. So it sort of just I wanted to make something. I wanted to tell stories. I had this job that I hated at Best Buy, and I was working part-time at the comic shop, and I wanted to do something creative. And I thought, well, comics would be an easier thing to do and get published. Like, it'd be faster than moving to LA. It turns out it takes 7 years anyway. I think it didn't go any faster. I just did it here. But yeah, then working with Kevin on a couple of failed projects, and then my first published book, Gearhead, I kind of got the bug and switched my interest from making movies into making comics.
So I'm curious because John, you have a creative writing background. I do too. I'm another one like you, Dennis, with a creative writing major, just at the new school versus Kansas State University. Also got into comics through a girl that I had a massive crush on when I was a freshman in college. Didn't go anywhere, surprisingly. But I'm just curious, what lessons did you take from screenwriting that you were able to apply to comics? Then what were some of the differences from there?
Honestly, what I would do, it was in college. I wrote all my screenplays in college until relatively recently. But what I would usually do is get about a third of the way into something, decide that I could do it better, and scrap it and start over on something else, and never finished anything. And I think the thing that made comics that pushed me toward comics is you're collaborating. Like, someone's waiting on you to finish the story. Someone else is going to do something with it, and it's a back and forth thing. So instead of just being me, typing away on my computer and hoping to sell the screenplay or whatever, it was, well, Kevin and I are developing this world. Kevin and I are figuring out the story, and if I don't get him a script, he doesn't have anything to do. And the collaborative nature of it, from the outset, like especially with creator-owned comics, like you're working with somebody else to figure a thing out. It's not just me typing. I think that was huge. Probably if you get to the next stage of filmmaking, the collaboration with the other people becomes a part of it, but I haven't quite got there. But yeah, also I think structure. Screenplays have to be very specifically structured to even be looked at. And comics, you're essentially just writing a long letter to the creative team that can be any format you want, as long as it's readable and they can tell what's dialogue and what's panel descriptions. So there's more freedom there.
I love the nature of collaboration in comics. I think is one of the things that makes it so unique when you have, the writer, artist, letterer, colorist, editor, all in there kind of as this incredible team to go from scratch. And I think people really underestimate the collaboration that goes into a comic, from idea and pitch to outline to the script all the way in. To someone who has no concept how to make a comic, how would you describe that process to them?
I mean, it depends. Especially on create your own comics, I've found the best collaborations and the best stories and the most successful pitches come from finding at least an artist, if not an artist and an editor and an artist and a creative team that are all on board to make this thing. So it's not like, hey, here's this, 500-page story that I've written. I want you to draw it. But it's like, hey, let's develop the thing. Like, what are you into? What do you like to draw? What, we both like this movie. What could we do that's in that vein? Because then you've got a partner in crime. Because especially as a writer, drawing is much more time consuming. And if before you're at the level of getting money thrown at you to make these things, which I don't know very many people at that level, you need to both be passionate about doing this thing, because it might not ever make a dime. Like, you might have to put it out online because nobody wants to publish it, or you might just be doing this as like a business card to get to the next level. And you really need both people to be passionate about it. So so yeah, like I think you find a friend that's a really motivated and gifted artist who wants to work for free, and then you fool them with your charm and winning smile into to drawing a book for you.
And fabulous hair, if I may say. I think it just adds to the charm there.
My hair came late in life. Like I was at it, I just didn't know what to do with it. And also my children made me turn gray, which made it wiry, which is why it stands up and things. My hair was very much less impressive when I was at the trying to trick people into working.
What is the most embarrassing hairstyle that you look back on and go, what was I thinking?
Oh, I have so many. I had a rat tail. I had a permed mullet.
A permed mullet?
I had a permed mullet. I rocked an undercut, like a long skater undercut that was shaved up to here and as long as my shoulder from 6th grade until the middle of my senior year of high school. So I had some hair. So I guess my hair didn't come late in life. It's just I always like the hair I have now and am embarrassed by the hair I had before.
I think all it just means is that you're truly maturing into your ideal hair.
Maybe. In 10 years, I'll probably hate this dude.
But you gotta we'll revisit for Baltimore Comic-Con 10 years from now for an update on where you're at for them, for sure.
Hopefully I'm back to a permed mullet.
There you go. You it's on camera. You've just put the evidence out there. So now you're beholden to this promise. So I'm curious, because you touched on a little bit, what would you say some of the biggest differences are from working on a licensed property versus an established universe work for hire like you've done at Marvel and Valiant versus creator owned like you did with Gearhead and what you've been doing with Sea of Stars over at Image?
Well, there's upsides and downsides to both.
Sure.
The best thing about work for hire comics is you get paid when you turn the script in, which is very nice.
That's very fair. Yeah.
Especially as a writer, like even if you have a budget, usually on creator owned, that's going to the artist as a advance, and you're working for free until back end, so you get paid later. The other nice thing is usually a pitch at on a work for hire book on a licensed property, they're coming to you and asking you if you want to pitch a thing, and you kind of have an idea what they're looking for. So those can be much more, hey, this is what would be cool. Let's have a discussion. It doesn't have to be like a document with beginning, middle, and end and themes and like, let me sell you on the idea of giving me money for this thing I cooked up. It's more a conversation. And actually, because I did 2 creator-owned books and then started working at Marvel and was Marvel for 8 or 9 years before we did Sea of Stars. So I have very little experience with the, like, here's my elaborate pitch package. Give me a yes, let's publish my thing, and a lot more experience with an email with an editor. So from that standpoint, like getting a pitch approved is much easier on work for hire once you're in the door. But you also have, like, at Marvel and Valiant, you're serving a master of some sort. Like, it's either this is what's happening in the universe, these villains are off the board, or this is what's happening in this other book, it can't contradict, or like, this is the direction we want to take the character, like your story has to fit within that. So, you know, you have some confines to work within, and you have other creators, and the decision of whether or not to cancel your book based on sales is not up to you. So that, you know, there's some confines to work within. And then on a creator,
or a pandemic gets in the way of issues 1 and 2 coming out, you know?
Right. Well, yeah, I had multiple, I mean, not at Valiant, but I had multiple projects, work for hire projects at other companies. So I just got pencils down, and those pencils never got picked back up because, yeah, like a 3-month break. Whereas all my creator owned stuff, that's what I did as I just sat and worked on it. Like, I own it. That's my business. Like, I was able to do that. So the freedom is what you get for the lack of financial security on a creator-owned book. You can do whatever. You can create whatever world. You can use whatever word. You can do whatever you like. And if you want to do it for free, once it stops making money, no one's going to stop you. You can just go straight into the poorhouse, continuing to put that book out for free, which is nice.
No, that's awesome. Well, I think that's a perfect transition into Exo Manowar, which you are the writer for. Issue 1 came out right before The world changed dramatically back in March, and now we're so excited. We have issue 2 coming back out next month on November 25th. So my curious with you, sir, is how would you describe Exo Manowar to someone who has no idea what this character is?
He's like a ancient badass warrior wearing a nuclear bomb for a suit. Like he's like like a super noble, trained to kill with his bare hands and a sword warrior that I guess warrior prince or warrior king, right? Who he like grew up fighting Romans and trying to save his people from being crushed beneath the boot of the Roman Empire. And now he's here wearing a super suit that is more advanced and more deadly than anything humanity's ever known. So it's, I don't know, the easiest way to put it in like Marvel Universe terms is like Thor wearing Iron Man's armor, sort of. No, he's awesome. It's like a badass He-Man in a super suit that talks to him and tells him to calm down and be more responsible.
Now, how familiar were you with the character and with the Valiant Universe before you started pitching on him and came on board? I
read a bunch of stuff. I actually pitched Shadow Man way back in 2011, whenever the original Valiant happening. Yeah, I got relatively far down that road, and then I started working on my first Marvel work, and it fell apart, and it went to I don't remember who did it, but yeah, that book was great. But because of that, I read a bunch of the 90s Valiant comics at the time to kind of get my my understanding of everything. So I read some 90s Exo, a lot of 90s Shadow Man. And then I read the first year, I think, of everything Valiant was putting out back then. So I was relatively familiar with Exo and the Valiant universe. And then I hadn't read anything for a while. I have 2 6-year-olds. So there was a period of time where I didn't read anything except for, like board books. Watch a little Paw Patrol. But I've gone back since I've been working on Exo and since I was originally pitching it with Heather and reread all of the Exo Manowar. So I'm well versed in Exo at this point.
And that's Heather Antos, for those of you on there, the editor on the book, senior editor for Valiant. And I'm curious too. So you mentioned the 2012 run. Exo's had some phenomenal creators and great runs on the character before. What did you look to bring to the character here that hadn't been done before? What new wrinkles can you talk about that you're bringing to our Thor in an Iron Man costume?
I wanted to really beef up the humanity of the book, like get into to Exo's head. Like what we wanted to do, like the main thing was, let's turn Exo Manowar into a pretty straight superhero book. Like put him in the here and now, put him in a city. He's trying to help people and save people. Like what does that look like, and how does that go awry and make his life very dramatic and difficult? And so for me, it was all about like building the family of the book and building the relationships. So one of the big things was Shanhara and I say Eric because I know a man named Eric whose name is spelled that way. I know everybody says Arik internally, but they, you have this guy who's this warrior who's pulled out of time and thrown at all these crazy space battles, and he just wants to solve everything with his fists and his sword. And then you have a sentient supercomputer that can read all human knowledge in a moment's notice and understands the complexities of modern society and what's going to happen if he drops a spaceship in the middle of rush hour traffic, and nobody's going to thank him for that, no matter what the spaceship was going to do.
It's a phenomenal moment, by the way. That's one of my favorite moments from the first issue, which if you're watching this panel and you're going, what are they talking about? Pick up Exoman #1 just to see that first scene where he literally drops an alien spaceship that would have crashed and killed thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people. But by dropping in the middle of the traffic, nobody thanks him. They just go, oh my God, this guy just destroyed everything in Midtown Manhattan here.
Right. It was a night. Can't get to work. And yeah, so we wanted that to be a relationship more than, like she's not just a suit. She's a person in his head. She's a person he talks to constantly. She's an irritating voice that's always nagging him and is right more than he wants to admit. And then that's just like a really interesting thing. Like, what would that be like to have a voice in your ear that that's all she can do. Like that's, she's trapped in this suit, which is on him, or not, even when it's not on him, she's just a voice in his head. So how do they interact as people? And then I also wanted to build a community around it. Like what does his life outside of that look like? Like he doesn't belong here. He doesn't really fit here, but this is where he is and this is what he's trying to do. So, like what relationships does he build? Who does he piss off? Like who does he befriend? Which isn't a thing, we haven't really dealt with that before in the previous, at least not here on Earth, in the previous runs. And we wanted to do that, like build the world around him, make that go.
And I love that aspect of your run. Arik has had, his people, the Visigoths. He has built his life on other worlds as well. But he's never really gone out and found a community of his own that he chose to be a part of. It was either one that he was inherited into by his birth or one that he was conscripted into through war. It was never really a place where he got to choose who he would represent, who he would fight for. And I think that that's one of the things that's so fascinating about this. What made you choose to drop him into, New York City, basically? What was it about that location that you said, I want to take this Visigoth warrior from the 5th century and put him into here?
I'll be honest with you. I just said the city in my initial outline, and Heather Antos assumed it was New York City, and I had no reason to argue with her.
Also, it's very hard to win an argument with her. Let's be very clear. John and I know this also from personal experience.
I'm not saying anything.
But, I've been to New York enough times that I understand the city, and nobody wants a superhero book that's set in Kansas City, which is where I am. That wouldn't be very interesting. So it made sense to put it in New York. New York, I understand. New York has landmarks that we can easily draw upon. But yeah, no, it wasn't really to choice so much as that's just where he settled.
No, and I think, John, I want to kind of kick this question over to you because, you've been with Valley for a few years in different positions here, and you've experienced Exo-Man of War. You've talked to retailers and fans through multiple runs. What is it about this current run that Dennis is working on that really excites you, that you think is resonating with people, that you're excited about?
So there's a couple things that are upcoming that I can't talk about but I've seen outlines. Email me privately. I'm just kidding. I'm in trouble. But I about earlier, which was the humanity of Arik. You haven't really seen him interact with a whole lot of people, regular people. There is a question that I would love to ask Dennis, though. Considering we're all from comic book backgrounds, we're all from comic book store backgrounds, and the wonderful thing about comics these days is there's so much out there. There's really something for everyone. But as an employee, the clerk, you get very excited about certain particular books, and then you're sort of trying to always. I'm just going to keep going because we went out for a second, but I'm just going to keep going. So how would you, Dennis, give that 30-second pitch? You're back in pulp, and you're there one day a week just for the funsies of it. How would you put that book in someone's hand? I know how I do it, but I want to know how you do it.
How do I put my? Sorry, you cut it a lot.
How do you put your Exo-Man of War in someone's hands? Like, what's that? If you were talking to a customer and you were back in a store, how would you be saying, all right, in 30 seconds, here's what you need to know. Here's how you would pitch it.
I mean, it's hard not to lean into the ancient warrior wearing a super advanced super suit thing.
Absolutely.
The high concept of the character is such a good idea. And that's what I would usually do. Whenever I was a clerk, it would be like, okay, what's your favorite movie? And then whatever I was reading at the time, like if they like zombie movies, I'd give them Walking Dead or whatever, that's the easiest thing to do. And yeah, I think that's just brilliant. Because normally the guy in the super suit is a brilliant scientist or some sort of evil scientist. They're always some Poindexter who's put on a super suit and is smashing things up. Like this guy has no business wearing super advanced armor, but he gets to because he because he bonded with it, right? Like it chose him. And that's just a really cool idea, because he would be doing all of this stuff with his bare hands if he didn't have a nuclear weapon wrapped around him the whole time. So he wasn't the most powerful thing on the planet. And I don't know, I love that. I love that idea. So
it's very cool to hear you talk about how it's like he's someone who is not qualified in any way. It's not like this matches him perfectly as far as an archetype goes. He's now thrust into extraordinary circumstances and has to adapt and see what he's made out of. He's not like preternaturally perfect for this role in any way.
Right. Which is, I mean, that really leads into the Shanghara of it too. Like if the customer would continue listening to me, that's what I talk about. Like the suit, it annoys the hell out of the suit that this guy just wants to punch everything. Like you can do all of this stuff so carefully. Like we know everything. And he's just like, yeah, but I go punch that. And I'm going to destroy that. That's a threat. The spaceship was going to crash. So I caught it. Now I'm going to put it down and go do something else. Now it's not my problem, which makes sense from his perspective. But yeah, that's the most fun part of the book to me. He's trying to do good, but yeah, he's not super qualified for the job.
Well, and it's the relationship between he and Shanhara, is one of the things that we hear on our end that resonates so much too with returning readers, with new readers, with the shops. Like it's just a kudos to you and how you write this incredible relationship in a way that's never been explored in like this, which is so cool and so fresh. The relationship between the man and the armor, basically, in a lot of ways, which is really a testament to what you do. We've talked a lot about issue 1 right now. I mean, issue 1 ends with a hell of a cliffhanger. I mean, literally a gun to his head. What are you really excited for people to pick up this second issue in November? What are you excited for them to see as we go into the rest of this arc for the story?
Well, the first arc is really about cementing his place in New York and him figuring out where he fits and who he can trust, and sort of the world adapting to him. Like most modern normal threats are not going to be a threat to him. But when you put this super powerful piece on the board, the world sort of changes around him. So like the most fun thing about the first arc to me is seeing those things sort of coalesce around him as he's like personally trying to build a community and like finding a place to live and figuring out like what is his normal life going to be outside of all of the crazy stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of crazy, terrifying action brewing as the world changes to respond to his existence. And that's
I am personally extraordinary. Issue 2 has a scene in it with Arik that I thought just absolutely distilled who this character is for me in a way that I've never experienced before, and I thank you for that. I don't want to give away too much, but it involves handcuffs. But it's a fantastic scene where just like every decision he makes, every word he says, just for me, it really speaks to who this character is at his core. And I was just blown away, and I can't wait for folks to really read it. And it's a moment that if you aren't, that will resonate for you and you'll think about later, which I think is really, really cool.
You made that sound way sexier than it is.
Sex sells. Let's be very clear. Sex sells. We've gotta, go a little bit into the old school Spice Channel at times just to try and get things going. But actually, with that in mind, because you spoke a little bit about kind of what it's been like for you as a writer, working on your creator-owned stuff, during this whole time as publishers have been kind of gearing back up and the marketplace has been going through its changes. John, I kind of want to kick this over to you from your end, working with Valiant. Can you speak to a little bit about what this time period has been and what you've seen and you're very excited for, and how you see the industry kind of growing and evolving during this time and beyond?
Yeah, I think the thing certainly that has been the most wonderful for me talking to retailers has been universally everybody said, nope, our customers are coming back, and they're supporting us as much as ever. They're testament to the strength of the comics community. one thing that I have found fascinating during this time when stores were shut down, you know, a lot of actually through their libraries these days, and they're moving from the libraries, they're finding stuff, and then they're going into the comic shops and they're saying, you know, where are the rest of these books? So, you know, as someone who's a liberal arts major and wanted to be a screenwriter and all of that, I'm just wondering, Dennis, if you can talk a little bit about kind of some of your favorite authors that kind of got your, you know, creative juices flowing as a kid, and you know, maybe, you know, who did you discover at your local library that really inspired you?
In terms of comics or prose or what?
Both in general, whichever you want to share. It's a very broad question, I know.
I used to read so much, and this would have been so easy. And my kids have completely broken my brain when it comes to that stuff. I had an Audible subscription, actually, like starting in college, where I would get 3 audiobooks a month. And I used to work at a sign shop for years while I was coming up, and I just burned through audiobooks. So in the last 15 years, I've probably listened to more books than I've actually read. But I don't know. I'm a huge Stephen King fan. I know that's not very highbrow, but I love Stephen King, and the Dark Tower series is really fun.
Nice.
That was really inspirational. Weirdly, one of the things that got me into comics as a kid was the novelization of the Life and Death of Superman.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
For whatever reason, that hit at that summer. I don't know if everybody has this, but I had a summer where I did basically nothing but lay outside and read. And my grandmother had bought me the hardcover of that when it came out. I was 12 or something. And I read it all in like 2 days. And then I went and got all these superhero adaptations. Most of them are not as good as that one, but Batman Nightfall had a novelization. And eventually I got to like some weird Iron Man book that was really not great. But that inspired me to get back into comics a little bit at that point. And yeah, I don't know. I've never been, weirdly, as a comic reader, I follow creative teams a lot. But as a prose reader, I would just go like to a section and grab a book and read it. And I'm a terrible snob because I just read it, whatever. If I start reading something, I'd finish it. I love some stuff and I hated some stuff, but I would just grab whatever. So I don't have a great answer.
That was a wonderful answer. What are you talking about?
Okay.
That was a great answer. I'm just curious, like when you were growing up, like were there any superheroes that you like identified with? Like were there any, like we're in Halloween time, like did you ever grow up like putting on a Batman costume for Halloween or stuff like that?
I love Halloween is a huge part of my life. I'm sitting in front of the stuff that I'm going to use to build my my knight shield. I'm going to be a charred knight. Anyway, my girlfriend's going as a dragon, and I'm going to be a charred knight. So
that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
But yeah, my mom and I would make Halloween costumes together from the time I was 11 or 12, and oftentimes, especially when I got older and they would be more involved, they were things from pop culture from when I was a kid. So I've been Destro from G.I. Joe in college. I was Lion-O from Thundercats one year. Wearing that costume required 8 months of exercise. And then, yeah, as an adult, Guy Gardner was my favorite superhero for a long time. So I have a Guy Gardner costume. I have a near movie quality Mad Max Road Warrior costume with the race and yeah. And then the most embarrassing one, I was He-Man one year, and I was a very skinny, very pale He-Man because I exercised to get in shape, but it turns out that costume only works if you're like a bodybuilder. So getting thinner didn't really help me. And for some reason, I thought it made sense to shave my legs. And so I had shaved lily white chicken legs and furry underwear and then like leather straps. And what I learned from that is there is not enough whiskey in the world to make you not feel naked in front of all of your friends. You were wearing a He-Man costume.
I really hope Cullen Bunn saw you in that costume. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sure he's seen photos. I don't think he attended.
We're getting into the back half of things here, but that's amazing. I'm never a big Halloween guy, but during this He-Man, what hairstyle were we at that point in time?
Oh, I grew out to the best of my ability in the 7 or 8 months where I was exercising. I grew out a page boy. So
really,
yeah, comic artist Kyle Strom called it my pumpkin pie haircut because for whatever reason it rounded. It was not a good look. But yeah, it was a lot less gray then and more blonde, and I grew it down to about here, page boy.
Oh man, I assume there's evidence of this somewhere. But
it's probably, if you look up Dennis Hopeless He-Man, I'm sure there's a photo online.
Well, I know what I'm doing after this panel. So I'm curious, John. I want to kick a little bit over to you. You know, we've recently announced a Valiant series like The Harbinger. We have announcements coming up for Cullen Bunn's Shadow Man, books like Savage, Final Witness, the next arc of Bloodshot in January, One Last Shot with Tim Seeley and Pedro Andreu. What are you really excited? What are some of the things you're most excited for coming up from Valiant that you can tell people about?
Okay. Well, it's a little bit of a cheat because I get to see stuff ahead of time. But certainly,
abuse your privilege. Abuse the privilege.
Oh, okay. All right, sure. Then obviously EXO, because I'm telling you, there's moments in your outline in 3 and 4 where I'm like, ooh, you get sneak peeks of covers, and it's like, ooh, what's that? I'm very excited for Ninjak because I love a good spy series.
With Jeff Parker, who was on the panel before this one.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Shadow Man. How can you beat horror? How can you beat, classic monster movie of the week horror? The Harbinger, the art is just so pretty. I'm naming everything because I can't pick a favorite. It's like, my own, how do you pick a favorite child? Final Witness.
Sophie did. Just saying.
Well, yeah. I will say, actually, so I'm gonna fly past that joke super quick.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, actually, Dennis, you are, funnily enough, I was just doing an interview with Fred Van Lente talking about Psylords, and he actually was also talking about how he had pitched Shadow Man back in the day. So, just out of curiosity, to kind of close the circle for me, how about you? Do you have other, now that you're part of the Valiant family, what other Valiant characters are you like, I have an idea percolating in the back of my head for that one?
So my Shadow Man pitch was insane and doesn't make any sense now. Like, it only would have worked as a Shadow Man relaunch where everything was redoing. I still love that story and have sort of repurposed it into a Creator Realm book. So Shadow Man is not it anymore. But I also was talking about doing a Ivar book, and so that most recent miniseries from that was fantastic. And I don't know, I don't even remember what I pitched for that, honestly, but I just really liked that series and I really liked that character, and I think that that style of time travel would be super fun to do. So Ivar Time, is it Walker? Time
Walker, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, we could make a musical version of it and do Ivar Time Dancer.
Well, there you go. That's
true.
Ivar Time Dancer is.
It'll be really big overseas, also. Like, our partners over in Korea and France, like they'll go crazy for it.
I actually saw a Step Up movie in Morocco. It was in French, so I didn't understand the words. Like, it was dubbed in French. But over there, it was called Step Up 5 Miami Heat, which I thought was the greatest title for any movie ever.
See, now I'm wondering, like, is there some kind of hidden thing, Dennis, where you've been watching Step Up movies in multiple languages for years now, just like checking out different subtitles for it and different dubbings? But
I didn't know it was in French. I assumed it wasn't in English because I was in Morocco and nobody spoke English in Morocco for the most part. But I was surprised that it was in French. Also, it was interesting watching that with a foreign audience because that movie is such like American obnoxiousness on full force. Like there's all these cars, like souped up cars at the beginning, stop traffic, and they get out and dance on the cars, and they're like throwing glitter and money everywhere. And it's just like a really obnoxious.
See, now I just think you're describing La La Land, because that also happens.
It's similar, but more popping and locking.
Yes.
Another thing I will say is Step Up is Cullen Bunn's favorite movie series. And if you get him drunk enough, he will pop and lock at the table for you. Because
I think we've got a whole new goal for another episode of maybe Valiant Voices, where we have you and Cullen on together talking about Step Up, and we just go from there. So Ivar, that to circle back. So Ivar is one of the things. I would love to see that. I would love to see that, and I think Ivar is certainly ripe for a return into the Valiant universe soon. And I think from there, I think that one of the questions that I have is kind of, what characters would you be excited to see kind of EXO cross paths with that he hasn't gotten to yet as you get deeper into the story?
Well, Colin and I have been having a text message argument for months over who would win in a massive magic versus science battle of EXO and Shadow Man. So
that'd be dope.
If I can chump Colin Bunn's Shadow Man in any way, I absolutely want to do that. That's huge. And Tim has expressed interest in doing some Bloodshot stuff too, so that would be fun as well.
What's really cool about that is when you go back into the history of the Valiant universe, those are characters that actually haven't shared that much time on the page together.
Right.
Like I can't recall an event or anything where it was really like EXO and Shadow Man, or even EXO and Bloodshot, or Bloodshot and Shadow Man for that level, really haven't gotten a chance to cross-pollinate. So I think there's a lot of fertile ground there that'd be really cool to discover.
Yeah, I think so too. It'd be a lot of fun.
I think that one thing I'd love to touch on, before we start getting ready to wrap up, that we haven't yet, is talking a little bit about working with Emilio Leoso on EXO, and because certainly I imagine you're writing for a specific artist here, and different artists have different strengths that you play to. And can you talk a little bit about that process and what Emilio has brought to the book in terms of storytelling?
Yeah, it's usually hard for the first arc of something because you don't, you can look at someone's portfolio online and see what their work's been like in the past, but you don't know exactly how they're going to respond to a script or what they're going to be good at, and you're going to want to lean into. But fortunately, Emilio and I worked together on one of my Spider-Man Gamerverse stories. So we did an arc of that together. And so I knew how fantastic he is at both like the little quiet moments and facial expressions, and then also like crazy bombastic action, and just designing weird tech and figuring out interesting page layouts and stuff. So I knew what I was getting, which helped a lot. It allowed me to kind of lean in those directions. Because a lot of times when you're working with a new artist, it takes an issue or two to find your groove and figure out, because I can be boring and wordy a lot in my talking head scenes. And it's fun to be able to put different things in there so that you're not just looking at word balloons. And he's great at that. He's great at the facial expressions. He's great at putting the weird stuff in the background. And there is a character coming up that he absolutely kills every time he's on screen because of what Emilio does with that. So I'm excited about that.
No, I got Heather was nice enough to share with John and I the inks for issue 3 as well, just to get a heads up. And we were just like blown away by all the stuff that we're seeing in here that Emilio's got coming up and for the rest of this arc. And it's extremely exciting stuff. And again, I just want to tell everybody, like, if you haven't, go to your local shop, go to Cards, Comics, and Collectibles, pick up issue 1, get ready for issue 2 on November 25th. Pre-orders, the date that stores have to pre-order the comics by is November 2nd. So please let your local comic shop know by that date that you want to get it. There's some amazing artwork. The story is incredible. Some awesome covers from Christian Ward, Netho Diaz, Francisco Francavilla is coming up as well, and others. It's a great time you don't want to miss, and it's perfect for where the world is right now. So I want to indulge in a small fandom, Dennis, that I think you and I have talked about a little bit in the past at previous cons. Do you still watch professional wrestling, even though you no longer write the WWE comics?
I occasionally look. I love professional wrestling, and I dip in and out over the years, depending on what's going on. Writing 36 issues or whatever of the WWE comic book required me to watch so much wrestling and rewatch so much wrestling. Because the way that book worked is we basically went and took storylines from the past couple of years of WWE books and made the continuity make more sense by filling in the blanks and dancing between the raindrops. And so, like, you know, when they book a wrestling show, they figure out what's working based on what's happening in the ring and chemistry, and then they'll create a story and pretend it makes sense when it doesn't. Well, we'd go back and fix that, which was really, like, it worked really well. Fans loved the book, but it was a pain in the ass because I had to rewatch these moments over and over and over in order to put parts of them in the book. And I was so burnt out. Also, my last year on the book, I went to WrestleMania and watched something like 11 hours of live wrestling. And
it was so long. It's been, they make that thing so long. This year in the pandemic, they split it up into 2 nights, 3 hours each, and it was so much better.
It was, we went when it was in New Orleans. So it was really weird. Like, it was the normal Bourbon Street experience, except everyone was screaming wrestling catchphrases at one another, and everybody had championships over their shoulders. So it was like a wrestling themed Bourbon Street. It was very odd. So yeah, I will get back to it. I love it. I keep up with it a little bit. Like, I look at, if something's trending on Twitter, I'll read about it, but I can't bring myself. So plus with like AEW, there's like 47 hours of live wrestling every week now.
Oh, between NXT and WWE and AEW, and then I mean, God help you if you have a New Japan subscription, and then you have Impact over as well on Fight. So it's just ridiculous. Did you grow up a fan though, or because in Kansas City was a big wrestling town?
I was a fan when I was little. Like, I loved, like the original Hulkamania era. I loved all that stuff with Roddy Piper and Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior. I was young enough to think the Ultimate Warrior was awesome. And then I got back into it at the beginning of the Attitude Era. I was a big NWO fan from the Monday Night Wars when that was first starting out, and then dipped out almost completely until 7-8 years ago. Mm-hmm. And then I, like, when the Shield was first showing up,
they were still,
and got really into NXT and the women's revolution and that stuff. And and then writing that book almost killed me. I'll be back one day.
Well, the beauty of it is it's the show that never ends, so you can always jump back in. And with the WWE Network especially, like, there's no shortage of content ever.
You just have to, like, read Wikipedia, like early Wikipedia, to try to figure out what had happened with all the wrestlers in between. And it's sort of like reading Cable from the X-Men's Wikipedia, where, like, it sort of makes sense, but not really, and it's never ending. I used to do that. And now I can just go watch the matches if I want. I still have the network. I haven't turned it on in 2 years, so I still pay for it.
I mean, it's $9.99 a month. It's a hell of a deal. I'm pretty sure, John, you have access to my WWE Network subscription.
I'm not sure. When you said it's a story that never ends, it's like comics.
Exactly. It's a great parallel.
And then I just nodded and pretended that I understood any of the other stuff that you were saying.
It's real similar.
Oh no! My first live show though, Dennis, I saw the Ultimate Warrior in a cage match against Ravishing Rick Rude from 1990. So I was also coming up at that time when it was like, oh, the Ultimate Warrior was cool because of the music.
If you were a child, Ultimate Warrior was the most cool.
Yes.
If you were an adult, he was a cocaine fiend who would just shake the ropes and say nonsense. Fortunately,
the matches were always short, so you couldn't.
But it had to be, because he couldn't do anything.
He couldn't do much. So if we're getting to wrap up here in the last few minutes, Dennis, what else do you got going on? So we've got XO 2 coming out next month. What else would you like to plug to the folks at home?
My upcoming slate is very weird because of COVID, but right now I've got XO coming out and Sea of Stars. We're in our second arc. We took a big break, but that's my Image book with Jason Aaron and Stephen Green, and we're in the middle of the second arc of that, so that's going. And then I have been working on new creator-owned stuff that has not been announced yet, but will be. So if you like my work, you're going to get a whole lot of new stuff from me in about a year, because I feel like I had to launch all these new ideas in the middle of COVID, and we're finding homes, and artists are sharpening pencils. So a lot more coming.
That's awesome. Are they working for whiskey as well? Is that part of the deal you always do in your creator runs?
Oh, no. At this point, I try to pay, even if I don't get paid, I try to make sure my collaborators are paid.
You're a good man. You're a good man on that.
Yeah.
John, what about you? What do you want to plug in terms of Valiant and what's coming up, and some of the folks out there, what they should be keeping an eye out for?
I just really want to say thank you so much for letting me join. And, thank you so much, comics community, for supporting your local comic stores and for coming back and experimenting and trying new comics and seeing what's out there. And then I feel like I should start some sort of, if I was on Twitter more than like once a month, I feel like I'd start a Twitter war with you, Dennis, about whether I'd rather have Exo's armor suit or Ivar's, time traveling capabilities. I'm not on enough, so it would be like a very long, extended war with a lot of breaks in between. But
during pandemia, I gotta say, I'd probably rather have the time travel.
Right? Yeah, it'd be a good time for that.
It would be. Well, I want to thank everybody who's been watching along. I want to say thank you to Baltimore Comic-Con. Keep up with Dennis, keep up with Valiant, all the stuff that's going on. Again, Exo Man Award #2 comes back November 25th. Let your comic shops know that you want it, you need it, trust us. And Dennis, where can they follow you on social media?
Hopeless Dent on Twitter and Dennis Hopeless Comics on Instagram. The easiest places to find me.
Cool. And you can follow along too with @Valiant Comics on Twitter and Facebook, and also check out our YouTube. We've got brand new series on there, Valiant Voices, with interviews coming up actually with Dennis, with Cullen Bunn, and some folks who are not announced yet as well. We're blowing up over there though, and thank you all for the support there. And so that has been the Creator Spotlight here for Dennis Hopeless at Baltimore Comic-Con. Thank you again all. My name is Matthew Klein from Valiant, saying stay safe, stay sane, stay healthy, and stay valiant.